Welcome to your Saturday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League. It is season number 9. The race for $1 million continues today. So I've got one question and one question only. Are you ready to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down? Because it is time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It is time to put the kids to bed and wake up the neighbors. And it is time for the UEL to shine. So let's get down to that UEL beatdown.
Hey, login and games, we lit the squadron.
Oh, here we go. DMV scores the goal!
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, so they get stuck in their college view. But
another person that's defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know.
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty.
Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Jekyll. Traded journeyman.
As like pros. I'd probably say 10K.
Yo, boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy. You can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. Theater Grand Rapids and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
Welcome back to the UEL. We have a Saturday game, and I'm joined by the legend himself, Sofa. Sofa, how are you feeling today?
Hey, nice to meet you.
Always. I'm happy to see you here in the building. How's it feel being in UEL in person? I know you've caught a couple of games online.
Feeling great, feeling good, really excited. Kind of hyped for everything. So, I see it, and now I'm actually in it. So
it's different. So we were talking a little bit. Maybe if the people don't know, how'd you get your name? How'd you get your tag? Let the people know a little bit about yourself.
So I used to go by Shin Sofo a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
And Naruto came up, and I watched it finally, and I was like, hey, the 3 Sanin seem pretty cool. They're Samas. How about I turn into Sofo Sama? And me and my friends, we each took the handle of Sama.
Ah, okay.
And then it just went off from there.
And that's an elite level of ninja right there to go ahead and claim. So I'm going to ask you right now, what should we be looking out for you today in UEL? What you want to put your stamp on the Sofo Sama seal of approval?
Fighting games for sure.
Okay.
Street Fighter, my main game. We'll see. We'll see for the most part.
Okay.
I learned a lot for the league, but Street Fighter was the main thing I played.
That's exciting. Now, there are a couple of fighting game players in this game. Anybody particularly you want to go up against, maybe see how they are? I know you've played a lot of us around the league already, but anybody you want to get the chance to today play up against?
Really all of them. So let's see. If I look down, we have, really all of them from here. Hold on. From here to there.
Every single one of them. You want every single name. That is amazing to hear. I want to thank you. I'm going to let you get back out there to your team so you can have some fun and get ready and prepared. I'm excited to see what you bring to the table, my guy.
All right. Thank you.
And
oh, my bad. I was supposed to shake your hand.
Yeah, you good. Hey, see y'all the next time.
All right. Peace.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
All right, welcome back in, everybody. I am Speedy, joined here now by him from the KLiK. Now, him, you have had a little bit of an eventful week. You are now in a new tiering position on your team. Right. Congratulations on that.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to give us a rundown on the inside workings of KLiK and how you guys came to move around those tiers?
So we like to keep KLiK competitive, and we like to give everybody an opportunity to show their worth. And if they're worth a tier 3, they can fight their way up to get a tier 3. Just like Jekyll, he's at a tier 5 right now, I believe. He can fight his way up, and he can take the tier 3 spot from me. So it's just about fighting your way up, improving your worth, and the spot goes to whoever's deserving.
Well, you brought up Jekyll. I didn't, but I am going to move on to talk about him now. You talk about those positions. Jekyll is currently the best performing player on your team in terms of statistics.
The best record, yeah.
Are you guys concerned or maybe happy or excited for him to move his way up the tiers if he decides to take on any of those challenges?
So I'm happy to see him progress the way he progresses. He's been showing his worth. He's been showing out in these games, clutching in some certain games that we need him to clutch in. So he's been definitely proving his worth to the team, and I know he's said it before on Logan's show, but I believe, like he said, that he just wants to do what's best for the team, and I fully respect that. But I know that he's definitely fighting his way up to get what he deserves.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you think he deserves it. It seems like that competitiveness within the tiering system isn't getting you guys to really get pitted against each other. I'm glad to see that you all think it's fair game, and there's a lot of respect on the team. Now,
it is, yeah.
You guys are running a 7-man today. It's a 6-man today, and it has been somewhat popular to start running these 6-man teams. Is there a reason why you're not having a 7th tiered player today?
So the reason behind the 6-man is just what we believe is best for the team. We believe the 6-man we are running currently gives us the best opportunity to win games. It helps in better rotation overall. We just believe it's what works best.
All right. Well, you guys have had quite the last few weeks. It's been a lot of really tough competition for you guys, a lot of back and forth. But now going up against the 0-5 Cyclones, we have talked about how the lower tier teams in the standings are moving their way up closer and closer. So do you guys expect that this is going to be kind of a practice game in your midseason, or do you think that you have to separate yourselves now from the rest?
I never think any game during the season is a practice game at all. I think you should go into every game competing the best you possibly can. You should never let off the pedal. So we're going to be coming out and showing out as the best we possibly can. But then again, the Cyclones, they are 0-5, but within each game they play, minus I think 1, they've shown out, and it's been like within 5 points every time. So we're expecting a good fight from the Cyclones today. The only thing is we don't see Silver. A little bit of a surprise, but we do see SurfThing, which for people who don't know, he's an incredible fighter. So we're expecting the fighters to be really competitive today. So it's going to be a good match.
Well, it's great to see that you have respect not only for your own team, but the other teams and players here in the league as well. So we wish you luck, and we can't wait to see what you guys can do here against the Cyclones.
Thank you very much.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down that kill from the Bandits.
And there
again, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
All right, and welcome to the show, everyone. We have a game against the Cyclones and the KLiK today. Not we have a game against the Cyclones and the KLiK. There is a game where the KLiK are going to be going up against the Cyclones. The 2-2 KLiK, a team that I think a lot of people thought were going to be higher in the standings at this point, and the Cyclones 0-5 right now. Definitely does not feel like they have earned themselves that low of a record. They've had some really close games.
In the same way you can look at KLiK and be like, wow, we thought they'd be higher. I think a lot of people can look at these Cyclones games and see, oh, they had a couple of wins there that were 1 or 2 mistakes away that turned them into losses. Today, we do see a little bit of a different lineup as well with Sofo-sama coming in a rookie. And that always brings up the topic of conversation. We're a league with 33 games and 5 different genres that people have to play across. So these rookies end up under a microscope because we have to see just how well you're able to perform across the board, not just in one genre.
Yeah, and it becomes a question of whether Sofo-sama is going to be able to match up to some of these other rookies that have debuted. We've seen a couple of rookies come in and already show that they're end gamers. They are not specialists. We have to see if Sofo-sama is up to snuff with that or if he's been focusing on just being an instrument for fighters, for his team. It is Silver that is absent today. That the place that he had to take for the team, he has a lot to live up to.
That is the biggest thing because we also know him as their Checkmate Showdown brain as well. So I'm looking at it, and it's one of those situations where it's the Cyclones throwing a rookie in as a fighter. We've seen good, we've seen bad, and I'm really excited to see how Sofo is able to perform because he has the chops, he has the skill, but UEL is a different beast completely and totally. Now, looking across the board over at KLiK, we once again have Carnage absent. This is that 7th man that has normally filled out that spot, and we've seen a lot of teams starting to move towards that 6-man lineup.
Yeah, I did think early on in this season that we weren't going to see that happen so much. It seems like the midseason is a decision maker. It's whether you're going to keep trying to roster that, figure out that 7th spot, or if 6 is the golden number. And right now, it does seem like 6 is working for just about every team. We've even seen the Reapers go for it at this point. There are so many teams that just don't have that 7th solid player that they can rely on every single time. They'd rather just reset their lineup and lose a piece in Checkmate Showdown and just go with that.
And I think for some of those teams, as the season goes on, we might see a transition back to the 7. An example here will be the Cyclones. Cyclones are going to try to win every single game, but in the event they're unable to, having a player like Sofo now get his feet wet, get himself prepared, so that maybe next season and during the offseason they can start to prepare a little bit better and to maybe field this like different roster, I think ends up being good. But this KLiK team should be strong today. We expect those performances out of Chicken Tech, out of Jekyll, even the likes of Global Figure Killer. All of them have all been performing exceptionally well, Mr. OG. So I'm looking at this 6-man lineup saying I don't see any immediate holes in it, but truly and honestly, the gameplay is going to be the deciding factor.
Yeah, the KLiK at first this season seemed like a team that were built around their teamwork and about their roster, not just their individual skills. So they're a team that I didn't expect to see dropping one of their players in favor of a 6-man lineup and getting quicker resets. I really thought that they'd be one of the last teams to do it, and they have decided to run a 6-man. I think they're still as tight as ever. It sounds like they really respect each other. From the way that I was talking to him, who has moved up to that tier 3 position, he's now in those top 3 positions. We're going to start analyzing him a lot closer, but he's been performing so well in these last few weeks that I don't think there's going to be any issues.
A player that I ended up having the privilege to come in with, but we're going to RPS here for the league. Let's see who's going to take the victory. The 2 players like to shake the hands, Global Figure and Sofo-sama running the rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Both players are rock. These are fighting game players out here, and Global raises the scissors to the sky. You saw the quick swap. I appreciate it, Sofo, but a good play. Global manages to take this one, but I know Sofo is willing to look. Apparently, the KLiK are cheering about breaking the streak. Looks like they finally found a win in rock, paper, scissors. This win is going to decide setup for the first spin here that you are seeing powered by SurfThing PCs, and here
Interesting
we go.
First game.
Do you play it? If it was on you, you
see
can pick either side.
No reason for either team to not play it. I really think it's one of those games that any team can win at any time as long as you're coordinated, you're practiced. This one is a lot about individual skill, unless you want to play some kind of disruption strategy, which is not optimal. I really think that you go for it no matter which team it is. So, yeah, I think KLiK have it.
I think the other side is you take it off the board for late game scenarios.
Yeah.
We know that there's some of these maps that have 10-minute lap times, and in a game where you might have 30 minutes left, a 20-minute game of Forza could seal the deal. So I like the idea to also go ahead and play it. So you see that setup timer pop up. Our teams are now getting these PCs loaded up, ready to get into game, getting their settings dialed in, but they do have 4 minutes to do so. So going back to these teams and talking about them, what are your expectations? We'll start with KLiK for today. What do you want to see in this contentious Northern Conference team of the KLiK? What do you want to see out of them to maybe help reclaim that expectation that we had at the beginning of the season?
I want to see this be a much more dominant win. The Cyclones are not a layup team. They have brought it so close with every team they've been able to go up against so far. I want to see the KLiK pull away from them and say that we are not just this third place battling for a position team. They need to solidify themselves as a top 3, as a playoff team that is different from everyone below them. Because right now, their competition is really high up there. They have very talented competition to go up against in their first round of playoffs and their second round. No matter who it's going to be, it is going to be really difficult for them. And this is where they have to start turning their season around. This is their 5th game. Half of their season will be done at this point. You need to go into the second half of your season being one of the strongest teams and being confident that you can end your season with a heavy winning record.
That hits on, I think, every single point, and that has to ring true. And unfortunately for KLiK, I think they are going to be under the microscope even more so today because of the Cyclones' previous opponent. The Cyclones got more points on the Reapers than the KLiK did. They played them just 1 week ago, and that is the top of the KLiK's division. They are going to want to be able to show that, hey, if the Reapers are scoring 18, 20 points here in this game, you need to be able to match that. So now turning our eye to that Southern Conference, to that Cyclones team. They've played 5 games. Half of their season is now behind them. I pose you the same question. What do they need to show today to inspire confidence maybe in the league, in these players? They've been doing a great job, but what do you hope to see?
Well, I'll tell you who impressed me in the last game on the side of the Cyclones. It was 3rd Anarchist and Silver. The 2 players who are not in the roster today that have been swapped out for Pizza Man and Sofo Sama. Those 2 players, I think, were the key to bringing some of those, having your coach fill in that 7th tier position, being able to be in the game with his players while he's playing the game. You get in-game leadership that turns every team game into an entirely new beast for your opponent to go up against. Silver, on the other hand, I would say arguably a top 3, if not top 2 player on this team. The tier list for the team may not say it, and they're gonna let the cards lay where they may, but he is so important to this team because of the skills that he brings. He is a really, really intelligent player. He's got the strategy that 3rd Anarchist felt he didn't even need to be on the roster because he had a player so smart like that. And then he, of course, brings the fighting games as well on a level that I don't think anyone else on his team brings.
That is the biggest thing to me. In a season of tumultuous fighting games, Silver has been this almost consistent pillar, second to none in the league. The games he wins, he is consistently putting out, finally taking losses in their last game, but still having people to help back him up and to still put out numbers here. That makes me have to believe that this is a really big question. Because to me, slotting a rookie in the slot is what I'm most worried about. Because Sofo has been taking the time to play his genres, but he has to learn the other games as well. But as we jump into Forza, people at home, we do run 2 laps here on this game, and it's going to be the highest team scored. So whoever's able to finish quickly, collectively, as a team. Now, importantly, if you DNF, you will incur a penalty for your team. And even more importantly, I think the most interesting thing about Forza is no 2 players are allowed to use the same cars. So how you structure your team, what you bring to the table, you have to think about each and every player, not just their strengths and how good they race, but how to put them in a vehicle that maybe they can handle. We've seen some players take some of these supercars and end up in the dust.
Yeah, you have to have stability for the players that may not be as confident in their racing abilities. A car that's going to be able to stay on the road even through contact. And we're going to get a shooter next, whether it's Apex or the finals. It's going to be Apex Legends for a 3v3. I like that because we talked about putting these teams under a microscope. I'm glad we're not getting too many 5v5s right out of the gate. We're going to get to focus in on individual players, especially in the shooting category coming up on this one.
And we get a chance to talk about that player that's now moved up to the tier 3. Him was just there. Now we're on the global figure screen. You can tell who's on the screen by that lit up camera there on the right side of your screen. Whichever one is in color, you see global. You saw him go ahead and do RPS. We'll be watching him in the Radical. This is, to me, the safe car in Forza.
Yeah.
It's not too fast. It's not crazy. But as long as you drive consistent and safe line, you will be able to play no problem, but it looks like
man.
somebody's already spinning out, and the damage might have been done.
Yeah, that is damage to every axle. That was a lot of heat on the axles on that spin out, but not a ton of damage on Global Figure's vehicle right now, so he's still going to be able to race very smoothly here. He's in a further back position, but making some passing here. You talked about how it's not necessarily the fastest car, but he's taking nice inside turns, and even as he gets past, he's on a very stable path. Oh, that player may have been playing intentional disruption. I'm not 100% certain.
You see Global laughing there himself. So for everyone at home, the blue team will go ahead and be the Cyclones. The red team, on the other hand, is on the side of the KLiK. And now we swap over to Psycho Flame, that tier 2 over on the side of the Cyclones. And he seems to be keeping good time, sitting up here. His time looks a lot worse than it is because it is a collective scoring. So players will be bumped back 5 positions regardless of where they are if their collective team time.
Yeah. And we see this style of F1 car, one of those, I can never remember quite what year, I believe it's around the 1980s style of F1 vehicle here that we see racing. It has some insanely high top speeds. It's the reason we see players like Hollywood from the Blaze using this car in Forza. It can hit some really high top speeds, and if you know the maps well enough, you can know exactly when to brake yourself so that you can come around the turns at the perfect speed and pick up a quick speed once again. Now we see him on that same vehicle taking a little bit more difficult turns. It doesn't turn quite as sharp, and especially not when your back right axle is completely blown.
And this is crazy and different. One thing that I want to highlight, Hakon for these cars is the perfect selection. The perfect selection for one major reason. You're not going to lose as much chance of running into the grass, running into the gravel, losing control of this car. But what will hurt you is, unfortunately, Bobby Yoggins seems to have had a crash now, and now his car is not able to really accelerate. He still needs to find a way to finish this race for his team not to incur a huge penalty. You can see him now just trying his best, but not able to get much above 20 miles an hour.
No, he only has... So previously to that hit, his entire left side of his vehicle was not operational. Both of his left axles were gone. So he was not, his car was no longer pulling from both sides of the vehicle. You can see that the front axles here on Jekyll's car are both shot at this point. That is not too much of an issue because the back tires, if you are not on four-wheel drive, you're fine anyway. So, yeah, these back tires are going to be able to carry him through. He's got even acceleration from both sides of the car in the back tires, whereas right now it is only a front right axle.
And that last crash, that we saw from Bobby Yoggins was actually Jekyll running into him. He didn't get a penalty for it.
Man.
He's going to be able to get across this finish line. And there's the first one has happened, so now they don't have a whole lot of time and a lot of opportunity. And it looks like Intensify here had played his second game last week, playing his third game, is just trying to get around these last couple of turns and finish up on the race. Again, a lot of damage in this one. I think that first turn kind of threw a lot of players into chaos, but ends up being an effective strategy to go ahead and get a dub here. I know there were some call-outs of one of the KLiK players going backwards, so hopefully they're able to finish and not put their team in a dangerous spot. We know at least one player that probably isn't going to be able to finish this race just by virtue of the amount of time. So 6 more seconds, and then we'll count these times up, and we'll see exactly who's going to go ahead and take a win.
All right, so it's going to be a KLiK win announced as soon as the game ends because only Bobby Yoggins was unable to finish. We know that those penalties are far too large for any math to really matter at that point. It's going to be a huge difference if only one player doesn't finish. So Bobby Yoggins unable to finish. It really seemed to no fault of his own. It was just a strategy by the KLiK to disable one of those players from being able to finish, and it worked.
It's one of those smarter strategies that I think it's the worry of UEL that players have to be ready for. You might say, well, I'm going in for a racing game. I just need to have the best time. No, unfortunately, you have to be able to play UEL primarily, and right there, KLiK with a great strategy, at least having somebody that was able to disrupt the entire race for the Cyclones and give them an early win. Now with Apex going up, Chicken Tech having to go in, and Pizza Man, we see him back in the lineup this week, has been one of their stronger performers, stronger shooters there, going in with his rookie this season of Osama. So we have to see. First chance, first opportunity. Unfortunately, not in the genre that he might have wanted, but we get a chance to see maybe how much of that effort to round out his ability.
Yeah, it's perfect for the UEL for your first game to be something that you're not a specialist in. It's going to show us whether you're in this lineup for one reason or if it's because you may actually become a staple on this team. Now is his chance to prove himself. I'm sure he's going to be excited about it. He seemed like in good spirits before the game started. So I think he's excited to get into everything. He doesn't just want to play the Street Fighter and Blaze Blue against some people. He wants to play the UEL. There's a lot of opportunities for him to show what he's got here. He didn't get to play that 5v5 with his team. Now he gets to play this 3v3 shooter, and we get to focus on him a little bit.
It's really good because I think that's a compliment I want to give the rookies in general this season and over the last few seasons. Everybody's kind of come in understanding the league more. Players are starting to come in and understand that here at the UEL, it's not about your one specialty. It's about becoming a specialist in everything to at least some extent. You need to be able to play any game across the board, regardless of what's happening, if you want to reach the level of the Reapers, to reach the level of the X-Gods. They are these teams that are undefeated, not for any other reason that when we look at their gameplay, we are criticizing the small things. We are looking for the small mistakes. Yeah. Overall, the strategies are sound, the gameplay and the decision-making is sound. It just comes down to, hey, you didn't hit your shots here, or in their case, they hit every single shot that came their way.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's what they'd like to happen here. Sofo-sama would like to impress us, but we have Pizza Man and Baba Yagins who are going to be shooter players for this Cyclones roster that they can rely on. Apex Legends is a game that we've seen Baba Yagins play just about every time he's available. This is definitely one of his shooters. When it comes around to this game for the Cyclones, they always put that player in. KLiK, on the other hand, two of their really talented shooters in Mr. OG and Killer going in alongside their Tier 1 Chicken Tech. One of those players you have to expect to know every single game and be ready for anything.
It is in Chicken Tech's bag prior to this season. Most people had already specifically called him out as one of those guaranteed Tier 1 players. He's performed across the board. He's been impressive. He wasn't even played in the finals, and a lot of people questioned that last season heavily. And now he gets this opportunity to have a roster behind him, two players and teammates that he's had for quite a while, in both Killer, who took a break and came back, and Mr. OG, who's worked with for a ton of time. I'm going to be looking at Killer. Killer,
yes,
as his namesake kind of suggests, is a shooting game specialist, and he's one of those players that can single-handedly take over these shooters if given just a little bit of wiggle room.
We've seen him do it already this season, so that is absolutely true. I would say for the Cyclones roster, they have to hope that Sofo-sama here is a talented shooter alongside his fighters, because not only would that be huge for this particular game that we're going into, but that would actually be a really big player combination to have on your side. A shooter-fighter would be a combination that a lot of teams just don't have access to, and somebody you can bounce off a majority of the games on the wheel off of them.
Yes, because for those that don't necessarily know at home, and already seeing maybe a little bit of the difference in these two teams, a lot of the questions for the Cyclone teams have come from their coaching staff. We have a timeout being called on and for the Cyclones, so at least not having a penalty being thrown out, but ultimately they have to use this timeout to take some time to get in now. I hear people already talking about taking your time, getting your keybinds, making sure everything is set up. So at least some realization that, hey, we made a mistake, but now we need to play off of that mistake and find the strength. We're going to go ahead and I think take a look at the standings. We've been talking about both these teams and where they currently sit in the UEL. So Speedy, through week 7, let's talk about what's happened before we get into the stuff that's specifically happened. What are you looking at first?
So the first thing that I want to look at is, honestly, the bottom. I want to look at the Cyclones, the Shogun. We saw the Blaze yesterday put themselves up to a 2-2 standing. They're in a really good spot beating those Ravens. If they can have that strong of a season, I believe they said that was going to be their toughest matchup, in their opinion, that they have for the rest of the season, was that game against the Ravens. They now believe that besides their rematch with the bots, they have a clean slide through the entirety of this season. So I would love to see the Blaze go through there, but the Shogun and the Cyclones have a absolute brawl through the rest of the season. They have to be just about flawless because they're going to have to beat the Blaze. They're going to have to beat the Cyclones for the teams that haven't played them yet. The X-Gods and bots are up there, and we know that with the X-Gods being undefeated in terms of mathematical standings, they're actually in that #1 position right now. However, if you look at only the wins, it would be the bots, but the X-Gods are technically in that #1 spot.
Being very honest at this point, the number that has to also be brought up for the South Conference is that the guaranteed third person in that spot at most is going to have 8 wins.
Yeah.
You cannot break it anymore. We know 2 losses is going to be that mark. So both of these teams are going to have to start playing with the understanding that to make playoffs, you're probably looking at Shogun's case, a 6-4 record is probably the safest way to get you there.
Yeah.
And we still have some more games to play this week, namely this one right now and our game tomorrow. But we'll get another wheel spin as we jump back in the Boneyard. We saw this earlier this week as well. Let's see how open or closed these rosters are. They look pretty close to me. Street Fighter 6 being next.
Yeah.
Luckily, Sofo was off a reset, so he'll go ahead and get to jump into his comfort zone. That is his primary fighter, so he'll get the chance to maybe show off a little bit going into it. So using these base rosters, so we have Killer on the Bloodhound with that information, Mr. OG on the Gibby,
Chicken Tech
on the Pathfinder. Ooh, and it does look like it is open roster. So the way rosters work in the league is players are not able to dodge using DLC. If you have any extra characters on your account beyond those base characters, you or opponent is allowed to play. It does not matter what is happening.
Yep.
You can't opt out and be like, well, I don't want to play with these characters. Like, well, you have them. You have access to them. It's fair because you could have played some form of DLC as well. So we see the Mr. OG here on the game.
Yeah, so Mr. OG here on the Gibraltar, he's going to be a huge defensive piece for his team. In front of his weapon, he's going to have a shield that pops up, protects his head, and if he wants to take a one-on-one gunfight, he will oftentimes have the advantage in that. So it's going to be about team play against him. All of these players are going to be working off of the Nemesis to begin with. So this is going to be a 3-round burst energy weapon. Going to do decent damage to those shields. You're going to get your shields burned down very quickly. It's going to be up to which team can find the first kill, move on to that flat line next, because that is a reliable weapon. One of those ones up there with the R301 that you may want to keep one of your teammates on the entire game while your other teammates run through the rest of these guns. The winner of the game will be the team that can get the most kills and get through as many of these gun changes each time they get a kill.
This is also beautiful for me to see, to start off with. The Cyclones realized they didn't get up the height fast enough, and rather than challenging it, have now bunkered down on the lower ground. And it forces the opposing team to engage them as opposed to ever having to take a fight on bad terms. I think this ends up being smart, especially in a thing like gun game, where you recognize exactly what guns you and your opponents have at all times.
There's also one really key feature that I like here, and that is that Killer has used his scan already, meaning that the Cyclones are consistently going to have second scan. They are going to have the most relevant and recent information every single time these teams engage each other. So right now, just shooting at these doors, if they'd like to send a player down there, there is the possibility to kick those doors out so that they would no longer be an option. If that player were to retreat to the high ground, then maybe they'd have the opening they were looking for. For now, I think it's a game of honestly stubbornness. They do not want to change their position. We see the scan go out there from Killer, and now the scan should be coming out soon from the Cyclones. And yes, they see the information. There are no rotations yet. Chicken Tech luckily dropping back down because I think the Cyclones would have expected to rotate if they saw how high up he was. Chicken Tech now dropping down, using his grapple to get around to the other side. He's behind a player who did not see him. Now this gun standing out front, I can tell you that's a Mirage clone right now. That player was not actually looking at that position. He's finally going to try to make his way back to the top. They don't want to engage on the low ground. They want to keep holding this high position.
I think the reality here is that both teams, normally we see Apex after the tension's already broken. Right now, we don't have a lot of tension that is available to be mitigated in these moments. No one wants to make the first wrong move of the game, but that means no one's making the first move, generally speaking.
And we already see right there, that's going to be Fuse putting out a big area of effect. Nobody can engage there in those flames. They'll either be detected or they'll take damage from the fire itself.
So this is really interesting. I wonder which one gets the itchier trigger finger between these two teams. Which one is willing to jump down and to take this fight? And I know, some people are going to be like, well, I might cost my team the game, but also if nothing happens right now, it's hard to say, right? Are you scared? The easiest way I think I can explain it is one of these teams has to choose to play to win and stop playing not to lose. Yeah. If you're playing to win, you will always have that advantage over a team that's just trying to play safe.
Yeah, and if I'm Killer here right now, you just re-upped the scans. You are now in second scan position, meaning your team is going to have the most recent and relevant information at all times. I would wait for those scans, and he sends one out. Now they have the information on where these players are. We see ChickenTech landing the first shots. He's going to engage, but he gets his entire shield melted. The Nemesis will certainly do that. The KLiK are going to engage inside of this Gibby bubble. ChickenTech trying to shoot through it. He won't be able to do any damage. Neither team is going to be able to shoot through the Gibraltar bubble. You have to wait for it to drop. And now there is one door being tricky in the way. Baba Yagins is going to go down first, so it's going to be an advantage for the KLiK. They get another gun up as well. It's the Havoc for ChickenTech.
And it looks like Mr. OG also picked up Sofo in the tail end of that fight, putting them up by 3 now. And now you have broken the stalemate, and now the Cyclones are going to have to play to win. They're going to have to take these fights.
Yes, every single time they're going to have to engage because they have to go up. And yeah, like you said, it was a 3-kill difference. So now they have a flat line. They have an R301. Not only do the Cyclones have to engage them at some point, but they're going to be running into some really strong weaponry on the side of the KLiK. The Cyclones not playing it safe, running in on these players, and they're able to find 2. Oh, it's the KLiK once again finding 2 players. So only Sofo-sama staying alive. He's the only player who hasn't died twice yet. We'll have to see if he can stay in position. It's LMGs now on the side of the KLiK. They're 5 up at the moment. Sofo-sama able to get away. Gibraltar does feel slow, but all of the characters actually do run the same. His shot's not really landing. Doesn't seem to have the accuracy that we would have liked to see from him. So it's 2 full team fight wins for the KLiK, and they're going to go up by more as ChickenTech finds himself a Devotion. Fully loaded, ready to go, infinite ammo. This thing can do a lot of damage, especially if they get close range. Now, ChickenTech wants to set up on a high ground. Very beautiful positioning from him. We'll have to see if that's a reliable grapple. And with a little bit of parkour, it may be possible, but a little bit rushed. They're not going to be able to get that position. We see Baba Yagins using his fuse ult on the inside of this building, zoning off the entirety of the KLiK, but have they already lost players? They have!
And they're getting surrounded, killers pushing from this other side. So yes, you block one side of the building off, which you're unable to do. Right now, the biggest thing is I'm seeing there's no consistent pillar for this team in this game of Apex, and that's where I have to ask the question about Silver. Silver is been consistent. That is what he was able to do. And so as I look at this game, I think that's something that they need right now. They're trying to find these kills, they're trying to find these opportunities, but they're each step of the way going to have to find somebody that's just going to start carrying. They managed to get off of that initial weapon, right? Did Sofo end up doing it? We see he sets up the bubble for his team and is giving them an opportunity to play a little bit further forward. He steps in the building, shuts the door, and very clearly is now getting pushed by 2 of these KLiK players, getting some damage out. Nice job jumping in and out of the bubble to try his best to survive, but with the 2v1, he wasn't able to find a win, but his team did come and clean up some of those kills.
Yeah, ChickenTech is now down, and we see that'll be that'll be Killer going down now, this time to Baba Yagins, who finally found himself a kill. So a few points going up on the board for the Cyclones, but I think it's far too late. Up to gun 15 for the side of the KLiK, that EV8, and it's only the Hemlock here. We'll see if Pizza Man can pick up this kill. Very good timing. That is an ulting Bloodhound right there. Killer wants to come in and dominate this team. He'll trade out Pizza Man.
This is beautiful to watch. It looks like the KLiK, we talked about that well-oiled machine, and it looks like that's how they're operating currently. They currently just have the advantage. Yeah, Bob Yagins is finding these kills, and he's getting the opportunities for his team, but neither side has been able to really, I feel like, the Cyclones haven't been able to get their feet under them. This game started so badly.
Yeah, it looks like right now it's an 11-kill deficit. We are from gun 6. No, I believe that may be 8, so it may only be 9 guns, but not a whole lot better. We see ChickenTech trying to take shots here with the Peacekeeper from afar. The longer you hold down your ADS, you're aiming down the sights, the closer the spread will be together. You can use it from a distance, and a beautiful shot to the upper body there will get him onto the G7 Scout.
Good job there, and I think we don't have too much time left in this game, so we'll be finishing up here. I just need them now to just play consistent. They don't need to rush. They don't necessarily need to push anymore, but this team, I think, realizes that they have the advantage. They're not worried about it. 10 seconds remaining left on the clock. We will be finishing up this game at Apex shortly, assuredly with a KLiK win.
Yeah, and the Cyclones were able to start finding rotations and kills once the game went to the low ground, but the KLiK are going to take that game away off of a really great early game and pulling away a huge amount right at the beginning. Honestly, it went mostly even during the mid to end game. It was just in that early game when the KLiK won 3 team fights and kept catching the Cyclones, unable to group up. They just pushed themselves out so far ahead, it was almost impossible to ever catch up.
And that's what's important, I think, more than anything else, was just that felt like a failure to start in a lot of ways. By the end of the game, they had started to pull it together, but that first fight really did end up deciding who won that game because the KLiK were like, oh wait, we win this. We pushed in, we managed to get these kills. We're up now. We can play a little bit more relaxed.
And the KLiK even played to their position. The Cyclones were so confident that we just don't push high ground, and that's how we win. We hold this inside. We use our Gibraltar bubble. We use the Fuse ultimate on the outside so that it's hard to engage us. That's how we're going to win this one. And the KLiK played so patiently. They just waited out the Cyclones' resources and engaged at, I wouldn't call it the perfect time, but they had worn down enough of the resources that they could engage with an even fight. I wouldn't even say an advantage, an even fight, and they won that one. And that tells you that they just came out the better team.
At the end of the day, we have to see, and their lineup is set up pretty much perfectly for Street Fighter going ahead. Sofo will be available, but the KLiK now have all 4 of their Street Fighter players that really know the game and get the choice of Mr. OG or Killer for who they would want to hold and send in for that 5th spot. And now we have to see, you talk about managing resources, you talk about the player that they're able to find their position and win. Well, Street Fighter, you're managing your health bar, you're managing your drive meter, you're managing all these little resources, and you have to stay on top of it because if you don't, you could put your teammate in a worse position when they come into fight.
Yeah, Sofo-sama right now, he doesn't just have to be good at Street Fighter, he has to be amazing because he has some real competition on the other side.
It looks like they're getting everything set up, so let's see what these teams end up looking like. So I can tell you just from the quickest of glances.
Oh, and it looks like we're going to be heading into Tekken 8 next.
And that's great because they should be able to get Sofo in for this game as well. So we'll get an opportunity to see what's all happening. Sofo's Kimberly being the last character there on the end there. So on the right side of your screen, you're going to go ahead and see the Cyclones. On the left side, you'll see Chicken Tech on the KLiK. Chicken Tech currently going in on the Kimberly. Chicken Tech on the modern Cammy, which is not something I would have expected. No, that was the modern coming out of the side of the Cyclones. Makes a little bit more sense. I was like, Chicken Tech, I know you played this game on Classic. I don't know exactly. So Cammy's an interesting character. A lot of pressure coming out of this character, but if you get tagged like that, it won't matter too much. Pizza Man has done a lot of magic before. He's found these hits and he found these opportunities. And now Chicken Tech is being patient, jumping into and blocking this DP and now continuous combo, putting him in corner pressure. But Pizza Man always willing to press buttons and not necessarily at the times that Chicken Tech is expecting. There was a combo that had the potential, and Chicken Tech maybe realizing that the young player's a little bit scared. This is ultimately the terrifying play, not realizing no one's there to tell him to just jump to get out of it. And he figures it out on his own to avoid this extra damage, but takes another throw and is now back in that situation, this time utilizing the jump air throw to go ahead and lock him down. So he managed to deal some damage, which is nice. He also burned some time. So Chicken Tech doesn't go back up to full, but he definitely is in a pretty good position. He gets to fight with still almost 2 bars a meter and goes into the second play.
Yeah, we can get away with saying, unless this one comes down to the very, very end of their health bar, that this is pretty much a fully set Chicken Tech. He took out a player for just about no cost. And checking the command list, hopefully you already know that by now, and that was a misclick, but we do have Ambushman here on the modern E-Honda. He's going to map out his controls, set them back to default. Now it seems he's ready to go, and we should be live.
Now, both these players, importantly, I want them to be willing to press buttons a little bit. Chicken Tech will run you over if you give him the ability to play his game. You have to be willing to take a few chances or know at least where you should be taking those chances. I like the movement a little bit more. He's doing a little bit more than Pizza Man, but he's taking damage along the way. You don't need to always kill. You just need to do it. Now, here's the big thing. He needs to hit his combos as much as possible. That's a good chunk there, and he needs to keep playing from here. He's going to get knocked down and have to wake up. A nice parry there. Unsure of when to stop blocking. And now Chicken Tech going to finally spend some of that meter to get some extra damage, put him in the corner, and the throws start once again. Chicken Tech taking down his second player and putting his team in an amazing position.
Yeah, really nice job from Chicken Tech getting 2 players down already. It's going to be Bosif sitting down, the tier 1 for this Cyclones, coming in on the Ken. Something that we saw Pizza Man play, but I imagine we expect a lot more from a tier 1 here.
Yeah, he's been getting a lot better. I want to give Bosif a lot of credit. He has been taken to being a tier 1 exceptionally well. Historically, fighting games were something he kind of allowed his teammates to focus on, But in this tier 1 position, he's been working on being better and better and getting better at it. Now stepping for a little bit of space and finally getting some more damage. This tier 1 matchup is already heating up with Bosif getting the first few licks out here. He's being a little bit of patient, finally takes a hit, and ChickenTech starts his offense. Whips the throw. ChickenTech isn't able to get a big punish, but the DP ends up working out into the level 2, ends up getting blocked. And now we have to see who's able to jump in and find their opportunity. Unfortunately, ChickenTech is just using this oppressive pressure from Cammy, constantly making you recognize, is it your turn or not? Spins all 3 bars, wants to get rid of Bosif, realizing that he's taken maybe a little bit more damage than he accounted for, and wants to just end this game before it goes too much further down the road. But the DP will find purchase, getting him a little bit more damage before this game is over, and the Dragon Lash to continue to put out a little bit more. Bosif has already helped his team out there. He's not necessarily expected to win against the caliber of the player. Of these 2 tier 1s, ChickenTech is definitely the closer to being a primary fighter. Yeah. But now it's on Cyclo. He's gotten his last 2 teammates, his last 2 players, the fighting game players on this lineup, being Psycho and Sofo, to hopefully start moving through. I want to see each one of them hopefully take out at least 2 people.
Yes, and what I really like about this is Sofo is immediately being anchored. His very first fighter of the day, he is being anchored as a final player on the lineup, the one who is expected to be able to take down anything that's left to stand in his way from the side of the KLiK. And the way it's going right now, it may just be the entirety of the KLiK.
And a nice jump from ChickenTech to find some damage. Psycho wasn't able to get a full combo off there, but you get some damage. He's out of drive now and is going to start eating chip damage. Every one of these block hits will do a little bit more damage. Nice throw break. Now, when you're in burnout, moves that are normally punishable might not be. You have to understand the changes in frame data. And now Chicken is 1 away from a fight. A little bit more damage taken away from his health bar, but now the Kimberly awaits. We've seen him. He talked about it. You heard the name. It comes from the ninja anime of all animes. You know he has to play ninja characters, loves the archetype. And I think he's going to go ahead and go into his button check and make sure everything is all right. Hitting his default. I want to see if he's bringing anything else out, changing anything, finding anything interesting. Looks like he's moved a couple things.
Playing the classic as well, as we probably expected from him.
And he just has to go back in here and make sure everything is where it needs to be. It's one of those things that you might accidentally do if you're not careful. So it sounds like he's ready, and he's going to jump in here. All right. And here we get his chance to see the rookie fighter, his first game of Street Fighter here on the Kimberly. He immediately starts looking out for a slide, doing a lot of good jobs blocking an early throw from ChickenTech just to wear him down. I think ChickenTech is going to do a great job, and this is what you're talking about, this footsie, this spacing game. He was just out of range there, able to get a ton of damage, and with 1 hit, clears ChickenTech off the board and ensures that he's not going to lose any extra life. This is his comfort zone. There's a reason he called the game.
Yeah, early on he was playing a little bit of footsies, and I was concerned that ChickenTech had impressed him a bit. He was just looking for his one and only needed opening. He didn't want to play any games.
He knew exactly how much meter to spend. He knew exactly which combo he needed to kill there. Mr. OG coming in next once again on the modern Luke here, and we're starting the game immediately using the projectile to try to put some pressure down. Now, Mr. OG does have a teammate here in him who also plays the Kimberly, but the meaty slide goes ahead and catches him as he tries to stand up. He wasn't ready to block it into the wall splat. This is a mastery of Street Fighter 6. The DP finally stops the onslaught, and now Mr. OG is trying to settle back into his comfort zone. The walk-up throw, and the games are starting to begin. He blocks a nice check on the drive rush. Mr. OG's getting some damage out here, spins the meter. They're going to turn this into a war of attrition. They're going to say, Sofo, can you beat all 5 of us? And he once again finds that opening, and I have to believe that's a second character going down. Now, importantly, we'll see how much health he gets back. Should be around the 60%.
Yeah, nice bit of recovery here. More than ChickenTech was working with on his final round, but like you said, 60%, just a little over half. And now he's going up against a global figure who is not somebody to be messed with in these fighting games.
Anytime, any singular time that we see it, I don't know what was going on the floor there.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an issue, but we're okay.
Yeah, but here, Global is one of those players. You have him, Global, and Jekyll as these 3 anchors of the side of the KLiK. They are strong fighters. A nice job dashing up into a throw and immediately starting this pressure. And this is Sofo checking to see how much Global nose of the game, and Global's going to show him. I have to believe that Global might just go for some more damage throwing instead of opting for the bomb to go off, but now he's burned out, and now it is Sophos' time to play the game back up to 3 meters. He isn't able to get a huge combo, but instead finds a reset and is going to bring more damage out than you can believe. He's back in the corner, and the level 3 should do it. This could go ahead and close out the game. All said and done. That's the issue. Sometimes you have to push just that little bit further, and you have to be ready for any singular moment. You have to have the hard reads. Going ahead, shaking hands. This is one of the things. He was in a difficult position, found a couple of kills, but this is why we talked about at the top of the day that we kind of expected Silver in this matchup. Having those two hardcore fighting game players. Psycho is a solid fighting game player. I think he's a solid option. He will beat a lot of the non-fighting game players in the league. But some of the fighting game players, especially when you get to that nitty-gritty, that frame data, the very small, minute interactions, we saw with Chicken Tech that he was just kind of knowledge checking. Say, do you know what happens after I do this? Do you know what to do after this? And unfortunately, Sofo was able to come back and start to put some real damage out. But in that format where you don't get health back, it's just too high of a hill to climb. Now jumping right into Tekken.
Yeah, heading straight into Tekken, and Sofo-sama is going to be available again, but a lot of those players that we saw in the last matchup, because the KLiK are only running 6, are going to be available once again. Global is going to be back in now. You still have Chicken Tech going in as well. Sofo-sama showed that he right now is the best fighter on this lineup. Silver would definitely want to compete with him for that position in terms of if he were on the roster, but he's not here. So much weight is now going to be on Sofo-sama's shoulders.
This is the game you're really going to feel Silver not being important. Silver is undoubtedly a top 5. And that is me really almost giving a slight to Silver. I would put him legitimately closer to that top 3 position, at the very least, of Tekken players here in the league. And so not having him here and then Sofo stepping in these big shoes that he has to fill.
Yeah, he can't only be a Street Fighter player because he did impress us with Street Fighter. You asked him to take out 2. He did take out Chicken Tech. He did take out
Mr. OG.
Mr. OG was the other one. And then Global Figure, he got below half health, working on only just above half a health bar himself. I'm really curious how that one would have gone if it would have been a 1v1, but that's the thing about the UEL. It doesn't really matter.
I will tell you right now, if he had blocked that super, Global, there's a high likelihood that Global loses that round. And if he's able to do it while maintaining that 60%, he's back up to 80%. And now he gets what is the closest to a normal match with both him and Jekyll.
Yeah.
But like you said, this is UEL. That's in the past. That's for his next game, his next opportunity. Tekken 8 being the next game. A little bit different. The difference for those at home that have never seen Tekken 8 is this works in a 3-dimensional space. So where Street Fighter, were blocking and they were stepping back against each other, this game, they can step towards and away from the camera to sometimes sidestep some of these moves. And it takes a different type of player to adapt and be ready to play. Now, if they're playing Sofo over Silver here, I have to believe he is prepared for every fighter on the board. Because honestly, if you're not, that doesn't make sense to remove the linchpin of what has been this fighting game category for this team.
Yeah, you have to be able to KLiK up to 3 at this point now. 3 victories in this matchup already. We're half an hour in. That's a win for 10 minutes. If they continue up on this streak, the Cyclones are going to have such a hill to climb. So a fighter would be a nice game to take off of them and show that you're going to be able to be competitive and everything. We're going to get a Racer next, and it looks like Lumina Rush will be the next game coming up. I think the KLiK are fairly excited about that game. The Cyclones, I'm not 100% certain. Very interesting that we're going to see a Leo here.
So this is Killer. I can tell you this is the character he plays. Very unique character. Not a lot of people and players have an opportunity. Now, Bobby Yoggins, I know last week mentioned to me that he really wanted to show off on Tekken, and it looks like he has some combos and has found some comfort in this gen pick, but now Killer responding. Both players having combos, and of the 2 combos, Killer's doing a little bit more damage here to start off with. Nice spacing, ends up hitting the heat, hits him with the low, and is now able to play his game. Good job blocking, but not able to take his turn back. Ends up getting launched again, and this consistent damage now being the biggest problem. Now, he got advantage, but didn't end up using it. But one more hit, and he'll take this round. Killer just needs to find one himself, though. If this combo does complete, he will end the game, and Bobby Yoggins finds the hit. Now, importantly in Tekken, unlike Street Fighter, your health does not have to carry over. You get a whole new health bar, so it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. you get another shot fully ready and rearing to go.
Yeah, now it's going to be him stepping in, taking the stage left. See who he decides to opt for. That was such a close match just to kick us off already. Killer and Baba Yagins is down to 1 hit. That's all that matters. The only thing that could have made that closer is if we got that slow motion trade camera angle. And that would be the only thing that could make that one anyone closer. So all it took was a jab from Baba. Good to know from him that all he had to do was respond in a very short, very simple way. He didn't have to go crazy. He didn't have to look for a combo starter. He just had to find the slightest opening. And we saw that 3D aspect of the game you were talking about come into play as well, because if you don't back somebody up against the wall perfectly perpendicular to their body, they're going to be able to slip out of your combos once they make contact with the wall. They're going to be able to slide down that wall, and your punches are going to be going straight while they're sliding down to the side.
That's some of that knowledge that you have to have as you get some of these fighting game players to know exactly how to compete and adjust your combos in the meantime. But Bob Yagins found the first kill. I have to give him credit. He managed to go ahead and prove me that the work that he's put in, the time he's put in, has made a difference. And right now he is chunking his way through Him's health bar, but Him is finally on the attack. He used to take back his turn, and he's looking to put a little bit more pressure on. The throw comes out here, and one more guess, and Baba's now killed 2 of the KLiK.
A lot cleaner of a match from him. He had a lot of the pressure advantage that one. He was never really forced to make any kind of response. So him able to put out a little bit of damage, but it wasn't nearly as impressive as Killer. And maybe it's more of a knowledge matchup kind of thing as well, because you did mention Leo, much less played than other characters, whereas I wouldn't say Hwoarang is exactly rare to run into.
Yeah, I think that's a really true statement. The other important idea, we get to see the new character, and done by none less than the global figure himself.
He's back.
This is our player here in the league more than anybody known to jump on these new characters, learn the ins and outs, and be prepared to bring them in just as soon as he gets the opportunity. So we'll get our chance to see Heihachi for the first time here in the league.
Yeah, I think the Tekken games, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're numbered after how many times Heihachi has died in the games.
He, funnily enough, hasn't died that often, but somehow even when the director comes out and says he definitely is not coming back, he shows back up. But now we have so much of this damage coming out. Now, Heihachi has a special meter that, in the format we play, starts at 2 instead of 0, so he's already up to his strongest form with those 3 you see there below his health bar. And he's still taking plenty of damage, but you see Global is able to deal and punish a little bit more consistently than any of these other players. But Baba did his job. He took out 2 players. He just needs his teammates to find these opening. Intensify is going next here and sending down. But there we go. First Heihachi of the league, first win. Good job, Global.
Great job representing him for Global. And now he's going to want to put out a bit more as well. We still have a lot of players on the side of the Cyclones to get through. And we're going to see now, looks like we've got Intensify sitting down. And he's going to be on the Eddie, which we have seen him on recently.
And so we have to see both of these DLC characters, Eddie with a little bit more time to exist. So Global may not have a full suite of tricks yet, but do you know the tricks that are in the arsenal of this new character? First, we got to have a button check. I want to jump back on Baba Yagins because we had a lot of questions about Apex, but in this game now of Tekken, he did a lot of damage. Never mind, we're right back into the action as quick as we started. Both players have already popped heat, and it looks like Intensify is playing a pretty patient game, but if you know Heihachi, you know those spins, and you know some damage is coming out. Almost all the way to the wall, but the command grab throws him further across. These throws, he's putting a ton of pressure out, but it looks like Global's ready for the shenanigans. He said, why are you doing all that ducking and spinning and dipping? I have hands.
Now we do see also from those 2 characters, Eddie is very popular, and he's got that green logo that we see under the health bar. Heihachi as well has a golden crown with a 3 next to it. So what are those unique mechanics that these 2 characters have?
Luckily, both of them are fairly similar. They buff some of their existing moves, maybe give them access to 1 or 2 more. It kind of, think of it as I don't want to say win more, but a defining characteristic. Whatever Eddie's used to, he gets that wind on his feet and now is able to deal more damage, whereas Heihachi, he hits harder with the truck and has far more tricks to scare you. But now going up against the Paul, who has just as much damage himself, we see the immediate backdash as well. Maybe one to preemptively deal with some of these possible situations. Now, importantly, the way I can tell you right now, you'll see a good second player. Backdash is a very good round start option, just on the chance that your opponent throws something. But it looks like that was just to be safe, because Global immediately steps back in and is trying to get as much damage as possible. Global with a ton of pressure, but you can see the damage just from one set of hits from Paul. And these big haymaker swings are coming in, and the damage is there, but he has to find purchase. But just outside of his range, each and every single time, Heihachi, Global figure ready to strike, and now here we fall. Does the rookie sit down, or is it, in fact, Psycho Flame? It looks like that it will be Flame sitting down.
Yeah, it looks like Psycho's going to be the one sitting in. SurfThing once again going to be anchoring for his team. It's going to be Psycho on the Yoshimitsu here against the Heihachi. This is actually a very interesting matchup. One of them hits really hard, and one of them tries to hit real frequently.
I want to give Global a lot of credit here, because Global doesn't have to deal with the defensive situations as often. Because of the fact that with the defensive situations, if you're preemptively, you're making them guess instead of yourself. He might not know all of his punishes and be ready to deal as much damage as possible. Both players backing up here shows me that both at least have some ideas. And here we go, going into heat. Psycho's looking to bring his team back in, attempts to throw, but it's broken by Global. And now we're back. He looks for his own big fight. The flash doesn't hit. And here we go. Global started. We've seen this combo quite a few times. Drops him down. Is he going to be able to get him to the wall? He isn't able to. He tries to spin and get out of it, isn't able to find it, and now this damage is piling up, and he pops the super. Global has to block this. He does, but isn't able to find a punish off of it. Continues his damage, continues the threat, and takes down his fourth Cyclone.
He's looking for a full sweep, but he does have SurfThing on the other side. SurfThing was a big threat to a lot of these players. Global was able to take him out once. That was in Street Fighter. That was on SurfThing's specialty fighter. Now it's Tekken. It's full health bars. He does not any longer have the advantage. It's going to be an even matchup.
Now, who do you play? And Sofo continuing the Shinobi style. Goes to Raven. Now, Chicken Tech importantly plays this character. So it's important for me to see how much experience does Global have on the character. We should have a button check coming in here. I'm hoping if Sofo didn't call it, one of his teammates did. But once again, he has put time to this game. I know he's played it. He's practiced it. This is not going to be a random assortment of buttons. So I want to see, what does he end up finding here? So it looks like he just made one slight adjustment, adding all 4 buttons on, and he's ready to go and ready to play. He ends up blocking, looking for a couple opportunities. You see some knowledge from Global, that duck to be ready to go and to punish. And here we go. Each time finds the hit, and let's see what the combo damage looks like. Just take something a little bit safe. Again, feeling out maybe the situation, not necessarily knowing everything about Heihachi, but still doing his best to do a ton of opportunity. A big hit comes in, he jumps in the heat, and now he's going to start jumping in. Raven's thing is clones. You can see, fitting of the name,
one more.
He might be the one to take down Global figure. Damage was done. Heihachi came back from the grave. 4 Cyclones fall, but now a ninja remains. SurfThing looking to take another one for his team. And I can promise you right now, we're about to see a mirror matchup. So let's see which one of these players knows more about this character.
Yeah, SurfThing's already impressed us in this one, but Chicken Tech and Street Fighter also impressed us. He had a great showing, started off by taking down 4 of the Cyclones. They've left SurfThing in the same position again. 4 players going down, Sofo needing to go through almost the entire team of the KLiK.
So on the left side in the silver armor, we do have Chicken Tech. In the black armor, the dark blue there, you have SurfThing. People in chat, put your channel points, make sure you're talking. I want to know who you want to win this game. Send them your energy. We now begin as the 2 ninjas look at each other. Sofo with a nice check into some damage, and it looks like Sofo is prepared for this mirror matchup, finding these opportunities, getting this damage out. Chicken Tech's got to find an opportunity to get started, and that hit might just be it. Let's see what the damage looks like. Do a combo. Can he make it to the wall for that extra little bit? He is able to, and he starts to even this life lead up. But once again, Sofo's ready with that check. There isn't a combo to follow up, but the trade goes in Chicken Tech's favor, and he's now able to try to take an opportunity. They grab hits, and it's going to come down to the next hit. Who's able to find it? He ends up sending a ton of damage, and Chicken Tech is on the edge of winning this game for his team, and he does. He clutches it out there. And Chicken Tech for right now is the final ninja standing.
Yes, he is. It was such a close game, though. You got to have respect for Sofo bringing the heat like that. I love how close that game was, despite the fact that they played that character completely different ways. Their combo carries were not at all the same strategy. Not even their grabs were the same.
Those are the fun parts of mirror matchup. When you, funnily enough, get to too high of a level, everyone's using like the same 5 or 10 thing. But here in the UEL, people are willing to experiment. We're willing to diversify because of the different formats we play. And I think Sofo there maybe was expecting a little bit something different from Chicken Tech. And Chicken Tech just kept it simple. He hit his combos, he dealt his damage, and found his win. Next up is going to be the likes of Lumina Rush with Bosif intensifying Pizza Man going in, while on the other side, the KLiK get to pick and choose who they want.
Yeah, and I think we know that Chicken Tech, the Tier 1, is going to be going in for this one. We know that having the word chicken in your name makes you absolutely insane at this video game. It's just a general statement. We need the Cyclones, honestly. I think if they had Chicken Bosif, Chicken Intensify, and Chicken Pizza Man, we'd be good to go.
I'm so tired. Chicken Pizza Man?
Chicken Pizza is seriously like one of the best pizzas there is.
You know what? We're not walking down the food row. We saw what happened last week when we started talking about food. We're not going to do it right now.
Listen, the pineapple on pizza argument is hot. We're not going to get into that. But if you say chicken on pizza isn't good, I don't know anything
Grilled
chicken's
chicken,
not good on. Yeah, like shredded chicken. I'm not talking about chunks of chicken. Shredded chicken on top of a pizza, baked under the cheese especially. Oh, it's delicious.
My co-cast is trying to get me hungry already. We're an hour into
You were
this
going to
game.
judge it, and now you want it.
Wow, that's crazy. I'm still judging you. Don't do it. Keep it simple. No, it's fine. Pizza for the most part. It's fine. Lumina Rush, though, isn't going to be fine for some of these players because at the end of the day,
tough.
it comes down to who can get across that finish line. And this isn't just the same as you don't get the excuse of the car and hitting a wall in something like Forza. In this game, it comes down to pure mechanics and skill. What is Lumina Rush for players that don't know?
So Lumina Rush is going to be a 3v3 racer. It is a two-dimensional platforming racer. As we head into this technical timeout, we're going to have a little bit more time to explain it to you guys. So it's going to be a 2D technical platforming racer, and it's going to be about utilizing either your own skills and being able to recoil off of walls and find your way up crazy narrow parts of the map, or some of these maps in World 2 and World 3, there are 3 worlds in the game, 20 levels each. In World 3 and World 2 as well, they're going to introduce mechanics where there will be blue platforms that give you an extra jump in the air. In World 3, there will be purple cannons that launch you when you make your way toward it. Angles opposite of your piece, so the further that you go, the angle of the cannon will change. And then there are also one of the mechanics that's pretty new is opening gates. There are sometimes really tricky spots where you can die if you don't jump at the right time, but you have to reach a key to open a gate and make your way through.
And one of those quiet ones, because we haven't seen the newest maps played, is that gravity as well that adjusts you and can throw you around and can give you some interesting skips if you know how to manipulate it super well.
Yeah.
It's a super fun game, and these players are going to have to find their way. Right now, though, you mentioned the technical timeout, so I got to go ahead and call out our Tier 1s. Currently looking very good for the side of KLiK, but with the way this game's going, I don't know if you could have expected the Tier 1 to look currently any other way. Bosif is going to find his purchase most in those shooters and sports games. So as they start to roll, I'm hoping to see that number start to go up.
And you can see right down there, Chicken Tech, and we got Bosif as well. They're doing their nice little poses. Bosif getting a little bit more excited than Chicken Tech, who's kind of like, they told me I had to show up, so I'm here.
It's what I do.
It's what I do. Yeah, it's just another day in the office. Whether he's at home practicing with his team or playing against the Cyclones, it is just another session of winning video games to him. So 2 fighters under his belt. We expect that. Shooters, not something Chicken Tech is always going to be taking, but he's already got one on the board for himself already. Bosif, on the other hand, not able to go into a shooter yet. He's pretty darn good at those, and sports as well. Very, very good. So the racer, however, he was also lost that with his team in Forza, and of no fault of his own. We know Bobby Yaggins was targeted pretty hard, and the KLiK earned it more than the Cyclones lost it.
Looking at these lineups just in general and how the game is going to go, on technical timeout, shout out to Logan Summit. He did call and say the KLiK were going to win this game.
Yeah.
So he's currently, I think, sitting pretty comfortable out there in the studio looking at exactly what's going on. I expected the Lumina Rush.
Yeah.
not being played. I don't think they want to go ahead and take this.
Cyclones. So Cyclones forfeit Lumina Rush, and we're going to be going into Halo now. I believe it's supposed to be forfeits 4, not 6. I believe we accidentally added a forfeit to the Cyclones.
Yeah.
And as much as they would love to have extra pieces, no, it is down to 4 for them now. So they're down to 4 timeouts and 4 forfeits as well. The KLiK have not used any of those resources yet and still have won everything. So they've got everything on their side right now.
It's really hard because I think today, after seeing the lineup, no silver, unfortunately for me, means that you probably give up most of the fight. Things like Blaze Blue, I think, are winnable for Sofo. Things even like Skullgirls are winnable.
Skullgirls, 1v2.
These things where
He's already done
you're
it.
not running a gauntlet, you're playing 1 or 2 players, that's a lot more reasonable. It's doable. So that means they're going to have to win out on shooters, sports, and I think strategy if they want to go ahead and take this game. So Bo Seif is going to have to come in huge. Ambushman's going to have to come in huge. Even some of these racing games, they probably need to steal because, unfortunately, I don't think they're in a position to compete with fighters. Now, funnily enough, from the floor, when it comes to shooters, I heard, some players cheering, I don't have to play, while others on the KLiK side agonizing that I do have to play. So maybe not everybody's super happy to see this Halo Infinite being rolled right now, but instead, we're probably going to see Killer and either Global or Jekyll.
I think it'll be Jekyll going in. I don't see why you wouldn't put him in. Jekyll is very well-rounded. Global can play anything, but I think you would prefer him to play certain things over others. Jekyll is prepared to play any game at any time. I don't think he has huge preferences. Now, it's going to be Psycho and Ambushman going in for this game of Halo Infinite. So, no Bo Seif, no Pizza Man, no Baba Yaga, some of those players you would expect to be in for shooters. Ambushman, we've seen him show up big in some of the Team 5v5 shooters, but I think when you condense the rosters, we see him less often.
Yeah, I think that he's a player that, as a rookie, I want him to. He's not in the conversation for Rookie of the Year, and this is nothing against the Texas Cyclones, but for the team that he is. I think his performances individually as a rookie have impressed me. I think he has a bright future in this league. He will continue to succeed and to play. And I think he just works better sometimes in the smaller groups when he's able to have a little bit more agency and effect on the game than maybe some of those 5v5 games that we historically have seen him going for, except for StarCraft. StarCraft, put him in. I wonder if the KLiK even play that today. We'll get to that bridge when we get there.
Yeah.
It'll be some fun. Halo Infinite. All right, I'm going to ask you the hard question. Mode?
All right, so mode we're going Slayer. I think we're going Slayer.
You like the tried and true? Just some kills going left and right?
Well, if you're asking me my favorite, I would love to see Capture the Flag, but I don't think they're going to go for it.
Oh, you're a big 2v2 Capture the Flag guy?
I would really like to see these teams actually have to work the map and not just fight over power weapons only. Fighting over those power weapons is a lot of fun to watch, but I think the skill check comes in when you force them to play the terrain of the map and understand the flow back and forth between the teams in Capture the Flag, especially if you have a max limit of 5. Whether it's 3 or 5, I'm not certain what we go with in the rule set here in the league, but if it's a max of 5, it'll be a lot of back and forth, and one team will have to pull away eventually. So I'd really love to see how they navigate it.
Since you took mode, I'm going to take map. Anything but Prism. I do not want to go
anything
back to
but Prism. No more Prism.
I want that. It is not my favorite map, and I have a sneaking suspicion, though, if KLiK decide to take that game mode option, that we will be going back to Prism for the side of the Cyclones. With that extra strong needler there in the middle of the map and, those edges, the giant circle. And for Slayer, I think people want to go ahead and slay out anyway, so we might just see.
Yeah, this is the 2v2 team that the Cyclones go with for Halo in particular. They had their choice of anybody on the board, and these are the 2 they chose. Again, last time it didn't work out for them. This time they really needed to.
This is going to be interesting. We're going to have another technical timeout, and I mentioned his name before, but you might have heard us talk about Logan Summit, and I'm going to do it one more time. That's for technical timeout. That is our weekly show that covers the ins and outs of the league. He asked the hard question. He grows the players. He had Jekyll from the KLiK on just this week. And if, for example, just to give a little bit of a shout out and a sneak peek, if you want to know Jekyll's opinion on whether or not he should be higher in the tier list, that was a question posed to him, and he did answer that question. So please go show some love to Technical Timeout. Again, it's on our YouTube channel, UEL Esports, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, or some people call it Atlantic.
Who would ever call it that? That sounds ridiculous.
Don't know. But you have to stick around here on UEL Esports to find out. Go ahead and pull up and tell Logan we sent you. Say hello. He's a kind guy.
He is. He is a lot of fun. He definitely makes it entertaining to learn more about the league. So this Halo Infinite game in particular, I think, is going to teach a lot of people things about the KLiK and the Cyclones, because last week we learned a lot about Psycho and Ambush, whereas on the side of the KLiK, we already know that because there's a technical timeout as well, I think we're going to take away the clock for a moment. But on the side of the KLiK, we know that their coach is a huge Halo enthusiast. This is one of the two biggest games for him on the wheel. Those were StarCraft and Halo. Now, Carnage has been working a lot on this game, so I'm wondering if not having him around is going to cost him anything in this particular game. However, Killer, a very talented shooter in his own right, and Jekyll, extremely well-rounded.
Yeah, I think that this is where you start to feel Carnage's absence. It's not that I think Jekyll's bad at Halo or bad at shooters or at Global or anybody on this KLiK roster. But what I think that having Carnage in the KLiK lineup does is it gives freedom to play stronger players more often.
Yeah.
Carnage by trade is a shooter. Before we get to any of his other categories, his shooting is his immediate skill. Him and Killer here would be so potent of a combination that I would just immediately start leaning in there. Whereas here with Jekyll, Jekyll has picked up shooters. He's not bad at shooters. But again, his bread and butter is going to be the fighters, the sports, before I'm going to immediately put him in a place to say, hey, like, this is where he has to go in. Never going to sell you. Jekyll won't ever sell you.
Never.
But at the same time, you don't always want to just have a player. It goes back to playing to win, not playing not to lose. You got to find those opportunities to take whatever victory. And so for the Cyclones, this is your moment. Cyclone Ambush, man, I'll forgive you for losing against the Reapers.
Yeah.
In a game. In this shooter. But I need you to go ahead and step up here. But let's take a look at these two tier 2s, because that position has changed as well. It's Psycho, Flame, as well as Mr. OG. You know, Mr. OG there, the strategy shooter himself. And once again, he's found 4 of his team wins. He's been in a position now to take win after win after win for his team. And across multiple categories, both those racing games, he was available in 4, and then that fighter and that shooter. Psycho on the other side, he ends up being that second to last player, that like soft anchor, I'll call it, for fighters.
Yep.
But his team just hasn't been able to find enough purchase to go ahead and take a win. And on the other side, the racers, you know, there's another loss there for Forza.
We know what happened there, yeah. Not a great look so far for the side of the Cyclones. Looking at these players individually, it really does hurt, because we're looking at Psycho 0-2 in fighters, and it reminds us that he hasn't taken a game, not even a round in the fighters yet. So it's been an unfortunate run for him so far. I think there's going to be a chance for him to turn it around depending on what fighters spin. But in Street Fighter and Tekken, he's been a bit outclassed.
I think that's the issue. This is one of those other things that I have. Any uncertainty in a fighter will drastically affect your level. I'm going to give a shout out to Rex, because Rex has been yelling at me now for a few weeks about like, hey, I want you to be more arrogant, be more confident, be more like on your. And I think that in the situation here, I don't think that he thinks Sofo is bad. But Silver has had so many results to prove himself to be good that maybe you go on as like, okay, maybe I have to overperform. He's a rookie. I need to give him the best situation possible. And that pressure could cause a few more issues for the problems. We're going to be going ahead and getting into Halo shortly. Wow, the conversation on the floor is hilarious right now. There's some calls there of chicken, this should have been you, and we saw Killer there on cam go, no, it shouldn't have. Don't do that. Nope, I'm fine. As we get another roll, and we see their Discord as they went, and Valorant rolling next, unfortunately, meaning that I don't believe that Ambush nor Psycho will be available for that game, and we'll have to see how much Sofo has picked up at Valorant. Again, I have to keep a lens on him, just because at the end of the day, this is the game he has to go in. So on the Cobra side, you're going to go and see the Cyclones, and on the Eagle side, you will see the KLiK.
Yeah, and it's going to be this live fire Slayer as well. Right now, we're going to start off with the perspective of Jekyll. It's going to be Jekyll and Killer versus Psycho Flame Ambush Man, and they're getting right into it. So going to be hunting down this skewer in the middle of the map first, taking out the sidekick. We see, I believe that was a Mauler that got picked up. I'm not sure which one spawned there in this particular game, but they are looking at an overshield. That's going to be a really big piece of this game. If they can find this early kill and then set themselves up to take that overshield, that was really close to that pulse grenade landing right on Jekyll's face. He was able to get out of the way in time, but they're uncontested for the skewer. It just looks like nobody wants to pick it up. Finally, Jekyll goes for it, takes the shot, misses the first. His teammate goes down to a needler, so it's only him now. He lands these shots over at dummies. We'll see if he can jump and hit this shot. Tries to go for an early release, and he unfortunately cannot find a kill. So the overshield likely soon to be picked up. It may be by his own teammate. No, it looks like he's taken a fight, and I believe that the Cyclones have gotten the first overshield. Yes, they have. Jekyll's going to try to put damage down on it, but once again, Killer goes down, and finally Jekyll this time. It's a 3-kill lead for the Cyclones.
I have to call out the immediate problem. I'm saying disconnected team play. They are running in individually. They finally respawned together. Jekyll was backing out of that fight, and Killer took it on the overshield by himself. And with the Needler, now that you've battled it twice, I don't want to see you running into these tighter fights without having an immediate corner to break.
Yeah, which is why Killer picked up this Bandit as well. They want to start playing from a distance. That overshield and that Needler are a combination that you don't want to get up close and personal with. So at the very least, Killer going to try to burn down this overshield, get enough damage on it for it to no longer exist until the next spawn, and you can see that there, it's starting to count down the time for the next overshield. The grenade's coming out, Jekyll takes a little damage, and actually puts out a bit with the grenade. This might be a good time to engage. It's a one-shot for a kill, and there's a trade. Now it's just a 1v1. Standing on his own grenade, he's going to get killed by the shotgun, so Killer goes down, and it's even more of an advantage. Now we see Psycho here with the battle rifle, waiting for a Needler spawn. That battle rifle should be good enough. You can see he's using the Halo 2 reticle settings as well, so maybe a little bit of experience with this game. He gets the second overshield of the game, and all those shots on his shield from before are no longer going to matter. He's able to nade the high ground, finds the pulse grenades as well. He's very well equipped.
Yes, and he's looking here. You can see he's immediately taking a fight, starting to take these angles more aggressively. And Ambushman, we can see on his tracker, is right behind him. He's never straying too far, still just now being the lead man because he has that extra shield.
Yeah, really good placements on these grenades as well. I like the ping onto the turbine where that overshield typically spawns, but it's not going to be there. It's going to be on the commando spawn over in the corner. That Psycho is going to spot out some of these players, and they have to see if they're going to rotate to the sandbags all the way across that mid that we see. It's Ambushman with the skewer. Will he find a shot? He takes it slow, goes for a shot, but he does not predict the movement, and it goes over the head of one of KLiK.
I have to point out that the Cyclones are doing what I just mentioned, and as soon as I'm getting ready to say it, they finally pull themselves back together. That was the farthest I've seen in the entire game. Instead, now going back to their tried and true strategy, they're up by 5. They don't have to push this pace unless they really want to or feel like they have control.
Yeah, 1 minute remaining, and can Ambushman find the skewer? It looks like no, he was unable to do so, so it's Killer with a battle rifle that has to go big here from a range. There's only a minute left in our game, so he has to find these rotations. They might have to make the engagement. Do they know that the skewer ammo is gone? Do they know that the Needler is not currently in possession of the KLiK? Sorry, the Needler does seem to now be in possession of the KLiK, and the shots are going out. They do connect enough to find a kill onto Jekyll, so it's Killer alone. Has to find a headshot here from a broken shield. The Needler from afar, we see it not doing as much damage as they would like. 30 seconds remain. The KLiK need 5 kills, and those shields are going to be fully regen for the Cyclone, so it's an even fight again.
Backing out there to make sure his teammate spawns on him, spawns with him. They don't want a similar example of what happened on their first set of respawns. Moving back up for the shield weapon. What is your call here with as little time as we do have left?
I think they have to engage that high ground right now. You have to take the shortcut up the right side of tower and engage, but they only have 5 seconds remaining, and that is game over. It's going to be 6-1. The KLiK played it quick and ended up losing it. The Cyclones played it slow, ended up winning it. The Cyclones are going to put their first game on the board now. It's going to be a 5-1 game, which was almost the scoreline of our Halo there.
Yeah, it was really funny, a great opportunity. I think the thing and the key I want to highlight there, that is the first time that the pace of a game has been controlled fully by the Cyclones. Now, they tried to do it in Tekken, but obviously Global with the Heihachi quickly stole momentum away. But that was the first game beginning to end that I can look at like, hey, the Cyclones won that. They had control of the pace. And finally, I'm looking at the KLiK saying, you looked a little bit shaky there in a Halo. You got to clean that up because there's teams that are waiting for you, the Bandits as well as the side of the Reapers. They're not going to give you that same level of luxury to be shaky in Halo.
Yeah, I can think of a lot of teams, actually, that can compete with the KLiK in that category, and that even includes the Wolves, who are currently on the bottom of the leaderboard in that conference. So if that many teams can compete with you in shooters, it's a category you really need to work on. It cannot be the Reaper's Season 8 fighter category. You can't have that big of a weakness anymore, not when the rosters are this diverse.
Now, Valorant. The question I have to ask is Sofo here. The rookie, this is not a game that everybody plays, and I think coming from a fighting game player, even less so. This is a PC shooter of a PC shooter.
Yeah.
And fighting game players traditionally are either on console or maybe in the last generation or so just switching.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like a last generation kind of player. He seems like he's been playing these games for a while now. He's pretty experienced in fighters in general, so likely a console player. For the side of PC shooters, we did see him play Apex, and whether or not he had a controller, his shots were very difficult to land. That much was made clear. We have to see if he's got anything here in Valorant. Now, I don't think this would by any means be a forfeit from the Cyclones because they do have Baba Yagan's Pizza Man and Bosif in for this one. Plenty of carry potential, and this is a game where we've seen Bosif taking the leadership position and trying to control everything for his team and almost getting the job done, even against the Reapers.
Yes, it's amazing to watch. It shows just how much strength they have, but I have to bring it up again. I'm sorry to talk your ear off and to talk all the people at home's ear off, but another one of their hard carries in this game was the duo of Pizza Man and Silver, who is not here today. Silver and Pizza Man were trading off rounds sometimes for who was getting 3, who was getting 4 kills, who was being that last person alive and coming out for a clutch position. So not seeing him in the lineup worries me a little bit because this is not a bad lineup. I think you have probably the 5 most comfortable players on Valorant on the side of KLiK. Global been putting a lot of time into it as well. And so now you're in a situation where they are covered across the board for what, regardless of what roles. The strategy games role, you have Chicken Tech. The sports role, you have Global. If the shooters role, either one of them is fine. If the fighting games role, you have 2 fighters. And if the racers role, you have Chicken.
Yeah, I think the Cyclones still have a way to fight back into this one, but it's clear why the KLiK are in the position they're in the standings and have separated themselves from the Cyclones. Although they're on opposite sides, it still is very clear to see. The KLiK just have more diversity in their roster. They've made this choice to run a 6-man, and it's understandable why. We're seeing it really work out for them, and they're able to get the rotations that they want, even when you have 5v5s like this.
You're on point. I want to see what map that KLiK end up running here. It's going to be important to find out. It looks like the answer is Bind, and we are watching him. This is the player to be watching for the side of Valorant. Him should be doing a lot of work and putting in a lot of energy. With Dead by Daylight coming up next, which should be a setup for the side of the KLiK.
Yeah, that's a very important game for setup.
Is very good at that game, but cross that bridge when you get there. Right now we got to focus up and get into this. So we have him on the Reyna, Global Figure on the Breach, Mr. OG considering the Brimstone, Killer on the Raze, and Jekyll on the Sentinel known as Cyclones.
Yeah, very nice to see Jekyll on the Cypher. I like that information, especially here on Bind. A lot of places where you can get important information. Rotates are fairly easy for both the attack and the defense here on a separate objective. So I'd say especially easy for the defending side. Him on the Reyna, I really expect him to go big here. Killer, of course, is playing a duelist as well, but Reyna has more potential to go for kill streaks and just run through the enemy team, whereas Raze is really good at taking her 1v1s and changing the positioning of any particular player so that she can engage them.
We have to see him is their strongest Valorant player. I think, like, I don't have to say I think. No, I don't. I know.
Yeah.
Without having to say,
yeah,
this is his shooter of any shooter on this wheel. He's up there. He is able to play this game exceptionally well. So tell us about this map in Bind. I noticed that there are 2 sites here. We sometimes see 3 site maps, but there are 2 different. There's an A and a B. What is that about? What is Valorant about?
Yeah, so this is the original map of this game for competitive gameplay. It's the first one everyone thought of. It was the first one everyone got really tired of, honestly, and we see coming back to it now. This is considered to be a defender-sided map in a lot of ways because of the high ground that's available here on this A objective that's being pushed, because of the B objective having so much space to move around and be easy to rotate to. There's a lot of advantage to the side of the defender, so it's going to be difficult to engage, and we see that teleporter there on the left side can bring you all the way toward the B site if you were to take it. However, you cannot take it from B site to A. It will not open for you. So The spike already going to be down, but 2 players have been lost, so now a very nice shot from him. He's going to be able to heal himself with that Reyna ability, and even get 17 health of overhealing as well. So now he's in a very good spot. However, his team dropping so many is not very good for him. He does have to take 2 kills here, able to get out by using Reyna's other post-kill ability. It gives her a movement buff. Now, with a little bit of health remaining, he's engaged by the Sage, able to find the kill. He needs 1 more to be able to finish off this team, and it's going to be that Brimstone. We'll see if he can play these angles correctly. He doesn't hear the defuse going off yet, so he doesn't have to engage the spike just at this moment. He just has to find the positioning, and it's going to have to be an engagement soon from this Brimstone. He saw where the rotate was coming from. Now he's going to hold this angle. He's going to land the headshot, and he's going to wipe 4 of them to make it a clean round for the KLiK.
He ultimately just ran away there. He knows that as long as he doesn't die, the bomb's not going to get defused. That's a really smart play from him, and has done an amazing job here to play. So let's see what goes off next. Now, do we see teams usually repeat the same attacks if they work? Do we see them change up their approach? What do you expect these teams to do? Is it just do the same thing? If it's not broken, don't fix it?
So it's going to come down to when they start being read. It's more on the defense than it is on the attacking team to actually figure out what the strategy is going to be, because there's 2 options you can go with. Push the same site that's been working for you, or go back and forth between sites and start switching up your game plan to keep the defense guessing all the time. You want to do anything except become predictable. So we're going to see now a lot of utility being used on the site. They're giving themselves away. It is a B-site push. They're going to be switching this time. So now they have all of this raise utility going out, able to put down a lot of damage. Him, of course, finds a kill on the Psycho first. And now it is 3 members down. Make that 4 for the side of the Cyclones. The KLiK have 5 still standing. The spike gets planted, and they find that last one. Killer finding the kill onto the last Cyclones player. It's going to be a flawless round from the KLiK.
It was a beautiful execute because everyone kind of just won their fight right there. Yeah. They all came out together, and everyone just kind of took their own fights and were able to not have to worry about maybe losing somebody, losing control of the site. They just swarmed out to everything. A great play overall from the KLiK. Now that they've found success on both sides, I think it opens up the entire map and start to have these players guessing where they might be, where they might not.
Yeah, and economy is a big part of this game as well. When you see one team winning so many rounds in a row, the economy does become important. Even though we are on Swift play, which means that we'll switch sides at 4 rounds. On the 5th round, we'll be switching our sides. The economy is still important if it's such a one-sided game. It's usually pretty even if it goes back and forth, but with 2 rounds going to the KLiK so far, this means that they're going to be able to buy these Vandals, these very powerful, fully automatic rifles, some of the strongest in the game. And at some point in the later rounds, we might even see them having an economy to buy the one-hit sniper rifle, but one-hit headshots are a thing as well, and that Vandal will take out the very first player on the side of the Cyclone. So 4 remaining as they engage the site. It was a split push for a moment, but now they are engaging this A side, and that's why you see the smokes going down from the Cyclones. They want to block off sight lines that the KLiK can engage with, but they don't block off the sight line to the actual objective itself, so the KLiK are still going to be able to move in. Now we see him pushing the angle that he did last time. He's finding good position. It's Bosif still putting up his camera. It's such a late rotate. The objective is being taken. The space is being taken by the KLiK. Unable to find a kill is Pizza Man right now. He has to get rid of that tracker on himself. Has to make sure he can get that kill onto him, and now him is down. This is Pizza Man coming in from the back line. He almost finds a second kill, but he's taken out by Killer, who was in a great position to trade that one out.
They got the bomb down and immediately backed out. Now just need to defend that, making sure that it goes off, and they win. And so now we see the players. They're not going to leave anything to chance. They put it down. They make sure they play safe. There's only one possible they lose this round. All of them just keep eyes on it. And a good job, Jekyll finds the kill, and they're able to play. They pick the rifle up as well to not have to spend any extra money.
Yes, correct. Always able to pick up weapons that you find on the ground, and now going to buy up all their abilities as well. So you see, once again, going to be around to that same weapon. Very powerful weapon. When you win 3 rounds in a row, you have the economy to buy them up. The Cyclones, with this many losses, depending on what weapons they've been buying, may not be able to buy some of those Vandals this round. This is it. This is the only round they have left before the half, and it's 1st to 5. So all the KLiK will have to do if they can win this round is win 1 on the defense.
1 on the defense is a great place to be in, but they have to get there first and foremost. So let's see. He's able to find a kill. And now we're watching Intensify here on the Reyna, looking for an opportunity to deal some damage.
Yeah, he's making a quick rotate along the backside, and this is why I said it's so easy to rotate on this defense. And change sites because he's got a free opening. That backside cannot be engaged from anywhere other than the back of the sites. So we see this teleporter available could get them to the other site if they decide to take it. It's just going to be up to whether or not they actually want to engage fully as a team. There are orbs available there you see for the ultimates, and now it's going to be the Reyna blind. If anybody's here, there's smokes going down on the high ground. Another Reyna blind comes out, so it's actually going to be Intensify finding 2 right now. He decided not to make the full rotate. The Fade able to track them down, and now we see him putting up a blind, finds the Reyna behind him, but he does not find the kill, and Intensify cleans up 4 for a flawless round from the Cyclones, able to take that one before the side switch.
Here we go. Luckily, that means his team doesn't have to find anything perfect, doesn't have to play flawless for the rest of the game. They have that little bit of wiggle room. They have one more round that they can give up, but they still need to find these other 4 if they want to take a victory. I think, again, we're going to be looking now at Intensify. We're going to be looking at Pizza Man, and we're going to be looking at both a lot of the strength. Bobby Ogden is doing his best as well to get some kills, and as on the same side, Sofo is putting up those Sage walls. I have to believe that. Sofo is the simplest and most straightforward character for somebody to have.
Yeah, having a player just put those walls exactly where they need to be and get you set for the rest of the round, you know, that those Sage walls last for a very long time. They slow down the attack or the defense if it's a retake, and that's what I'll have to do now is try to put those walls down for those retakes. He does have the spike as well, so that Sage player right now, hang on to the spike. The fate of this round kind of hangs in their hands. We can see that Fade right now wants to try and find some of these players, see if they're hidden on this objective, and they find the Rays will be on that side. So unable to find the kill, it's going to be Pizza Man going down already to Jekyll. And now with the Sheriff finding the kill is Intensify. He's going to see if he can find any more here on the objective on the front side. Watching the high ground for rotates now, and he finds a very clean headshot onto Mr. OG. Good luck with your rotate, buddy. Try again next time. Now it's going to be a lot of these KLiK going down. The Cyclones have control of the objective. This breach going to try to stun and not going to be able to get anything. Global goes down. It's another round in the books for the Cyclones.
You mentioned this being a defender-sided map, but it looks like both of these teams are finding their best chances of winning this game on offense.
They really are. They're not using the rotates at the right time, truthfully. Intensify had the absolute best rotate in this entire game, and it was the decision to not rotate to the B objective. It's just not working out for them. They're not finding the timing on the rotates, and Intensify hanging back in that final round of their defense was really the clean move that they needed. He found 4 kills as well, so not only great decision-making, but able to find his shots, and we even saw it in that last round. As soon as Mr. OG peeked his head, he said, "Hey, thanks for coming, buddy. I've got a gift for you." Popped him right in the face. So now it's going to be Intensify again here that we watch. He's going to be engaging the objective here with his Cypher. They're going to try to scout out any information. Most of the team seems to be pushing with them. They have 1 up in the top mid. Now they're going to be smoked off. So a very good smoke placement from the Cypher, from Jekyll. Sorry, not from Jekyll, from the, from Jekyll on the side of the KLiK. We see them engaging the objective, but they lose Pizza Man early. Again, Intensify able to find another headshot kill onto Jekyll. Now he's going to ult. He's going to use this blind, but the rotate, once again, is just too slow. This time it works out for them, however. Going to stand in that position and eventually able to find the headshot. Intensify finds yet another kill. Wants to look for a third, maybe a fourth, maybe a fifth, but it's only these 2 players remaining. Trying to find these shots out of the high ground. He gets taken down by Killer. It's only 1 player remaining. Bosif trying to find these kills. He finds 2. He needs 1 more. Will the defuse come out in time? It will be challenged, and him will find that final kill that he needed to be able to take a 4th round. Only 1 more needed for the KLiK for the win in this game of Valorant.
10 kills so far this game. Him has been playing out of his mind. You see the patience there, the willingness to play the game, to play the bait, to just say, "You're going to peek me. I'm going to win this gunfight. I don't have to worry."
Yeah, I think in that phrase, "out of his mind," the his they're referring to is him, himself, and him. It is only the singular player needed to make these kills right now. The second player on his team, 5 is significant, but it's half the kills that he has at the moment, and it's Killer. So you see that they've wisely chosen which players are going to be on these duel lists, going to be outputting most of the damage and taking the 1v1s. So it is a 3-2 setup, a very smart way to play this game. It's what you'll want to do most often. Now him does have the weaponry to be able to take these shots. We saw Mr. OG with the Sheriff. We saw Mr. OG go down to the Sheriff from Intensify on that position. Now it's going to be Intensify getting taken out early by Killer. Finds a really important kill. Mr. OG finding Pizza Man. The engagement on A is going to result in 2 dead for the side of the Cyclones. They have to decide if they want to push this objective or if they want to rotate. And we're seeing now the rookie Sofo Sama in his very first game. He's got that Odin. That is huge firepower and huge damage that can be output. A reliable weapon that you can aim down sights with to just put out clean damage, even if you might not be maybe the most talented shooter.
And even more importantly, they have him on the brimstone.
They
have
do.
him on the smokes of all roles. They're willing to play this without much cover fire coming from either spot. And they're going to have to find a place that they can get some pressure after losing their two initial fraggers. We're going to be looking a lot at Posey to maybe find an opportunity to take a fight. But him is in his ult and is on the hunt, trying to finish this game up. He had 10 kills.
Yeah, he knows where these players are. And with 30 seconds remaining, they're going to have to engage him at some point. He's going to see that his teammate Jekyll goes down, put out the blind, expecting one of his teammates to be there, and I believe it was Bo Seif that finally found cover behind the wall. They have to engage in the next 20 seconds. That blind doesn't come through, and it's a kill onto him. Global Figure finds a trade, but Bo Seif finds Global Figure, and now it's the rotate here from Mr. OG. He has to find his spot. Sorry, from Killer. He has to find himself a spot here. He's got the weaponry to do it. It's a 2v2. His teammate ends up going down. Mr. OG no longer alive. Bo Seif finding the kill. At engagement, it makes it a 1v1, and now it's just Bo Seif that he has to find the kill on. Bounces himself over that little corner, able to get himself half of the defuse. He finds the kill, and he's going to be able to defuse completely. So it is going to be a win for the KLiK.
Really great spot. He got it halfway just to be safe. And they found the win. I like what I'm seeing from the Cyclones. A little bit of life is coming out of them. And they're going to need all the life they can because Dead by Daylight is next. And I think Chicken Tech's on the hunt for another win in the W column this time for a strategy.
Yeah, if it is their setup and Killer is what they decide to choose, it will be Chicken Tech going in. And I'm excited to see, what do you think he will be playing?
Chicken Tech can honestly in Dead by Daylight play whatever he wants. Historically, if he's really on top and wanting to maybe show off a little bit, you might see Pinhead, the Cenobite with his chains running around. One of the more difficult killers, but when Chicken Tech goes ahead and gets started, you will feel like you are in chains trying to run around the map and get anything done. I also kind of think this plays to the benefit of the Cyclones because the Cyclones, unfortunately, have not shown us a definitive strong killer yet. We've seen some ghost gameplay out of Psycho, and he wasn't doing amazing. And it looks like maybe the Cyclones have the same read that I do.
Yeah, this
now
makes
challenging Ambushman to say, have you stepped up your killer game? If you haven't, this can be another win for us. And honestly, running a 4-man, 4 people going in or out doesn't end up mattering.
Yeah, no, it really won't. There's only 6 players on the side of the KLiK anyway, so 4 oftentimes will get you a reset more often than it doesn't. We're going to see Chicken Tech after this one will still be available. Him, who was such a huge instrumental piece in that last game. Jekyll is still available, who is the winningest player on their team right now, and Global Figure, the most solid fighter that they've got. So I guess that one can be contested. They do have a lot of really talented fighters. I would say Global is just more known for that category in general.
Today, right now, is his day. I can't argue with it. The way that he came in and he's coming playing, he has to be feeling comfortable. He has to be feeling good, and he is ready to put out as much damage and to challenge every single player out here. DBD is a different game. For those at home that don't know, DBD is a game of cat and mouse, and this cat has 4 mice that are trying to fix these generators. These humans are working, doing their best to open, power on some doors, and leave. But importantly, the killer doesn't make that easy. They are looming, and they have these mystical powers to down these survivors in 2 hits and then place them on top of hooks. 3 hooks, and you're out. Just like a game of baseball, you only get 3 chances. And that's just the ground level. We're going to see some of these replays here, and you see immediately Killer here finding this kill. I'm going to call that out there that was a mistake there. You should just be watching that angle. You know your wall is there. You should have your teammate watching the other possible side. But Killer doing a great job of just recognizing the situation, finding his kill, and then easily stepping back around to get it.
Yeah, playing really well under pressure, and I have to be honest with you. He started a defuse that Bo Seif assumed was a fake. If he would have stuck that defuse, there is a common saying in Valorant, and it's winners never fake. You always stick it. Winners stick the defuse all the time. So if he would have stuck that one, he would have won the round earlier, didn't have to risk going down, but it's never a guarantee. He probably didn't hear the footsteps engaging him, and I would have liked to see him stick it.
That was the smallest part of the play coming out of Killer that I think matters.
Mm-hmm.
He threw down his explosive pack to get that extra mobility. He didn't use it to swing to fight Baba there. He instead uses it to jump to the spike and to avoid any footsteps, giving a direction as to which way he might be moving after the fight. Really good utility usage that is really subtle, and if you're not prepared for it, you might have just heard it pop off and it's like, oh, he's bouncing back around to try to get up higher to catch me in a place that I'm unaware. No.
That is exactly what I think was assumed, is that he was trying to take the high ground.
It's a really good play, and again, it shows the strength of the KLiK. You have to create your openings. You can't hope for them to give you those openings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as soon as Bosif heard it's going to be a timeout from the Cyclones on this setup, so not having this one done yet. So it was Cyclones setup on this one then as the timer ticks down. So they would have been the ones to choose that they wanted Ambushman on the killer here. Maybe more confident in Ambushman as the killer than their team and having to go against Chicken Tech.
You got exactly the point of this. It is easier to have one player prepared to play than it is to have 4 players prepared to coordinate. 4 groups of survivors are incredibly difficult to deal with if they're well coordinated. But you have to have 4 players ready to go in, play together, and coordinate. The other side about this game that I didn't mention initially are there are a lot of perks, and these perks can dramatically change how the killers work, how the survivors work, how you play the map. And I think sometimes burning a timeout here just to be prepared to cover whatever might happen is key and is important and worth it every single time. We have to be coming up on half here. We're out after the first hour, so you have one more timeout, Cyclones, to go ahead and burn. Just make sure you're using them for the places.
Yeah, I think timing them well for the most part. You want to use them about every 40 minutes or so here in the 4-hour time period, at least in the first half, because if you don't use them by the half, you will lose 3 of them. You only have 2 timeouts for the second half. The forfeits haven't been flying through. The Cyclones have only used 1 at this point. The KLiK haven't used any. They haven't used any timeouts either. The KLiK have had trouble earlier on in the season getting their setups down, which is something we didn't expect from a really experienced team like this. It's clear that they're back in their groove, and they're not having those mistakes often anymore.
I think that is the only thing that I worry about. Like, as long as the out of game is going fine, I think this team practices, prepares in such a way that the in the game will always look coordinated. It won't look messy. It might not be perfect, but it will look intentional, is the word I want to use. They will have a plan that will go in, and they will execute that plan. So Dead by Daylight, we should be hopping into here. So now that we know there's Ambushman on killer, I think the answer is very simple. It's going to be a nurse. We saw him play it before. I have to believe he's going to go here. I almost don't want that to be the case, though, mainly for one simple reason. The scaler is really hard. If you're able to play it perfectly, then you're able to find a win. But here we go. We're on Ambushman's perspective. Chicken is just as good of a survivor as the killer. We see the Petrified Oaks. And one map, so that's going to pull the shack to the hatch, an extra escape route, closer to the killer slack. You see Ambushman mousing over it, realizing, whoa, this is a little bit different. Maybe they don't want to just spread out these hooks and play this game a little bit different. So let's see who he ended up picking, because we didn't get a chance to see before the lobby started. I have to believe it's the nurse, and if not, who does and what is the entity that he wants to play here? Instead, playing the Dredge. So this is an interesting character we've seen starting to pull up in popularity. So the Dredge has a mechanic called Midnight. Not Midnight Ghost Hunt, that's a different game. But when Midnight does fall, the game becomes incredibly spooky. Night will fall. It will become incredibly difficult for survivors to see. And importantly, the KLiK already have experience against the Paladin playing. So he's also very nasty.
Yeah, it is very nasty. I mean, everything, even his weapon is wiggly, and it seems a little bit liquefied. I don't like how not sharp it is, but able to destroy a pallet here by the generator is always really good, because it means that coming off of these generators, you can have quick engagements. There's a pallet there not dropped yet, choosing to save that one, and looks like we may be... I did hear yesterday we had the... not yesterday, but 2 days ago, there was the prospect of LA possibly playing this character as well. It had been talked about, but we are going to get a player down now, so we're getting to see in real time how this character actually works.
Yeah, a very good job. So the other power, the other ability that the Dredge has, and this is what I was worried about with a coordinated survivor team. Flashlight bully squads, or what they're called online. You go to pick up a player, and in fact, his teammate is waiting in the wings to drop you immediately. Killer plays a ton of this game, is experienced, and is more than willing and comfortable to play that role. Now, I was getting to it. The other ability of the Dredge here is to teleport to lockers. And so you saw him briefly charge that power a little bit earlier, but he's still trying to find one of these kills, and as a player sprints away, he looks now and is trying to get some damage and just remain in control. One of the generators has popped.
Yeah.
1/5 of the game has been completed for the KLiK. They just need to do it 4 more times, and they will find themselves their 7th.
Yeah, and you can see those are the lockers there that he can teleport himself to. Now he's looking around, trying to find which one he wants to end up near. And decides to go just keep himself in the same position. This is an area where we see killers get run around a lot, is on that piece of construction equipment there. A lot of players like to fake out the killer and kind of say, am I going to drop or am I not? Am I going to drop or am I not? Now it's a teleport to this locker over here, going to come closer to one of these generators and check up on it. He does find a player in the process.
I want to know if he saw a very subtle intention earlier in the game, which was Chicken Tech looking at him and then throwing the pallet. This is clearly indicative of a player that is well and good at looping in this game. They do it exceptionally well, and they want you to chase them because they will buy their team time. We see another generator pop here. He needs to get this down if he wants this game to continue at a good pace, and he manages to get the hit. This is important. This will be still his first hook. He has no hooks, and I have to believe that Killer may be waiting in the wings. Is he close enough to save another teammate? Is not able to, and he's right here by a hook. Placing him, and I have to believe, is he going to make a different option, a different chance? He's looking to move. A nice call here. And this is a different build of Killer now, looking to teleport, looking to move away, and looking to challenge something else. He has to keep this pressure on the map because at this point, the KLiK are fully in control of this game. He has 2 generators left before they can open this door. If 2 survivors get out, the game is over. It does not matter what happens.
And Chicken Tech is off the hook as well.
This was just coordination. The moment he left, there was comms from the team. This is that coordination. You are being pulled around the map, stretched thin. A nice job using what players would call a checkpoint. You run up to that corner, use your third-person camera to peek around it and see where he might be. But now he's on the hunt once again. Able, again, the blind. This is Killer playing Dead by Daylight to the T. If a player doesn't know what happens and what to handle, but they were just healing in plain sight, and a great play from Ambushman might set himself up for a possible win here. That's 2 players down, at least 1 more that's going to get hooked. I don't see Killer around here to save another teammate, and the other 2 are already hurt. If he can find hits on these other 2 players before they heal, he can possibly win the game, instead electing to pick up both players. And Mr. OG should now be on his second hook state.
I believe this is Mr. OG's first hook state because the first time he was downed, he was blinded. So it was Chicken Tech that was actually hooked first. And so now we have Mr. OG Global and Chicken Tech all with 1 hook. That sets you up decently well for the late game. You would like to have more a lot sooner. But because you do have 3 players already with 1 hook state, gets you in a position where you can start thinking about in the end game getting 1 or 2 of these players eliminated. The generator popping has slowed down a lot. He has kept their attention with these hooks and with needing to be healed up. So he slowed down the game, but not being able to find any survivors right now means that he's not taking advantage of all the space he made for himself.
So I'm going to call it out here because I think this would be an opportunity for growth if they're looking back at this. Perks in this game, one example of it is called Nurse's Calling. It lets you see if people are healing. In the case of that last situation, you would have immediately been able to identify where the other 2 players are. And so instead here and in this moment, you have a situation where he had full control of the game. He had all players known where they were, what was going on. But now he's in a situation where he's hoping that Mr. OG dies on this hook.
Mr. OG's still hooked.
Somebody has to be going for him. He's going to hit his second hook stage more than likely, which means he cannot be hooked again. But if that doesn't happen, he's kind of feinting this teleport. He doesn't end up teleporting. And instead, Mr. OG, importantly, has to burn 1 of his perks that allows him to eat a hit and continue to run away. But now, Ambushman has found the target he needs to kill, the person he needs to down to maybe give himself a glimmer of hope. The first 3 generators popped in the blink of an eye, but it looks like maybe midnight starts to fall, and Ambushman finds his moment for a win.
Yeah, I think he knows there's a chance here that this can be a guaranteed kill. I don't know for 100% certain which hook state this is, but it may be the third. There is a possibility here, and we're about to find out if this will be a median or not.
A teammate got to him just in time, ensuring that he gets a second hook phase. And so now to continue to pressure this game, he no longer can wait. And a player's getting chased, a player's getting called, and this has to be Killer. Killer needs to hold him on, needs to keep him under pressure because his team needs the space. Every second that he buys, his team has a chance at freedom, and this is that strength, that looping ability that is key to winning DBD. And he almost managed to trick him, almost managed to get away, eats a hit, and is finally pushed away from this loop. Does Killer stay here? Does Killer feel confident? Manages to get the pallet down, manages to blind him and buy himself a little bit of time. But the question is,
generator.
Where are his teammates? Who's getting Mr. OG? He just gets off the hook, and now Ambushman turns his eye away. He looks, they locked the locker importantly, buying some more space, and now he's given up. They weren't able to get the heal off. He's back in the same state as before. These are weak players. If he's able to just find a singular hit, but the doors are open, victory is in sight. But with 2 players possibly being down, they have to, and I mean have to, find a moment here to survive.
This may be a sacrifice play.
So this is something that's really important. Mr. OG playing a very small site. Mr. OG just needed to wait up top. Because he doesn't wait up top, he ends up going down, but the doors are open. His team is getting out. 2 people are gone. That's a win for the KLiK. They played it masterfully. It was a little bit sketchy, but they found that moment to get 2 people out. You called the sacrificial lamb there play. Really, Mr. OG should have waited up on the barrels because the Killer either has to jump over and commit to you or they can't reach you. But it didn't matter. The game was over. They realized they found a win. And I know you're happy with Overwatch 2 being the next game.
Yes, I am. I actually want to give a little bit of benefit to the doubt to Mr. OG there. I think that dropping was the right play because I think if you play up top and try to play the footsie game, Ambushman will come quicker to realize that he's not going to be able to kill you, and he's got you stuck up top, which means that he can go engage one of your teammates instead. If you take his attention and actually look like catchable bait, you are more likely you can go down. It's fine to be caught. So by getting himself caught and taking up just that much more time, I actually think it benefited the team more.
I think it works out in a good situation.
Yeah.
In a personal situation, I knew about when those last 2 generators and nobody was dead were there. I'm like, you need a miracle. He almost found it. I got to give him credit for that.
He made himself a lot of time.
Mr. OG committed to the play, recognizing we just need 2, we don't need 4. And you know, maybe we've seen rule changes before. Maybe the powers that be might start saying you need 3 to get out, and that becomes a little bit more difficult to do that. But good play from the KLiK, some of the most coordinated survivor play we've seen all season, and some amazing flashlight usage by Killer, saving his teammates a couple of times there, and even buying his team the time they needed to get out of the game.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams win that game as a survivor because they're simply an incompetent killer, as upsetting as it is to say. Sometimes the killers just are not strong enough. However, this was a situation where the KLiK made an experienced and professional killer like Ambushman look like he was incapable of catching up to them. He actually is a very capable player in this game, and yet the KLiK were so coordinated that they made it look like an easy breezy win. So huge props to them. I think they played a great game of Dead by Daylight. Now they've got to go into one of these team shooters.
I don't know exactly what's going to happen in this game, but I do know one thing. We're going to see 3 tanks and 2 healers. It's been the tried and true meta here in the UBL. Goats are frequent appearing, and KLiK is one of those teams that run it every single time. So the Cyclones, have you done your research? Have you found an answer? Do you know how you want to deal with it? Or do we see a stomp possibly on this Overwatch game?
Yeah, and I do think that there is a giant hole in the fact that we play Goats in Overwatch 2 because Goats in Overwatch 1 was always 3 tanks and 3 supports. You always had the opportunity to stick one of your supports on one of those tanks and make sure that they always had healing. However, by having more tanks than supports, it is easier to pick off an individual member of the team, find out who's not getting focused down enough, who is too far in the front lining, and while all the other backline tanks are going to eat up the healing that can't reach them. So there's a lot of ways to poke holes in this, and I think it's still possible to play DPS, but the more solid strategy to run into them face-to-face is always going to be just answering with 3 tanks and 2 supports.
We've seen it time and time again. I think this is the thing about UEL. Because of the 33 games, teams take the approach, and I think it was NY Chris G who got on an interview and said it, which was, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Until I'm being forced to make that change, until I'm being forced in a position where you beat the strategy and show me you understand it, I don't have to worry about what's happening.
Yeah, very clearly, and I don't think that the KLiK really have much to worry about. I think the Cyclones have a position in this game. I don't know it's going to be as strong as the KLiK, but we'll see what they come out with here. Their first-person shooters aren't necessarily tactical first-person shooter players. They're typically more focused on aim.
And here we go.
It's going to be Lethal League Blaze coming up next, so it's going to be a 2v2
first sports game of the day as
Whoa.
well. All right, so let me know, what are you seeing?
So I am seeing a triple support composition from the side of the KLiK right now. Actually, maybe listening to what I just said, they are realizing that, listen, we don't want to have a weak point tank. We want to rely on the strength of our tanks and keep them alive forever and always. They're now opting for this Mercy, who's going to have the ability to revive one of these teammates if they go down. Whether it's a support or a tank, it'll likely always be a tank first. Bo Steve saying, I'm trying to be a nicer person. It's hard, but I'm trying, which means that he typed in GG easy. So,
that is?
Yeah, that'll do it. So it'll automatically change that there. And then there's another GG easy from the side of Intensify, which is for glory and honor, huzzah, comrades.
Seeing this comp, I actually would hope from the Cyclones that someone plays one of the anti-characters. If we're talking about a tank, I would love to see a Junker Queen in this moment, because her ult would have so much more value into a triple support.
Yeah, and we see an Ana on this side of the KLiK. So seeing an Ana from the side of the Cyclones, it would just become an anti-nade war. Whichever those Anas is able to land better anti-nades will come out on top. And now, what are we seeing on the other side? It looks like we've got a D.Va and a Zarya here. The D.Va's going to engage first, be able to eat up a lot of these bullets from the Malga. It doesn't matter how charged up you are. The Zarya, speaking of charged up, going to be very high up here, and they are anti-nated. The Malga takes a lot of damage, goes down to half health. Now he's going to be taking shots from afar. It's the Zarya that has to play up front. He's not using any of these shots right now. Finally starts to beam him down. He's going to charge in. There's a Reaper there. That is an anti-tank DPS that we see. Hopefully he's able to get the damage out enough that he can also engage this back line. It's going to be Intensify going down from Chicken Tech, but Baba Yagan's able to find Jekyll, so it is a trade.
I'm letting you know right now that Reaper is pizza, man. He's played it time and time again. He's always looking for that angle to go in and take a fight. And the unfortunate fact is losing the tank means that those squishy healers are more vulnerable.
Yeah, and Baba Yaga finds another kill as well. So the KLiK right now, with only 3 players available, that Zarya is still alive. Now it's going to be 2 tanks and 2 supports here for the KLiK. They need to get their other support back. It's going to be that Mercy that they're missing at the moment, so no ability to resurrect. The push is going the way of the Cyclones. For now, they have it 25 meters up. We see another sleep dart hitting Jekyll here. He's been spending a lot of time antied. They ping out the Reaper in the backline. Are they going to turn on him, or is one of these supports going to get taken out? No, it's him going low. Now we see an engagement on the Zarya ult. A lot of damage coming out. Chicken Tech finds 2. Bosif goes down. Psycho goes down. That is most of the team eliminated, and now we see the KLiK pushing back out, able to find a kill onto Intensify as well, so the tank's going down for the side of the KLiK. Means that the push will finally be able to begin here for the KLiK themselves. There's one more player. It's going to be Pizza Man on this Reaper. Will he be able to get out? Has a lot of movement abilities. However, he's being melted down by that Zarya beam. He's not dead yet. He may have been able to get out. No, he gets caught by Chicken Tech. That is a late stagger kill that's going to allow the KLiK to now have an advantage in distance here. They only need 1 more meter, and they're going to get it. You see the Ana going on the offense here. Now healing up the Malga. Jekyll getting top back up. There's an anti-nade. There's a nano boost in the pocket. It's not going to need to get used here. He's going to be able to heal up this Malga as well as he engages. And now going on the DPS, he needs to heal up Jekyll, who ends up going down, but it shouldn't mean too much at this point. A sleep dart getting traded out there, and Ambushman, that's going to be Ambushman there on the Reaper, actually, in the back line. I'm sorry, I believe that is Pizza Man on Ambushman's account, so you are correct about that. Now, Pizza Man finding a lot of kills here onto the supports. We see him going down as well now. Baba Yagan's finding a lot of kills in the late game there. He's about 50% charged up. He'll still have charge going into this next fight, but it'll be diminished. He'll have to do a little bit more work to get it back up. But he played that fight really, really well. He knew that he was one of the only targets they really had in front of him, and they were going to charge him up a lot. He was able to use bubbles really selfishly.
I think that ends up helping him a lot. We see him finding these picks and these kills consistently. And so now if he's able to, the Diva ult's called out here. Does it find any kills? It does onto Mr.
Huge kill.
OG. That ends up being one of those healers down, and then most notably the Mercy.
Yeah, they are not charging up. Baba Yagan's here. He's only at 30%, and he may be going down soon. It's a Mauga ult. The entirety of the Cyclones will be trapped in this ultimate, and now they're antied as well, so Pizza Man going to go down on the Reaper, and his entire team is going to come with him. It's a full team kill for the KLiK. They're going to push this bot right back the other way. Not only do they have the lead, not only do they have the first checkpoint captured, but they're going to get to push it even further now.
That was really good.
They're playing beautifully. We see the adjustment in lineup. I initially thought, and I do want to highlight this, I think the reason they're playing 3 supports is Mr. OG is not. He is typically their 3rd tank player, and maybe being willing to pivot and recognizing, let's have 2 strong tank players, 3 strong supports, let's play to our team's strengths, and they need to find an opportunity. Mauga's dead. Reaper looks like he might be closely shown to follow. Psycho ends up going down. All of these players are trying their best, but this room seems to just be a kill box for the side of KLiK.
Oh, Pizza Man with an ultimate that catches 2, but in the end, it's going to be the KLiK coming out on top of that fight. It's an 80% charge right now for Chicken Tech, up to 100. Now he's the one putting out huge damage on this Zarya. It's going to start ticking down as he spends time out of the fight, but there's an Orisa now on the side of the Cyclones. It seems that's what they think their answer is here. Going to be able to put down shots from long.
It's trying to get out and keep his life and preserve his team's chances, as opposed to dying and get staggered like we saw.
And they're chasing him down as well. He still has 2 bubbles remaining, so chasing him down right now, probably not the best decision. Going to be able to put down some damage from above. Pretty hard to aim with this Zarya laser from the high ground, but he stays on target pretty well. Now he's going to, if he can bubble his teammate, he's able to get rid of the anti-state, so now they can use their teammate's anti-state. Mr. OG antied a lot of these players. Orisa's being targeted down. Intensify is down too. All of the tanks down for the side of the Cyclones. Now it's the Reaper getting slept on his teleport, gets taken down by Jekyll, stomping on his head. It'll be the Cyclones doing just a little bit of disruption on the objective, but the advantage will eventually go back the way of the KLiK. And now the Lucio as well going to try to help out. He's going to go down as well. So the supports are going to be on a stagger. Psycho Flame does have a speed boost. He will be able to get his Ana back into the fight a lot quicker, but there's going to be a little bit of space made for the KLiK here before that happens.
And this is right now just the coordination is the problem. I like this idea to finally start putting some threat on the back line. If the Malga moves away, you're back to 1. But now they realize he's been caught.
What a sleep dart from Mr. OG, and now he's healing up his teammate here as well. Able to do everything. He finds a sleep dart, he finds the anti-nade, he finds everything. That is Killer finding all of these kills right now.
And Killer has been doing an amazing job here on the Ana. I understand, and I think that there's one more push here, but we see Jekyll has one more trick up his sleeve, waiting and willing for what could be the final fight of this game.
It could be the end of this entire game. If they find a huge anti-nade here as well, that'd be all they need. But Jekyll's very low, getting healed up and bubbled. He's able to live through it, but he's being engaged. Gonna charge in on the back line, but he has to turn around and help his teammates. Orisa's going to ult. How much damage will it do? It'll take out the Mercy. There's not going to be all that healing anymore, but the Orisa ends up going down to Chicken Tech. Now we see the Stomp coming through. The ultimate finally comes out, but what can he catch? Nothing. He's going to be blocked out by the other Mauga ult and taken down, and it's going to be Pizza Man cleaning it up with 2 from his own ultimate.
Thought the game was over. We put it there, and now the Cyclones are the ones on attack. They have a chance to bring this game back with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. All they have to do is keep this push up and find their victory.
They don't have a whole lot more to go. However, the Cyclones, a lot of space to make up. The KLiK are in a win condition state here. Only 2.5 minutes remaining for the Cyclones. We see this Reaper is still being utilized. They think that they can win with it. They don't need to change to the 3-tank composition. Shots from afar with the Reaper not always going to go so well. As a teleport onto the back line. The Mercy is in a dangerous state. It's the Ana now in a 1v1, almost dead. A reload. He's not able to find the kill. Now the healer's going to be able to heal him up. The bubble goes down on him. Pizza Man finds nothing, and in the meantime, Intensify goes down to Jekyll. So now it's the KLiK with the man advantage. Pizza Man is still in the back line somewhere. He needs to come in before his team gets melted down, but it's not going to happen. Baba Yaga and Psycho all getting taken down. Now you see this Moira going down as well. Pizza Man is the only player remaining for his team, and he's jumping in on the back. He's going to try to run away from the entire team. At this point, Pizza Man, it's just more beneficial to die.
All right, here we go. This is that last moment.
The Nano
Killer
Boost still in the
is
pocket of
focused
Killer.
up. I think they're looking to just end it on this next turn. But remember, Pizza Man's going to be slightly delayed. They don't have the time. They don't have the ability. Honestly, at this point, I want one of the supports on the Cyclones to switch to this KLiK. There's been too much work, too much time and damage, but it looks like they've split up KLiK. They're finding a fight they maybe can win. Jekyll's gone down.
That is a huge Zarya ult. No anti-nade able to come through to stop them from getting healed up. And that's why Paul finds a kill onto Jekyll. Now we see Killer is fighting for his life, and he might just win his life. It's a trade. He's able to get the kill. Chicken Tech finds 2, though, to keep the KLiK in this one, and the KLiK are going to get to keep pushing. However, the respawn advantage here for the Cyclones. Taking down that Ana means that the healing is going to be cut in half.
All right, here we go. The Orisa gets a spear. They're trying to stop any more progress. They charge out, and who are we able to find? And finally, the Cyclones, once again, they stay in this game. One more fight, one more time. They're pushing the KLiK away.
Yeah, they may be able to find a kill onto Jekyll on his escape here, and they do. So they're able to find that stagger. They're going to be able to engage all the way on the Cyclones, all the way on the KLiK side. However, the forward spawns are going to come through because that robot was past the halfway point on the Cyclone side. The KLiK are going to be respawning just around this corner that they could turn right here. Now it's going to be a late kill onto the Ana. Killer never retreated after coming in late to that last fight. That is a huge stagger. We saw how much it affected the last fight. Now Baba Yagan's on the high ground, fighting shots out of the Malga. You can't kill him through the Mercy healing. However, Mercy going to go down with a long spear from the high ground. That's 2 of the healers down now. Those supports are gone. Chicken Tech goes down as well. The Cyclones finally in a commanding position. It took them all game, but they're going to be able to make it to the halfway point. There's going to be a little bit of a stutter here. The robot's going to have to take a moment to regroup itself, charge itself up, and be able to take the second half of the map.
Well, here we go. Jekyll's trying his best, holding on in front. He has his Malgalt, but his opponent has already used it in the last fight. I think
it's a nano boost.
Play.
The ult comes out. Now he's putting out the kills. We see Pizza Man's going to find 2 in the back. The supports are down. Chicken Tech is down. That's 3. That's 4 from Pizza Man as Jekyll goes down. Only 1 remaining, and it's him trying to fight for his life. Where did the Cyclones come from, and how are they going to be able to go?
They have to live. He tried to escape, and he's found him. If he can stagger another one of these healers, it breaks down the composition of the KLiK. We've seen it. They've managed to find each one of these players separated. They cannot stand against the force of the Cyclone.
This could be final fight. They're going to come around this final hard turn of the entire match, and this is going to be everything, depending on how far they can go. We saw Pizza Man go so big in that last round. He doesn't have an ultimate, but can he still put out the damage? He's got to find these supports in the back right now. He's just charging up his own ultimate by fighting these tanks. Baba Yagins finds a kill on the Chicken Tech. That is a huge opening kill. Now Pizza Man putting damage down, but it's all getting healed back up. They have to focus his Malga together if they want to get the kill. He's stunned. He's dead. It's even right now. I think it's a 2v2, but it's mostly supports on the side of the KLiK. They need to stagger them down. The Lucio's still available to heal up the team. There's an anti-nade on Baba Yagins. He's able to start getting healed up again
But
finally.
importantly, the golden wall's right there. There is no more room for KLiK to play. They have to hold the line right now.
Chicken Tech is getting built up on this ult. There's no ultimate for Pizza Man. Chicken Tech's going to be able to use its charge to find the kills, and the game will finally end. Overtime ticks down, and the KLiK just barely grab the win back from the Cyclones, who tried so hard to pull it away from them.
That came down to steps. The entire game, I was wondering, is it possible this ultimate from Jekyll finding all of the Cyclones together? His team is there. They support together, and they find a fight. At the end of the game, I want to give a call to Chicken Tech. He said, we have to fight together. He realized the mistake. He got his team together as that tier 1, and they found that moment when everything was on the line. They had no more room. They had to do it in that moment, and they found it.
And I do just want to say that Pizza Man absolutely got robbed of play of the game. That 2K ultimate followed by 2 support kills of his own in the backline. He wiped through the entire defense of the KLiK at once himself. And then he almost found him in the end. He almost made it a 5K. So really huge plays from both sides. Baba Yagins with his ultimates grouping all of them up together so that his Ana could anti-nade the entire KLiK. There were so many great plays. Even the defensive ultimates from the Malga on the side of the Cyclones, being able to zone off Jekyll's ultimate when he put it down. He used that shield to protect Pizza Man and refuse the kill onto him. it was absolutely beautiful plays all around, and both teams were super coordinated. I love the way the Cyclones played in the end, the way they regrouped, and I love the way that the KLiK just commanded the majority of that game.
We have had a great week of Overwatch, to be honest with you. Teams are scrapping in this game, and in that moment, I have to give credit to the Cyclones. That's been the tail of the tape for the shooters today. I just needed you to fix your start.
Mm-hmm.
By the end of the game, y'all are clicking on all cylinders, and you are competing. The KLiK were fighting for their lives. They realized, like, hey, and you mentioned him. I have to give the call out to him as well. If he had died there, I do think they lose the game. I think that one more stagger would have been enough to give them the extra couple of steps. But here we go. Lethal League plays Baba Yagins and Psycho Flame jumping in here. Psycho Flame is going to go ahead and be on the robot Doombox himself. He's told me he's not losing this game once again. And so the players are coming in and looking to flight. He's focused and ready to play, but he goes down himself. So most importantly, I'm going to make the call right here, knowing a little bit about the game and these teams, that most specifically the red are the Cyclones, the blue should go ahead and be the KLiK.
Yeah, and it's right now the Candyman who only has 1 life remaining. The Doombot has died, but this would be Candyman's last life, and he finally finds a hit. Let's see if this is able to... No, it's going to be countered once again. Can he find a connection? No, he'll be caught, and he will be out of lives now.
And so it's going to need to be on Cycle to find a victory here on his own. He's not going to have a huge opportunity. What I do need is for players to stop spiking the ball as often. If you're not going to deflect like that, let me just quiet down. In the moment, a great deflection to stop the immediate response. So this red Cyclone team, Psycho Flame, is here on his own. He's got to find this win. You see him leaning in. He's looking for another spike. These players are backing up. They're not taking the risk this time, but he keeps catching the ball, and he redirects it once.
One more.
And he find the other kill. But it looks like one of the players, this could be the difference. He catches it, and he finds the hit.
And all on his own, Psycho Flame will find the second win for the Cyclones now. That was a really tough matchup for him. He had to win 2 rounds of that game on his own against 2 opponents, and he was able to pull it out. That was huge.
He told me that he is not losing that game again, and I think we can see it. He felt confident. Even in the moment, he didn't do the same thing every time. He had his moments where I was going to comment like, hey, we've been seeing too many smashes. It's really predictable timing. You don't want to do this. And he immediately is like, exactly. I want them to think I'm predictable. I want them to think that this is easy. And the moment the mistake came out, he was able to punish it beautifully. A very quick win, which is exactly what they're going to need to start to close this gap.
Yeah, and we have Die by the Blade coming up next, which is likely not going to be too quick, but I think it will give us enough time to have one more game here in the first half. So I believe before we go to the half, the Cyclones have an opportunity to go up to 4-7. However, the KLiK could pull away even further if they're able to find the wins.
At the end of the day, they did manage to take 8 games off the Reapers, and I have to point that out because that is the most of any team, including the KLiK only finding 6 themselves. So in this moment, I think the Cyclones have to feel confident in their ability to take this game, to win this game, and they just need to keep wins coming like that. Keep playing like Overwatch 2, and if you are a step faster, you win that game.
Yeah, truthfully, there were only a few mistakes that could have made it entirely different. Now, if you think about all the mistakes they made throughout the entire game, there was so much they could have cleaned up and improved on, but all they had to do was fix 1 or 2 things. Let's hope that that's not going to be the trend of this entire game.
Oh, that has to be the worry now. Now that you said it, it's in the back of my mind that I mentioned shooters at the top earlier in the day. There's a game genre that they have to win. We play 33 games, but I think teams like to define themselves by genres.
Yeah.
The Cyclones have called themselves a shooter team, so they have to find these shooter wins. So far, they haven't been able to. KLiK has that edge. But if they find these wins, if they can start to find them, then you start to build a little bit of momentum, and they can find a win in this game. Again, if you didn't see their game against the Reapers didn't take them lightly. They had to play them serious from beginning to end.
Yeah.
Even though the score looks big, I don't want to see the Cyclones team give up on the fight.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a possibility that the Cyclones simply countered some of the Reaper's wheel, and it might not be an entire team progress that we're seeing, because now as we see them against the KLiK, the team that's 2-2, a team that you have to be able to beat to get past the halfway point of the season, they're just not showing out too well so far.
It has to be the shooters. This is the hardest thing for me because Silver is not in the lineup. I keep bringing his name up because if he was in this lineup, I would be saying they can win some of these fighters. These fighters should be splitting. But until those solo fighters roll with Sofo available, with him able to play in his element, because every time he's shown up, he's shown up. He has not gotten killed out, skunked out, beat out by any player yet. He's going to be able to put these points, but if he's not in a position to do so, then you need that backup. I now have to look at Bosif and say, I need you to win every sports game. I'm not going to make it a little bit, small amount. Every single game
has to be
in the
category.
sports, he has to win. In the racers, you have to steal some of those.
Yeah.
CTR, I'm being real. Y'all forfeit that against KLiK.
Yeah. All right, we hear a little bit of calls out from the floor, but we're not going to get a timeout going into this one. It looks like we are headed over. We're going to be looking over at... We have had a change in this Die by the Blade. It is onto the PC now. So Wreckfest is going to be next to another 5v5 immediately after this Die by the Blade.
And it'll be a racer, so we got to see how these lineups end up going and end up playing out and who's able to find a win. I saw literally 3 members of the KLiK immediately leave to go set up the game. They have no intention of wasting it and losing a timeout on any situation.
Going to be logging in on their UEL.
So we are watching Ambushman screen. So if you don't know, there is, because we play this game online, everyone gets their button checked. And now they're going to see a live call, and it looks like we are getting into the game.
Whoa! That's one way to kick it off. It looks like Intensify going to lose his first life really quickly.
Nice job on the spacing there. Realizing that this room isn't big enough, and this is something that's super important.
Jekyll.
Of course it's Jekyll. Of course Jekyll recognizes that the space of the room means that if you are not at the absolute edge of range, you're going to die.
Yeah. He sounds excited as well. He's shouting out from the floor. Very excited to taking such a quick win. We saw that the KLiK off of Chicken Tech's Big 4 in the beginning of Street Fighter, they were able to pick up some other wins. So I think Jekyll now feeling like he can make a really big lead for his team in this one-hit-to-kill game.
It's going to take a lot. So this game is, like you mentioned, one hit, one kill. You just have to find that one strike. And it's a lot about reading, understanding your opponent's intention. Jekyll giving a wave to the camera there, saying, hope everybody is doing well. And then you have Bosif on the other side going ahead and possibly setting up his controls. What is he looking for? I don't know what he's looking for here. There we go. We find the controls menu there. It's under the word controls. Don't worry, it's right there.
And he doesn't even touch anything. He just wanted to make sure that he had controls. And Jekyll's going to come out and do the exact same thing to start once again. Bosif standing up, but no, he has a second round. He needs to be ready to play. Jekyll not taking advantage of that. He strikes again, this time parried.
Good job. You just need to watch where that attack comes in. Jekyll just putting tons and tons of pressure into the cinematic. And that ends up being 2? 2. Okay.
That's 2 already, but we've seen him go really big in this game, so seeing him take a third would not be a surprise. We have Ambushman sitting down now, wants to stop the streak.
I need them to immediately sidestep as soon as the game starts. I want you to get off of this one angle. You are playing this wall, you are playing into his range. Either perfectly deflect it or just stop giving him the ability to show that he is a better spacing player. He's putting you in a position where it's just straight knowledge check. You have to recognize that you need to step towards or away from the camera. I don't care. The immediate first move should be that because he's backed up every single time. He hasn't jumped forward and looked to swing. He's giving you the opportunity, and as long as you have that extra space in the back, you can get out of range. You can safely get out of range. So, Ambushman, I'm going to be looking for you to make that adjustment, for you to find your opportunity, and to find your win. Let's see what he is able to do. And Jekyll, just keep doing what you do, Jekyll. At the end of the day, this team in general today has looked like they are all in their element.
Yeah, and after keybinding the roll, waiting for the live call, now Jekyll getting ready. It is parried. It is blocked. A block from each side so far. Rolling in is Jekyll, but he gets from behind hit with the Naginata, and he will go down, losing his first life finally to Ambushman.
So Ambushman taking the second option, just being ready to deflect it. If he's going to do the same move, and Jekyll this time feinting it, trying to get him to maybe block a little bit early, and he feints it to get closer and just uses it to close space. But now the blade completely whips here, and both players are looking and unfortunately unable to block that. So Ambushman lost one life. It looks like Chicken Tech maybe has some insight into what's happening, trying to give Jekyll some insight as well, and you see the immediate kill. I think that was a really quick call to just say you've been playing slow this entire time. They're not going to be prepared for an immediate strike, some immediate pressure going in and going down. Now we see Sofo sit down. I wonder what weapon the rookie is going to want to play. Looks like he's taking the katana in here. And who is his character of choice? Is it the butterfly?
Yeah, it wouldn't be too surprising. Butterfly with the katana is a really solid option.
Seen it a lot of times. Consistently, just the stamina regen, the quickness of the character in general. People seem to enjoy it with the long distance moves we've seen of the katana. Both these characters really fall into that archetype where both of them are. You're meant to play them fast. You're not meant for these long sequences where you have to keep your opponent guessing. No, instead, we're playing a very quick reaction-based game. And it's interesting to see what Sofo is going to be able to bring up. He ends up being ready to deflect there, and instead you see him change his stance immediately and is focused up, ready to deflect. Jekyll trying to catch him, just making sure he's awake on each one of these strikes. Now also stepping up to the top form, and Zed moves back to the middle, just matching his opponent consistently, trying to be ready, and almost got caught there, but a quick flick ends up looking beautiful. Now they're both back to the spacing game. You see here, no red attack, no cinematic coming out there. Both players are just looking for that last bit of space. We're looking for somebody to step forward. And Sofo trying to punish there, but Jekyll finally using the finisher and just avoiding stepping in too close, too fast. Nice deflection. And now it looks like Sofo wants to be a little bit more active here on his turn. Tries the sidestep, but a slight delay, an ever so slight delay by Jekyll finds the win. And now Psycho Flame sits down. Psycho Flame being their second to last player looking for the kill here. This is the least traditional fighter on the wheel.
This, I believe, is going to be their last player because we did see Intensify go first.
That is true.
So this is the last player
final
remaining.
player on their side.
Yeah.
So Psycho, they're tier 2 now, anchoring this game, maybe able to find a win where his teammate wasn't able to, using a different blade. Nice job. And Jekyll should be able to punish this attack and get the kill. But it goes over the head.
Now it's an engagement from Psycho. He wants to make an engagement of his own. He gets a slash, and Jekyll loses his second life. Jekyll finally eliminated.
Jekyll. So I have not talked about this because it hasn't been relevant almost the entire season. The two attacks, people call them heavy and light, but the correct names for them are vertical and horizontal. Jekyll going for a horizontal attack there meant he was not able to punish the perfect deflection. It ultimately led to his own demise. Being aware that you need to be picking those options. You can dash backwards and forward. You can roll left and right. Which one you think your opponent is going to do is what should be deciding your attack. The Nodachi being a perfect weapon to follow up as well, because Jekyll was unable to get out of range in the same fashion that Psycho luckily in that moment was.
And that's one thing about this map, too. The way that we start is you are pressed horizontally against the walls. You have to get yourself turned in this three-dimensional. You talked about the 3 dimensions in Tekken. In this map in particular, you don't have a lot of room to work with. So if you're able to turn yourself perpendicular to the starting position, you can get more space. But I think we're going to be looking for a button check here in a moment.
One thing, it is a button check. They are on separate PCs, so we don't see the button check, but now the game is going to start.
Yes. Ooh. All right, well, I think they are live now.
Chicken Tech had not fully gotten out of the menus in that moment. Chicken Tech had not fully gotten out of the menu, so he was confused as to why his opponent was approaching on him. Similarly, in that moment, the Game Master had called live, so it was handled. And looks to try to get the slash in, but Psycho, once again, that similar spacing, finds the stab to get a kill without taking any damage. He still has 2 lives, and he's able to play the game.
We can see why he was anchoring for this team. We talked about him being that sub-anchor in that 4th position rather than the 5th for most of the fighters here, but this is the one that he's taking the anchor position, and for good reason. He was able to eliminate Jekyll. He was able to eliminate Chicken Tech. These are some very intelligent players in a lot of different games. Now he's got Global to go up against, a really tough, so far almost been Sofo's kryptonite in all but one game.
Global has the Cyclones number in these fighters. Getting another button check here. So we once again see this Nodachi matchup, this long blade, this huge weapon. It tends to be on the slower side most of the time. A good deflect. And is he ready to go ahead and use it? But once again, taking that extra second, he doesn't end up finding a win. Let's see if we're able to do. He swings, doesn't end up bringing out the third attack, just waiting there for the possible perfect parry, and gets it again. He just needs to step up and take the swing. There has to be a dash there. You have to be ready to pop in. So Psycho still with 2 lives. He can still carry this for this team, and you see him calming down, slowing down the game a little bit, looking for his opportunity to swing. But Global instead is playing even slower, just taking a few swings and being immediately willing to back up. I want to see which player knows their range better, because with this weapon, you have so much of a chance to catch somebody pressing just a second too slow. So that was a knowledge check. Which one of them knew which attack was going to be faster or slower in the moment? And now we're back into this neutral state. Both players vying for space. They want to find some form of advantage. You notice we talked about footsies before, and now Psycho has found 2 kills. That footsie game, this game of inches, everyone thinks about the big moves, the large picture of a fighting game, but it's a singular step that is the difference between a hit and a death in this game, a surviving swing and a whiff. We've seen players use both to great advantage, but him sits down. He went off in Valorant. Let's see if he can do it here. Someone has to stop. I think if you can get 1 life off of Cycle, you're in a good position. I was in a similar position against the KLiK. All I literally said to him was, get me 1.
Yeah.
Get me 1 life, and I guarantee you I can finish this game out without a problem. And so you, if you're him, are looking to take 1 life, whereas Psycho, just keep both of your lives. Stay doing what exactly you are doing. Now we have short range but quick strikes versus a much longer, bigger blade. And you see the immediate swing to punish a missed spaced swing. Psycho confused there, but has to quickly adjust and play his last life. Here we go, step by step. Is he going to find his moment? He's not matching the guard, so either player could look for a win here. Instead, opting for the punish. And this time he finds the spacing, challenging that swing from him. It's 1-on-1 here, and we have to see if he's able to take the win. And he finds it there. Psycho taking the first swing, but the quick swing from him confirming another point. And if someone wants to burn a timeout here before half, they are going to be lost. We can get into Wreckfest before we continue.
Yeah, and I think we'll be able to. It should only be 1 PC on each side that needs to be set up here. So, honestly, timeout or not, they might be able to get into it. But I imagine the KLiK and Cyclones both, they're going to go down to 2 timeouts after the half. There's no reason not to use one of these timeouts here to get yourself another game, and especially if you're the Cyclones and you need to start catching up.
The Cyclones are going to want to play every single one of the games, and games like Wreckfest are good. I think that they have some longer games still on the board, StarCraft being one of them. But things like Forza being gone bodes well for a second half comeback, especially with the sports games being kind of still existing, a few fighters still being there, and their shooters, things like Siege, things like the Finals still being on the board as well. If they're able to take those games, I can already see how you can cut this lead down to a singular game or 2.
Yeah, and the Cyclones are going to go ahead and use a timeout here as well. We heard the call from the floor that there will be a timeout. So we will get into this Wreckfest before halftime. This will be the last game before the half, most certainly now. I truthfully didn't think Die by the Blade was going to take us down this low. That was a 15-minute game of Die by the Blade.
So Die by the Blade and a lot of the fighters are really deceptive. Because we play the team format, a lot of people are just like, well, fighters are like 90 seconds. They're 60 seconds. It's like a minute. But if there are 10 players, it is very easy, along with button checks taking 30 seconds, for that time to add up really quickly. And if a team isn't really ready for it, a game like Die by the Blade, I think, and don't quote me on this, might have closed out more games this season than any other game. Die by the Blade rolls, and then all of a sudden teams are like, oh, yeah, we'll get – oh, wait, the game is over. So, again, another game that's good to be offside the wheel. Now, Wreckfest, I want to see some vehicle usage. We've seen some new vehicles this week. I think a few teams might be going back to the drawing board on those vehicles. Yeah. But I'm happy that people are still experimenting with this game.
Yeah, the Jurassic Park style pickup is not exactly the vehicle you want to be using in this one. Those the cars that we use here in the league are very low to the ground, and they're able to dig under the grill of those pickups. So getting into those tires and bending them to a point where the car is undrivable, you're losing out on points now for about 50% of a health bar, and it's just not an even trade.
If you can once again, notice, I'm saying the word perfectly. If that's a situation where you have to play there, I think players, that is something to achieve by playoffs. During the regular season, Unless you're in a situation like this, I think KLiK could try it if they really thought that it was the best strategy. They have a little bit of wiggle room.
Yeah.
But you should be finding what works and then holding on to what you need to perfect for a little bit later. Call up teams, hit up teams for scrims, because guess what? People want to practice, people want to play, people want to get better. Don't hold your cards necessarily there all the time. Instead, take the opportunity to grow as teams. And so far, the 6-man lineup is looking very good for the KLiK. It looks like it's just easier to manage from a rotation perspective than anything else. I think that they're feeling the pressure of occasionally being caught out. An example I'll give, they forfeited Halo before because, A, it was Chicken Tech and Jekyll being into that game. And they were like, whoa, we don't want this. Let's get out of this game. And so maybe they realized with the 6-man, we can always have that floating person that we can get to a game that we want. Having the likes of Chicken Tech, having the likes of Jekyll, Global, Killer, him, and Mr. OG means that almost any of them can fulfill any role if you just need a secondary piece to pop in.
I think a lot of these players on the side of the KLiK are making bigger names for themselves than they previously did on the teams they were on before. It's a really good team assembly that they have here on the KLiK, and it's why they work so well together. They're able to show their individual strengths, and they're being put to use in the absolute perfect way. Mr. OG, him, Killer, they weren't top 4, top 3 tier players on their previous teams because they weren't put in a position to benefit their team in the same way. They didn't fill roles that their team really needed. Now they do. Now they are more important to the entirety of their roster, and they're completely justified in being tier 2, 3, and 4, despite that not always having been the case just because of the way we looked at them based on the team they were on.
It ends up being a world of difference. While we are still waiting to get in this game, I would love to take a look at the standings because we talked about the Southern Conference, but now that KLiK has been performing a lot better, I would love to be able to talk about what that Northern Conference picture looks like, if at all possible, because I think they have a lot to prove. They're 2-2. Unlike the other team, they're not 0-5. That 2-2 placement in the standings, ends up being really important for them to take that playoff spot. Because right now they're sitting in the 3 when a lot of people put them at the 2.
Yeah.
We talked about it at the top of the day. I don't know. I think that they have to continue to perform like this if I continue to hold them in that spot. The Bandits are playing well. I don't know why I feel more confident in the KLiK current.
Well, I do. Silver and Third Anarchist were such instrumental pieces to the Reapers' lesser loss, the lesser loss of to the Reapers from the Cyclones. It was less of a loss than we expected. We expected one of those 19-3 style shutouts, and instead we got, I believe, a 16-8 out of that game. So wasn't as bad as we had previously assumed it was going to be. And Third Anarchist stepping in, going even for his team in the 7th position, going even, not less than even though they lost by double the points that they won by.
And here we are, we're on him in the red, I believe, Star Beast, that is, and we're playing. We've seen this pop up a couple times. Our first game after Happ will more than likely be Midnight Ghost Hunt, but these players are now racing down this dirt track. Only enough, I think the truck might actually do better here by purpose of, like, the tires and how the car is built.
Whoa. Some of these players getting pushed around. We even hear some screaming out from the floor. They're getting really immersed in this one, and one of those players is taking to the wrecking part of the game already. It's going to be Chicken Tech in first place, but we do have Intensify there in second. So staying in it for his team. However, him and Killer are both in third and first, and him just taking a little bit of a tap with some of these players just for fun. Even one of his teammates there for a moment. Intensify drops back to fourth, and the first 3 players to cross the finish line are all going to be KLiK.
And I think this is important. That red team is what makes up the majority of that top 5 right now. Intensify by himself has to be exceptionally careful just in case players maybe start targeting him, treating this more like Need for Speed than for Wreckfest, but instead falling back in that position a little bit. And we do have the time going, so this will be, in fact, guaranteed to be our last game. One funny thing is he's always slowing down going into these turns to make sure he's the person doing the hitting and not being rammed into the wall.
I think that was Pizza Man that tried to go the opposite direction to go head-to-head with him, and it didn't work out for him, so Intensify actually drops back to fourth, and he wants to challenge it. Bosif is close to being crashed out here. He's almost been wrecked. We'll see if he can take enough damage, but for now, he will survive. He'll get to hit one more player. Now Pizza Man wants to fight with him. Who's going to cross the line first? It will be Pizza Man, and they'll both crash into the wall head first. That's going to be big damage. Oh! That may have been Bosif coming in, finishing off his own life to do enough damage to him, and now we're going to see Ambushman as well going very low. This does not speak well for the Cyclones. They have a lot of players close to being wrecked out in lap 3.
I think they didn't come into this game expecting to run a race at all. They instead came into a demolition derby. The unfortunate thing there is with all that damage that was being put on, if Bosif used that hit to do all that damage, he's out of the race. If his teammates are now in this position, they have to make sure they perfectly hit. The front of Ambushman's car is non-existent. If anything hits him, he can't even try to hit his teammate here. He manages the slide just by now. We're back on Jekyll, who seems to have lost the back of his car.
Yeah, Jekyll only has 3 HP remaining on his car, and he wants to finish at least this lap here to get the points on the board for his team, and now he has to slow down because he can't hit the wall. Pizza Man really low, making contact with the wall. Ambush Man really low, did not make contact with that wall, and he's going to keep racing. If Jekyll is able to survive another lap here, it's going to be really impressive, and almost takes himself out on the wall. What a beautiful drift on the back left tire. Able to keep himself in this one. He's got a smile on his face. He's like, I can't believe I made it. Now he's going to drift around, try not to make contact with Ambush Man, and he does not. He's about halfway through this lap now. He just needs to come around to the other side. His team's already in a position where they're up by double the score of the Cyclones because of how many players they've lost.
I think we're in a position here where Ambushman stopped, maybe hoping to break check him, but Jekyll was nowhere near him. That has me a little bit concerned. Killer here, I mean, compared to everybody else in the game, he's relatively unscathed.
Yeah.
Able to just move safely through this turn, hold this first place position, and move on to his 6th lap.
Yeah, Jekyll, I still believe, is in the game with that 3 HP. Pizza Man has to take this one slow. He can't take too much damage. Let's see if Killer wants to. Almost did damage to 2 of those players at the same time, using Pizza Man as a barricade for himself, and it looks like that player that tried to charge by just ends up in the pile in the graveyard after the checkered line.
And Baba's doing his best. He's in 2nd place. He has the most health of players left on his team, and I think his team has to just find these wreck outs. Honestly, with the situation the way it is, I don't think you can finish this race. You cannot let, at the very least, him, Chicken Tech, get across that finish line. You need to take him out. We see how low him is. We see that Killer is still slightly ahead. He's driving exceptionally well, but with 1 lap left, someone is going to have to find this kill. We don't even see Killer on his screen.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that Bobby Yagens is still in this one with 73 health remaining, and that's because he can control his car very well. If only his teammates had that same ability. Pizza Man is still in this one despite being very low, but with this being lap 7, I don't think that they even have enough players to make up the 100-point deficit that's been created for them. There are only 3 players left in the game.
I shortly believe we're going to see Killer cross this finish line and this game will be done. It's only Killer, Baba, and him. So with Killer nowhere in Baba's sight lines, he has to be able to finish this race, which is going to guarantee at least 1 finish, and there we go. That should guarantee be the victory here. Baba finishing the race. Good on you finishing the race, but I think you may have lost sight of the winning position.
Yeah, and it may be 200 points here now for the side of the KLiK. When him comes up here and finishes, he still had 25 health remaining. So after all the contact we saw him make, he didn't really take much more. Finishes the race, able to push his team past the 200 marker, and they take a very, very decisive win on that map in Breakfast. So going to go up 9-2. They don't hit double digits before the half, but they are at a 7-point lead. So I think it was just a slow half.
It ends up being a slow half. We've seen really fast halves this season, but we have to see if going into the second half, if the KLiK will be able to hold on to this lead or the Texas Cyclones have another speed to them, level to them, tier to them. Join us after the half to find out.
The person that just arrived was the GOAT, the MVP last season. Cat came straight off of a plane from China and walked straight up in here, and he's ready to play. I don't understand how he's about to do it, but hey, he's about to do it. I guess that's just what GOAT people do.
Just got toasted in second, but we moving on to Lumina Rush. Ricky and Lance have assured me that they're nice at this, so we're about to find out firsthand. I haven't seen them play, so we're going to figure it out together.
All right, tough loss. We're going to get back into it. Just need a little bit of more communication. That's all there is to it. We go get back into this game. It's only 1-0.
All right, 3 people is lined up. You got 30 seconds. All right. Yeah, is Cordy, are you playing?
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, so who's picking?
So, who's picking? Who's our host?
We do. We want Matt.
All right. So you get to choose who goes in for them.
Do you want to go first? No, you just whoever you.
You gotta be quick.
All right.
You gotta be quick.
Kevin versus which 3?
Those 3.
I'll play against him.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Okay, we got Matt.
All right, let's go.
Which map?
1-2.
Okay,
1-2. Level 1. Level 1. Second match. All right, we ready? Cordy, ready?
Yeah.
We good. Staff, you ready? All right, start.
Yo.
All right, Reaper's finished. What's the time?
Good.
35:50.
12. Hey, yo. I got at least a lot of time. I got 23.
Oh yeah.
DVD. 4-minute timer's up.
Bro, just let my team do their thing. That's all done. I have complete faith in them. Right now we're down by 1. It's 1-2, but we'll give them early games. Nothing to worry about. We won though. Okay, take that dub and go.
So the main focus of the UEL is to find the best all-around gamers, to become an end gamer, so to speak. So your objective as a player is to be able to play every game that is on that list, every game that's on that wheel, versus other tournaments, other collegiate sports, esports, whatever, what have you. Their focus is 1 or 2 games. Their focus is, I'm going to be the best at Overwatch. I'm going to be the best at Street Fighter. I'm going to be the best at Mortal Kombat. So they'll play that one game nonstop. And maybe they'll get top 100, 500, whatever. But then they'll go to Evo, and we all joke about it all the time. Is like at Evo, their prize pool is like 40,000. I mean, maybe I'm making it up, but it's like 40,000 for all the winners, whatever. So first place might get 10,000. Versus you come here and you're a tier 1 player, you're gonna get paid to win or lose 2,500 again. Right. So Chris G, he's a former Evo champion, I want to say. He came in here and got smoked, but he's gonna come in here and still get paid 2,500. But it's funny because Chris G, former Evo champion, is getting paid the same as Bosi, dude nobody's ever heard of. We'll find a game that wants to be a part of our tournament, wants to be a part of something new, versus Overwatch and Valorant. They already control everything that they got. It's a monopoly for them, for the game developers right now. So this is a new concept to make it fair to the players, make it fair to the owners. Like you look at a lot of these esports teams now, like Ghost Gaming just joined with us. It's failing in these other leagues because the game controls the leagues. The game controls the events. The game controls the money, essentially. The game controls everything. Versus here, the league controls the league. Exactly. 100%.
How did DBD go?
It was easy, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. They picked a bad killer, though. That's really what it was.
Who were the killers?
It was, well, nobody likes just one killer, but it was Ghostface. And he's just like not that good because his whole ability is that he has to stalk you. But if you just look for him, he can't get his stalk up. Because if he stalks you, he can insta down you. But we were just looking for where he was, and we got all the gens done.
Kalui, I don't know what the heck.
I'd just call him Clue at this point.
Hey, call him just the weird one.
The weird one? With your team here, he's the weird one? Okay, that's...
Nah, I feel great about it. I mean, I can't wait to play with Midnight, especially. But just, I really love this team that we got going into this season. I'm super confident. I'm not going to say undefeated, but I will say champions, for sure.
All right, calling for the 4P. And then the last question I got for you, what game with this composition are you looking forward to? What games you're like, we got to play this today? Give me 3.
I thought we were going to win Rainbow. I was proven wrong. So I don't know what the heck happened. I'm not good at Rainbow.
Give me 3 games, Kat. What you want?
3 games?
3 games.
I wanted to play MK. Got that.
All right, so MK's out the way.
I would like to see Overwatch.
Great performance, though.
I would like to see Overwatch.
So Overwatch, all right.
Fortnite. When Fortnite rolls, I'm standing up. I'm going crazy. All right, I'm cheering Cordy on like crazy. I'm putting that dude on a pedestal.
All right, so you heard it. MK, Overwatch, and Fortnite. They already got MK out of the way with a strong performance.
Yes,
but we can get back into Halo. Cat, thank you for your time, sir. And good luck with the rest of the game.
All right. This is my first time with everybody in person. Very grateful that everybody joined this team, whether you were drafted or, all y'all were free agents. So everybody chose to be here. So I'm super grateful for that fact. Super grateful. You all believe in the fact that we can get that 4th championship, right? I know I do. The rest of the league don't believe it, bro. I know y'all been hearing it already about how, we lost Hollywood and we got no fighters. And it's just not possible this season, bro. They said the same thing every season I've been in this league. Every season, me and Ricky been on this team together. They said the same exact thing. But it reminds me of our first season. Like this season reminds me a lot of our first season. When we first played Karma, I told everybody, like, when we had Lance. No, Lance, I'm talking about, yeah. When we first played Karma, I told everybody the same thing. I'm gonna tell y'all now. This league does not believe in this team. It's a fact. Ask anybody in this league, they're gonna tell you all the reasons why we're gonna lose. I already named them out for you, bro. Cutters is old. We got no fire. No, but on a real note, the biggest thing I can say right here today that's going to win us this championship, do not listen to the losers. Might sound fucked up, but it's a fact. Do not listen to the losers of the league, bro. They're gonna tell you why the rules suck. They're gonna tell you why they're better than you at every single game. They're gonna tell you why that coaching decision wasn't the right decision. All of those things, bro.
Come on, MJ.
Do not listen to the losers of this league, bro. That's the biggest advice I can give. But look, we've been doing great in this half. Let's keep it up. We're gonna go out there. We're gonna smoke their boots. Cordy's gonna go ahead and win some checkmate showdown. He's gonna go out there and win it by himself. Nobody even got to touch the controller. So. But no, let's get into it. Cordy, take us out real quick, bro.
What do you want me to say?
You tell me.
Reapers on 3.
Oh, no.
Just a breakdown?
Reapers on 3.
Nah, bro. Come on. Come on with that little white girl.
We need your battle.
Reapers on 3.
That little 13-year-old white girl stuff, bro. Come on. Bring it up.
Reapers on 3.
Where's the energy, bro?
Reapers on 3.
With your chest.
We're not leaving until you give us something, bro.
We're not leaving until you finish. All right.
All right. Reapers on 3.
Go, Cordy. Give us some energy.
What's the energy that we should have?
Don't be
bro.
shy. I ain't gonna lie. I'm tired of this bitch. But
I'm tired too. Bring us some energy.
Yeah, Cordy. I need that energy with Cordy.
Don't be shy.
I don't got energy.
I need that energy
Come on, bro.
like you gonna have on Sunday when we ball.
Fortnite just rolled.
Come on,
Hey,
Cordy.
Fortnite just rolled.
Cordy, come on, Cordy.
Come on.
Reapers on 3.
We're gonna work on that. Take us out, bro.
Count us down, bro.
1, 2, 3. Reapers.
Oh my God.
Are you running it back? He
Hey, run it back.
Come on.
Do better.
Come on, Cordy. Give me your name, Cordy. Cordy, I need your
They
energy.
gotta be able to hear us in the other room and be like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
That's the point, bro.
Come on, Cordy.
Hey, bro. Fortnite just rolled, bro. Come on.
Hey, bro. Who are we? Reapers! Who are we?
Reapers!
Hey, Reapers on 3. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Reapers!
Welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is you have people with all different needs being taught Jiu-Jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from Jiu-Jitsu what they need from Jiu-Jitsu. Gracie bully proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress.
Critical.
They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2, safety.
Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna learn how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the Master Cycle, and the cooperative, work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the Master Cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because Jiu-Jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the Master Cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu.
but it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of Jiu-Jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it yet.
Or you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note, and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what? It's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
Welcome back from the half, everybody. It is still a 9-2 KLiK and Cyclones. I'm Speedy, and now I am joined here by Nyarko. Nyarko, welcome to the UEL for your very first game. You've been watching in this first half. What do you think so far about this matchup?
Well, I was actually hearing a lot of people defend the Cyclones in their current run here in the UEL. I know 0-5, not a great start to things, but frankly, from what I've been hearing, there was a lot of chances for them to turn this 0-5 record to something a little bit better, maybe even up to 3-2 if you want to be generous. But here, so far, it's been a little bit of a stomp, obviously. Because we get a lot of games of similar genres throughout the first half, hopefully their fortunes can change here as we start transitioning maybe some sports games. We saw Wreckfest, obviously. That was a racing game. We got a few more of those on the docket, so this could be their time to bring it back, but it certainly is a mountain to climb.
Yeah, big mountain to climb. The KLiK are not one of those teams that are going to let you climb back so easily. So with their 2-2 record, a lot of people, the way you talked about the Cyclones is the same way people talk about the KLiK. Very possible that they should have been up. They lost by only 1 point against the Paladins. They could have been at a 3-1 position right now. They want to prove that there's so much more than they've shown so far. And what they've shown hasn't been terrible. We just expected them to be a little bit higher.
Yeah, I've heard that expectations were incredibly high for the KLiK. While for the Cyclones, of course, they really began out of this rebranding where they're kind of starting from the bottom. So even though their showing so far hasn't been super strong, in a way, it almost feels as if people have a more positive sense going into the Cyclones than for the KLiK right now, where they were really Atlas holding that world up with a massive amount of expectations bearing down upon their shoulders. So hopefully they can continue their lead here on their side so that their fans can feel confident about them moving into, say, playoffs and beyond.
Yeah, the playoff picture is what they're looking at right now. The Cyclones aren't even in that position right now. They're looking at just not losing anymore, and it has to start here today because asking to go to playoffs with a record of a negative scoreline, the best they'll be able to do if they lose here today is go 4-6, and that is not a pretty picture to paint for yourself if you want to be going into playoffs here. The Ravens are already 3-2, meaning that if they can win a single other game this season, you'd be tied with them, and they have already, I believe, have that tiebreaker on the Cyclones, or if not, very much we expect them to have that game.
And so you're going to have to orient me a little bit here regarding the rosters as well as the standings throughout the course of this season. I know we're only a few weeks in right now, but I heard there's still 2 undefeated teams that are gunning at the top spot.
There are, so we can actually get our standings up here on screen in just a moment. What we have right now is the Reapers in the Northern Conference. They're at a 4-0 scoreline, 5-0 now after this most recent week. This is actually currently updated. After their first game this week, they are now 5-0, and then the X-Gods are 4-0, also undefeated. They are mathematically in that #1 position. Of course, the bots are up there because they went by wins, not win rate, but the X-Gods should be in that #1 spot in the South Conference. So Paladins and Wolves, if you take a look at the other side, that is a swap. Those should be Paladins in 5th, Wolves at the bottom. But the Wolves have only had 3 games so far. We expect them to be able to pick up more because after a huge break from their second game into their third, they looked so much better coming back into it.
All right, well, we are spinning the wheel here for the next game on the docket following what is going to be Midnight Ghost Hunt, and that's going to be Dragon Ball FighterZ, which I'm happy to see on the wheel. Now, on the other hand, while I have some familiarity with Dragon Ball FighterZ, I got no familiarity here with Midnight Ghost Hunt. I know you're describing it as a little bit of a prop hunt style game. There's no jump scares though, right? I'm pretty faint of heart.
No jump scares. There will be. Now, listen. It'll be scary how good some of these players are at this game, but other than that, no. We do have some really mechanically gifted players that will be playing on the Ghost side. They will be trying to hide as props throughout the map, and these hunters that you see here loaded in the car, they're going to be trying to find who those props are, use their weapons to hunt down the Ghost, and the Ghosts are going to have an opportunity to switch what they're hiding as, and they can use some of their abilities to make escapes and have good movement as well. The props, however, don't just get to stand still and hide. There's an ectoplasm meter that's going to be building up, and they'll have to move around back and forth if they want to get that ectoplasm meter to drop down, or they'll have to make sounds that will give away their location, but they wouldn't have to move to give away exactly what object they are.
Very interesting. It almost feels like the roles are reversed in a way. Typically see the ghosts as the hunters in a lot of these horror game scenarios. Here, instead, they're the ones set stationary, trying to make a statement, as we are getting a little bit of a swap here in the commentary booth. And so while Speedy is going to depart, we're bringing someone else in. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Happy to be in for Midnight Ghost Hunt. Hi, I'm Strick. It's good to be here. So this game was a lot of fun. We ultimately get a chance to see this robot looking to attack it looks like the Hunter team, as they try to move away, having to find a player this early is always really good because you only have 4 minutes to really find players. So getting 1 of the 4 down, 2 of the 4 down actually, means that the KLiK are in a great position to go ahead and win this game.
Yeah, getting someone really quickly out of the gate here is also just good for morale, of course. It is going to bring this kind of ready philosophy to the table that hopefully these Hunters can really use, knock down the remaining members of the team. Right now, you also see there's a lot of freedom to just kind of fire at everything as you're moving around the map. So hopefully they've kind of coordinated beforehand, get a good layout of this theater, Le Spectre, I think it's called, which frankly, in regards to haunting, I think they're just asking for it at that point.
It's the worst thing in the world. And the feeling of this gun as well, once it hits onto a ghost, it starts to slow them, making them a little bit easier to track. And the KLiK have employed the strategy. They just like to check everything just to be safe. They don't want to get caught unaware, and that's a 3rd player going down for the side of the Cyclones. So one of these players has to now survive for the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds to give his team a chance of a win. Oh, not even having to jump over. Just goes ahead and vacuums them up and makes everything nice and clean.
It's always good to have the double duty when you're coming in here. You spend several $1,000s, I imagine, on a Sunday squad. They might as well clean up the place while you're in there, you know?
It is beautiful. Now, it is important because what this means is even if we do make it to midnight, if this last player manages to hide, all of his teammates will spawn with a fraction, about 30% of their original health to be able to try to take this fight. So even if they are put in a position where they have to go on that defense, they are in the perfect position now to still win. A lot easier versus having to take down, 4 superpowered ghosts, maybe 3 okay ghosts, and 1 really scary.
So, Strix, you're going to have to walk me through this. There isn't just the prop hunt section. You're telling me that there's a little bit of a battle arena coming up?
Yes, it's amazing. So imagine a game of tag, truly like a game of tag. So after this timer runs out here in 1 minute and 20 seconds, the Hunters become the hunted. The ghosts get the chance to finally fight back and to use some of those different perks that we've already seen the different players using. You get things that allow you to deal more damage, to be more aggressive, and to be more in the face of the Hunters, and to find a victory.
All right, well, that means the Cyclones aren't quite out of this one just yet, even though we did have that rapid finding of 3 members so far. The KLiK doing a good job sweeping the rest of this area. Like you said, not the end of the world if this slips through their fingers, but certainly Cyclones need every boon on their side possible if they want to try contend here with the hunt section.
And I have to believe that it might be SurfThing, the rookie. He was smiling at the camera there for a second, grinning almost like he got away with it. And this is what we see most teams do. With 40 seconds left, if you're the Hunters, you know that you're probably not finding this last person if you haven't already found them. So you notice they're switching to different items. They're bringing the traps now, block off some of these doorways, limit the approach of the ghost, and do your best to fight them off in a space where you can control the battlefield versus playing on their turn.
This is quite the map. I just noticed this looks exactly like the starting of Kino der Toten if you ever played Black Ops Zombies. And it feels a lot like they're laying those claymores down, ready for the next zombie round coming your way. So certainly got some action, and it looks like KLiK, I think, have set up quite nicely. They have solid sweeping of the full area around them now. And I'm kind of surprised maybe leveraging something like going onto the high ground could help them here. But regardless, they are becoming the hunted. It is past midnight right now, which for me is kind of the start of the night, frankly.
Yes.
My sleep schedule's messed up.
It is for, I think, a lot of us gamers. We kind of dwell in the deepest part of nights. But now these Hunters have to deal with these ghosts. And we swap over to Pizza Man. As he looks around, his first goal is going to be finding an item. Outside of this item, you see he only has 39 health, but inside of an item, if he possesses anything, he'll be able to get a much larger health pool and deal more damage. There is headshot damage, by the way, on objects, so the Hunters in this case gotta protect their heads because, if a bed gets thrown at your head, you probably wouldn't be feeling too good after the fact.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying that each individual object had a head, as in, what is the head of a chair? What is the head of a bed? And we were getting into real deep philosophy right there. Plato would have a fit in whatever grave he's currently in. But no, I get what you're saying right now. We're going to see whether or not we're going to be able to land any of those opportunistic headshots. Makes a lot of sense. I can't imagine that Ghost Hunters have the greatest concussion protocol.
And now I'm wondering, because it looks like the time is ticking down, and the ghosts have to realize that midnight doesn't last forever, just like a real clock. The Hunters will eventually get the chance to leave, and that is in 2 minutes and 49 seconds, so you have to find a way in. Maybe they took some time to swap up their perks, change up their builds, because both teams have the ability to do that, and maybe looking for an attack. And the first ghost trying to come in, looks to be Bosif, and he's already down, but another ghost jumps in, gets trapped immediately. That's 2 down for the players, 3 down for the players, and we're back in the same scenario we were just a few short minutes with one of these players left standing, one of these players left waiting and looking for a possible kill. But they managed to pick up a player, so it ends up turning once again into a 2v4, but it doesn't last. The player goes down. Now, if you get vacuumed up, you're done. You're no longer having the opportunity to come back. So KLiK is saying we can wait 2 minutes. We can just play safe. I don't have to worry about it. In these final moments, we will find our victory just because you have to win. You can't wait anymore.
It's almost as if Jekyll, who we're currently watching, has to hide in order to get the victory.
It's the funnest part about this game. In a game like Dead by Daylight, you just can't fight back. You have to just run for your life the entire time, where finally we get the opportunity where, notice, they're not staying in that front part anymore. They realize they can just try to fight now with 4 people, and this one player needs to be able to do the best, but it sounds like KLiK players are making the call of, let's not take any risk. Let's not create that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a possible victory to come out.
Well, you saw how easy it was to dogpile that first ghost that tried to crash through the barricade there at the start of midnight. So I imagine that as long as you have safety in numbers, keep together, it'll be pretty easy to pick off this last fighter as they're going to approach as a chair, and that is KLiK walking away with the game.
And like you said, textbook, they just waited. He walked in, and what are you going to do with everybody looking at you, looking at your door?
Yeah, I feel that ghosts, for the most part, aren't observed all that often. That's the entire point of these ghost hunting shows. So when all of a sudden you got 3 trained ghost hunters staring at you, it's the worst situation to be in. You freeze up. It's very unfortunate. So ghosts have a better shot next time. But for right here and now, KLiK as the hunters are going to walk away with that game, and they're going to widen the lead now to 11-2.
That is such a huge margin for them to come back. But I talked to the Cyclones during half. They're confident. They feel like the second half is their game. They know that they've been losing this game by inches, and just a few little tweaks should be able to get them in a position to win. And I think this might be the position with Chicken Tech being the only person available. Global and Jekyll will be going in for KLiK. But more importantly, I have to look to SurfThing. This rookie has been showing out in these fighters, and I think Dragon Ball FighterZ is a game that he has an opportunity to do a lot more damage in than maybe the likes of Street Fighter and Tekken, where he has to fight 5 whole people without fail.
Well, as somebody who has been traumatized by the lab coat meta and hasn't really played the game since, walk me through, how is everybody feeling about Dragon Ball FighterZ? I know we've seen a wide variety of players at a wide variety of skill levels showing out in a bunch of other fighting games here. I saw a bunch of Modern Ken the other day, and that was blowing my mind. So what are we looking for here in this 3v3?
So luckily for the KLiK, I think you're going to see what is expected out of competitive Dragon Ball FighterZ players.
Okay.
Maybe not the characters you always look for. I'm going to say Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta is coming out of Global, and Jekyll, as long as he has access to it, is going to go back to that UI Goku. It's always fun. With that most recent patch where they kind of said everybody with Sparking can TOD now and kill on 1 hit, I think a lot of players in the league are like, this game is insane. But some of the maybe less familiar players are like, this game is really fun now. I can just do like half a person's life bar with like 1 touch, and it's like, that is why I'm not having as much fun as you right now.
This is Guilty Gear Strive brain rot. Everybody now likes giga damage in their fighting games. I don't personally understand it here, but this is the entropic endpoint of FGC in so many different games, right? People got bored of Ultra Street Fighter. They made Omega, right? People got tired of Street Fighter 2. They made the Rainbow Edition hack so that everybody was flying around the screen. So now Dragon Ball FighterZ getting that same treatment. We're about to dive into that one. Can you walk me through, though, how exactly this 3v3 works? What's the format looking like?
This is what's really interesting. A lot of, I think, traditional fighters players don't realize there's a mode in the game where you can play 6 people where each person controls 1 character. So it will look like the most normal game of fighters you've seen, but it will be all of our players individually piloting that 1 character. And so sometimes it's really easy to see maybe the player that relies on that auto combo really heavily versus some of those more experienced players that's like, just give me a C assist and I'll be fine. I don't really need to know exactly what your character is.
Somebody just jumped 3 ELO brackets between 1 character to another.
Yes.
That's actually how I play like KOF, though. I'm terrible at every character except for 1.
Oh, you would love the league because in KOF we did the same thing last season where it was like, hey, I get to play Angel and have fun and not worry about having to learn every other character in the roster except for the matchup. So I'm interested to see, and it looks like they chose on the side of the Cyclones some good picks as well. You have Psycho going in. We're going to see the DBS Broly. Had to think about which one of the 2 Brolys. We've been seeing a lot of shenanigans come out of that. That character's really fun, by the way. If you haven't played since Lab Coat, one of the changes they gave him, his auto combo now gives him a free bar of meter, and when he level 3s and takes his shirt off, he just infinitely gains meter passively.
Oh, okay.
This game became a completely
It became Guilty Gear Strive.
Yes, in the best and worst ways, maybe. The cover, and then Selfo has been showing out today, so I want to see what character he ends up bringing. And then Pizza Man, one of our most coachable players, I think, here in the lineup today, has never really played fighters, but has always had coaches that will sit down and be like, hey, when he jumps at you, DP, do this motion. And he's like, cool, brain empty, we're going to just DP if they jump at me. And it works. It is the funniest thing in the world because you realize sometimes it's just that simple. When he presses this button, do this.
Yeah.
When he jumps, do this. The fighting game players, we overcomplicate it, to be honest with you. We're like, what's the frame data on that? And really, it's the space. And it's like, nope, just anti-air him every time he jumps, you'll be fine.
I don't know what you're talking about. As a brainless Ramlethal player in Strive, my entire philosophy is jump in and then heavy slash, and usually it works. I don't think I've ever really had to do anything except for flowchart my way to Celestial. It's a pretty damn good time here. And Strix, I gotta say, I think that it is something that we can learn. As you're talking about, a lot of people do overcomplicate things, but honestly, if you've got that whole flowchart can spread out across your thighs as you're jamming away, right? I think that you could probably take down a good 80% of players, including people outside of the UEL. So bringing that philosophy here, having a team behind you to keep you on the straight and narrow, I think is also really valuable.
That is what makes the UEL so different, because the biggest thing to remember is some of these are racers. They're strategy players. They're shooters by default, by trade. And so when they sit down in the fighting game, they don't view it necessarily the same as fighting game players. And trust me when I tell you, I'm the same as you. As a Leo player, I'm always looking to flash
Oh,
kicks.
yeah.
The moment anybody gets within half a screen of me.
Hey, I have never blocked your back turn cross up, ever. I don't think I've ever done it in my entire time playing this game.
I love just telling people, like, it's throwable. I'm like, feel free to try. I hate the matchup because the same thing happens to me. So Dragon Ball FighterZ, I want to see who takes an early lead. I think UI Goku, you mentioned Lab Coat, so you know about UI.
Yep.
The shenanigans are strong here. Flying across the screen and hitting you with a button or making you guess for a throw tends to work out pretty strong as well. Timeouts are running down here. So I'm happy that these teams, KLiK actually burning their first time out of the game, immediately coming after that game out of half, just to make sure everything is good. I think it's safe. It's smart. It shows why they have a strong lead.
They had to scrub off all the ectoplasm from the previous game.
True. They did such an amazing job there, and they have their three best fighters, I say. I think him is up there, an amazing player, has grown into a fighter, but didn't come into the league. Chicken Tech, Jekyll, and Global, all by trade, are now fighters. Jekyll was a sports player, but don't let him fool you. He's been growing in fighting games to be one of the best fighting game players in the entire league.
Yeah, I believe that he was playing Tekken earlier. One of those participants was doing pretty well on that front. But we are, in fact, entering into the gauntlet here. You got the 3-stack on either side. Strix, how are you feeling about these teams?
This looks to be really fun. It's going to be explosive. Chicken Tech into Psycho Flame to start off our matchup. I think whichever one can get an early fight for their team will be in a great spot. The auto combo doesn't connect, so he doesn't get the meter, but now we immediately see Chicken Tech jumping back in with this Android 21, and finally the armor giving Psycho his first combo of the game.
Wall bounce, we're going to see what he's going to do for breakfast here, trying to push over to the side. Good reversal here from the Android, going to get the air combo in kind. And now with the cross-up, they are going to be in a position where they can start putting the blender on, jump away to keep things on for pressure. We're going to see a swap out.
And this is what you were asking about, and I think I can really get into. The KLiK are a far more patient team. You know, they're picking their openings, these fighting game players, where specifically the Cyclones are pretty impetuous. They want to jump in, they want to fight, they want to get some damage out there. Goat Seif here, as he's eloquently named himself, looks to be falling here to Chicken Tech, his rival Tier 1. It's a blue combo. He could have escaped there, but now looking for another opportunity, and the Super Dash will close out the round. So Sofo-sama waiting in the wings, but Flame is going to have to jump back in and try to help his team wherever possible.
So in regards to people playing, say, Anchor versus first position here in this game, what are you looking for out of this Android 21? How much more do they need to do before you say, this is definitively going the way of KLiK?
Normally, you want your second strongest player, in my opinion, to be on that point position.
Yeah.
You want somebody that's going to be able to kill anybody that doesn't really know the game and to just get your team an advantage, as Chicken Tech is doing right here. In the wings, he has waiting his stronger players. They currently have Jekyll in the anchor position because of his consistency more than anything else. He's kind of like a player that regardless of the fighter, he's going to be able to compete and to play, but now choosing to bring him in, maybe realizing they have an advantage. And the worry here, maybe just to get some of that life back on Chicken Tech. The level 3 here, going to get some of his life back as well as throw out some damage, but the most important thing now is sparking. We don't see, compared to traditional Dragon Ball fighters, the use of sparking as often. Jekyll with a little bit of a fake out, baiting a side switch, making Psycho think he was coming from the other way. And now it's going to be on the side of Sofo-sama if he's going to be able to take a win. But you see how much more patient he is, how much confidence he has in his play here. Jumping back, hasn't even pressed an attack button yet, looking to get in a spot to take the fight. Ends up getting thrown here. Let's see what Jekyll's able to do. Do we see a sparking? No combo to follow up.
Oh no, and this is exactly where UI Goku wants to be. They have that corner pressure, and DBZ, you don't have the ability to wall break or anything like that to get out of the corner unless you get a nice cross-up. As we see there, finally, one last lease on life here for the Cyclones. Can they bring it back is the question. But getting caught up with Hadouken. Oh, this is bad. Android 21 back on in it to land the killing blow. There's the splat, and there's the end.
And the unfortunate thing is Sofo got hit with the unfortunate idea of being anchor. I mentioned that sparking. He never popped it the entire round, which meant he didn't have the regen. He didn't have the ability just to fight, to live, to give his chance, that extra chance of a comeback. He only got the one touch the entire game.
And this is really turning into a clobbering now, not only in fighters, but also more generally.
Yes.
Cyclones still stuck at only 2 victories over the course of this run so far. We are diving into Maelstrom next here, so you're going to have to hold my hand through this one, Strix. Could be hard on a rockin' boat, but I got to say, out of all the games I saw that I was getting prepped for to come in here to debut on commentary, this is the one I'm most afraid about. Ship combat is something completely mercurial and bizarre to me. So how do you think these 2 teams are going to match up against one another? Could this be where Cyclones comes ahead?
This is a chance for the Cyclones to come out and play. They've played a ton of this game. Their coach in Third Anarchist, in fact, is Yapton, talked a lot about how much he loves boats and loves naval combat, and he's always down to chat about it, so I hope he's prepared his team to go in. But the KLiK kind of just will have their strategy. They like to use a lot of those big, heavy, tanky boats. I don't have to fight you if you can't kill me. You have to win the game somehow. So I'm hoping that they've planned something out in this game. But the Cyclones do have a great chance here. They're one of our stronger teams here at Maelstrom. You mentioned it's a boat game. For a lot of people, it is a boat battle royale. So there will not just be our players here in the building, but maybe some familiar and unfamiliar names popping in to contest them as well. You get points from dealing damage to enemy players, killing enemy players, as well as your final placement in the lobby. So there's a lot of strategy to be played about whether you take a fight, when you take a fight, and even maybe sometimes dying to the storm versus possibly giving your opponents another point.
All right, well, there's definitely a lot of variables on the table here, and we're going to see how both of these teams navigate it as one would navigate a ship to try to come out on top between the KLiK and the Cyclones. But I do want to take a step back really quick as we start loading on into this game. Can you walk me through a little bit more of the legacies of these teams? I heard that Cyclones now is one of these teams that has a lot of past to them in the UAL, but they've been changing names a lot and evolving.
So the Cyclones specifically, 0-5 is out of character for what this team was. Prior to this season, this was our championship contender. In our rafters, we have a few banners going all the way back to Season 2, the Grizzlies. From that point, what was New Moon last season and the Grizzlies historically from Season 2 up until the end of last season, this team has always been in the final game. They have won 4 times, only losing the last 3. But now with a new owner, with a name change, a branding difference, they have become a different animal with a completely new lineup. And so now in these moments, they're trying to maybe refine their footing. This isn't that same roster. That history is there and that legacy exists, but now different players are trying to ultimately live up to it, and this season hasn't gone the best. On the other side, the KLiK is made up of a ton of known quantities, really good players. Chicken Tech, the known Tier 1. Mr. OG, the known kind of second in command, I think, across a lot of his teams, always playing well, but not always being that star player. You have him, a rising up-and-coming rookie from the last couple of seasons, winning most improved and showing out time and time again, unexpectedly winning. Killer, a returning face. Seasons ago, he was here playing with Mr. OG and Chicken Tech on a team now known as the Georgia Ghost, but the Ghost previously as well. They now moved to a different squad. Jekyll has moved around to a ton of teams in the league and has become kind of one of those indie gamers, as we call them, someone that is able to play any and all the genres, and then Global Figure coming in at the same time as a player like him, starting off as a fighter sports player, but rounding himself out, starting out with a championship team in the Reapers, moving to the Gorillas now, the KLiK, and sticking it out with this lineup. All of these players, except for Sofo, have been in the league for at least this season. Even the young Pizza Man, he is one of the second most veteran player on his team at the age of like 13. It's kind of funny. The ages are so different. It looks like everybody's in game, and it looks like we are watching one of the KLiK players, in fact, on the Orc ships, which are known for ramming, getting in your face, and boarding what you expect from a lot of, if you know orcs in any type of fantasy lore, they like to deal that damage, and it is in fact him who we've seen performing today pretty well.
This is pretty built up as far as orcs goes. As a 40K fan myself, I'm thinking about the hollowed out rocks they use at Spaceship. At least here you got a little bit of visual design going in favor of the orcs here, but they are playing aggressive as you're talking about, trying to go for that boarding style.
And I love that you mentioned the 40K because, hilariously enough, I think the dwarf and the designs in this game are very 40K inspired.
Oh, yeah.
We're now looking actually, him's on the dwarf ship, funnily enough here, this big blocky ship that you see. And they have actually all 3 races. The humans are there as well. We have a ghost faction, but only some of our specialized players tend to go in here. So right now, the way this game builds up is you build up over time. It is actually very funnily. I know you did some League of Legends. This replaced League of Legends, but has that same MOBA build-up. So as you kill these smaller ships, you'll get different buffs that will fill out and build up, whether that's your speed, your damage, your ability to take damage and heal up outside of a fight. All of that comes from fighting these small ships, so you don't always see teams immediately jump into that fight early on. Just like any other Battle Royale, they want to build up.
Makes a lot of sense, and I imagine that because of this dynamic, there's a lot of snowballing at play here. Odd because the sea isn't frozen over, but regardless, I think that what we're going to be seeing out of these two teams then is probably trying to get up to that peak size, peak advantage that I think you could have before. All dogpiling in. We saw preparation come from both these teams with the philosophies over previous games. Midnight Ghost Hunt, for instance, you saw the Ghost not immediately rush at midnight, instead deciding we're going to try to hit them from multiple angles at a given point in time after we get our buffs out. Didn't really work there, but perhaps with the Cyclones, it's going to work this time.
Yeah, I think that it works in their favor because now the team that kind of wants to play slow seems to be the KLiK. They're all spread out here. They're not staying together as we normally see teams do. They're all trying to build up, as you mentioned before, and it's going to come down to how well they know how to fight. Now, we do switch over to the KLiK, and Bosif seems to have found a target along with his teammate Ambushman. Now, the one idea that I will call you is in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you'll see 5 icons. That right icon is determined by your captain. So the very first point of the game seems to have gone the way of the Cyclones with that first kill. But I called attention there. That is like an ultimate in other games, but it's in a captain's ability. In the case of Bosif, it's mines. And, he wants these close range engagements. He wants to trap players near him so he's able to deal tons and tons of damage. Where when we're looking at him, he actually had torpedoes. So even between the same boat, you can see incredibly varied styles of play.
Well, right now, the style of play seems to be that aggression, up close and personal, trying to get into a death loop here. Good job by the dwarf ship to keep their head above them, actually picking up that kill. Scattershot coming their way. They will definitely dodge it, and now they're going in for the ram yet again, meeting up with a fellow compatriot of the dwarves.
And it's doing a great job here. I have to be happy here. All of your team is together. You're finding your kills. You're playing smart, and you're already putting damage and points on the board, which is going to give you an edge. Too many teams in the league so far, I have seen them immediately just charge into a fight thinking that, oh, well, we've killed the enemy team, we just win, right? And it's like, no, we've had teams do almost the opposite of just knowing how to survive, giving them the last point or two they need to take a win. So going out to an early lead and finding maybe some of these other players, not your competitors in-game, but the other members of the Battle Royale, ends up benefiting you hugely. Lurking here in the smoke, you can see the edges of the screen fog up a little bit. He can't be seen, similar to a bush for those that are more familiarized with that MOBA style of game. You have the ability to just hide yourself and lie in wait. But now it looks like the KLiK are back on the move again, maybe grouping back up and looking for a fight, realizing that they're falling behind in terms of points.
We are hearing some comms, I believe, from the KLiK talking about how they're exactly going to route across this map right now. Looks like they are trying to just coalesce, maybe pick off some stragglers either from Cyclones or from other people in this lobby. So Strix, we're going to see whether or not that'll be a way by which they could bring themselves back into this game. It looks like some scouting is already going down, and they may have found someone to call out and hunt down.
That is what is important. I like the idea of keeping tabs on your opponent. You never want to be by yourself in this game. If you're running into 3 people, I mean, I think that's true of almost any game. If you're running into 3 opponents, you're not going to necessarily survive. But just Mr. OG here being patient, calm, and waiting for the rest of his team to pop in seems to be the best call. Now, they do have some smaller ships, so that big dwarf ship does absorb a lot of damage, but you have to trade that off with maneuverability. They're trying to get on this fight, and maybe third party. One of them could steal this kill if they just find the right shot onto this boat. I would love to see somebody go ahead and try, but instead, they don't seem to be working. Who ends up getting that kill? This could mean the difference. Mr. OG did manage to steal the kill, so he's gotten his team a point and is now trying to get away from what has to be a sea of mines that is going to be right behind him, and now is blinded, can't see around him. The seas are dark. All he knows is that damage is coming in from what feels like every side, and he has to get moving again. Finally, he gets to see, and there's an opponent in front of him, to the left of him, behind him. He is surrounded. He has no more room. He might not even be able to escape here, and he goes down, managing to get his team at least a point and some damage, but not able to do much more.
And this was a big gamble from Mr. OG. You saw right from the beginning, darts in, not quite in the same position that favored a lot of these other players, but goes in with a big sweeping shot, manages to catch out a straggler, but from there, all the resources expended. There's nothing for them to do except for collapse under the weight of so many other surrounding fighters. So given that that's the case, I don't know if the 1-for-1 is really worth it in this situation.
I have to agree with you. This is why I wanted to compliment the Cyclones. Them finding that other team and taking them out, every game of Maelstrom devolves into. It's like every battle royale. Once the circle starts to close in, it's every team third-partying every other team. We're jumping in the fight and trying to take a fight. And now that they've lost a player, it now means that they are running away from all three of these Cyclones members. And once again, we see this small ship trapped, locked in between these bigger opponents. And as the mines come out, the players flaw, and Bosif picks up another kill, this time onto Killer, getting more damage, and they have another sight in their targets. Now, even after their opponents are down, it's important. Your placement matters. If you get first place, you get 15 extra points, which could change the difference. But we see there, all three, the last three standing, are the Cyclones, and I have to believe that's going to be a win. We'll let the tally and the score come in, because we've seen crazier outcomes in some of these games. But that was just an impressive performance. You asked me if they had a chance, and I think they showed you unequivocally that was their game.
And I really do think that as someone new to the scene, and particularly new to a game like Maelstrom, that just from what I was witnessing, the Cyclones clearly had a much more watertight game plan going into this one that was executed better than what the KLiK had. You just look at whenever we were in the KLiK's point of view, they were kind of dawdling around. They were looking for people to pick off, knowing that they were behind, always trying to climb that mountain, but Cyclones were on top of it. They were moving as one. They were leveraging advantages from other people coming into their clutches. And from there, I think even with the tally still in the works right now, I'd be pretty confident in saying that finally we're going to move up to a third point for Cyclones. And there it is, locked in, as now we have NBA 2K25 as our next game.
We might get a forfeit out here. Bosif is one of our premier 2K players. He's up there. While he doesn't have the same teammates as he once did, he is still that threat. He is the, I think, most defined by the sports category tier 1 in the league. So putting him in here, I think they might take the chance between Chicken Tech and Global, good in their own right, and choosing to send an Intensify with him is pretty interesting. I would have maybe guessed Baba Yagins, but maybe holding him for another possible sports game coming up in the wings of this second half. This is where teams kind of change their approach. The first half, you see a lot of teams approach the game from play your best players at all times, but as the time wanes down, you start, I'll say, gambling. It's the only way that I can phrase it, where you're starting to bet on this wheel of what might come up next. Oh, there's a lot of sports left. Maybe I should hold my sports, but now they got to play a fighting game that they have never touched before. Maybe you don't hold Sofo, but I think you have to hold him. If a Blaze Blue rolls, if a Skullgirls rolls, he is your lifeline in that game, especially since we have not seen the likes of their other normal fighting game player in Silver.
You talk a lot about gambling here. The thing is that right now the KLiK have a lot more chips to play with, which is why I'm kind of open to what you're propositioning. I'm going for the concede here. Give Cyclones a single point. They still got to win 8 more just to tie it up. And given that the clock is winding down throughout the course of this 4-hour match, there is a chance that they're just never going to be able to get over the KLiK. And I feel that the KLiK, with their skill sets as you're lining them up, still have plenty of things on the board to play through. However, on the side of Cyclones, they could also be happy to take this concede, roll over to another sports game. There are quite a few of those left. I know you guys played Lethal League Blaze earlier. I dispute that that's even a sports game. That's a fighting game if I ever did see one.
As a player in this league, I'm happy to have Lethal League Blaze in the sports category. It makes me very happy as a fighting game player. It is definitely a sports game. Yes, no, I actually agree with you. I think there are a lot of fighting game players that have taken to that in the sports category. Mm-hmm. Maybe a little bit more than even the league might have expected to play across the board. And it helps the Cyclones' momentum if they do get this concede. But I think that might be why the KLiK end up contesting it. Most importantly, though, the KLiK end up burning a timeout. That is their second timeout since half. If you don't have timeouts, and you have any delay of games, setup mistakes at all, the forfeits start rolling, which now means they were able to do it in the first half, but KLiK has to play perfect getting into these games for the rest of the match.
And this is a dynamic of the UEL that just doesn't exist in any other competitive esports world. You need to be able to transition from console to PC. You need to know how to navigate all the storefronts, all of the front ends that exist now, be it Uplay, be it Steam, be it Origin, any of those things, in order to make sure that your team is on lock and ready as a group to dive into this one. So timeout burn, like you're talking about, 0 left. While the Cyclones are still sitting on a bank of 2, but now we are diving into the game. No concede coming out here, but the question is, can the KLiK hold up?
And now it looks like everybody's getting their settings right. We have a few more settings to handle. This is really fun. Sometimes you get some insight into maybe some different players and how they like to set up their players for 2K, what shots they want to use, what meters they want to use. It all ends up being different. And then we saw another one of our featured game, Final Stand Ragnarok, another strategy game coming out there to go ahead and play for the near future. But 2K coming up here should be a lot of fun. We'll see who everybody is on today. We'll get who each player is. It'll be a little bit fun. We see a wide dynamic here. You don't just see, the expected names. In a basketball game, you'll see the Kobe Bryants, the Michael Jordans step onto the court. But then occasionally players will bring out some names that are less than expected. I saw Kevin Durant, good shooter, a lot of ability to play from the perimeter as well. And then Kareem to play the big man down low. Ends up meaning that both teams have at least some height, which bodes well. They have some good strategy at least put together.
Are you insinuating that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the second highest scorer of all time, is not a well-known name in basketball here, Strix?
In the league, yes. That's the scary part. The amount of people that I'm like, you don't know Kareem of all people? Like, there's a few names that I'm not going to say I'm the most up-to-date on the NBA, but 90% of the names, if they appear on the screen, like, I will know them, especially if they are one of the legendary players.
Yeah.
The Skyhook, by definition, his shot is known as one of the most unbeatable offensive tools. But it looks like both teams have opted for the Kareem, and one side opting for a little bit more height in Kevin Durant, whereas some of that explosive playmaking coming out of Kobe Bryant may benefit one of our two teams here. So it does look like that Bosif is going to be on Kobe, which means Global is on Durant. So translate that, the black shirts are the side of the Cyclones, and the white shirts are the side of the KLiK, meaning that first point went over the side of the KLiK, and a nice shot coming from Bosif. Doesn't find a spot, but immediately intensifies, able to put it back in and continue to push him ahead.
Playing tight and down low for both of these teams. We saw it dunk into a very close layup here. A lot of physical contestation between the Kareem clones, I'm going to say here. Trying to get onto the inside here. Glad they didn't do my man dirty with the bald spot and goggles. They're going for a Lou Alston on them.
It's really fun. Even for me, that would be funny, the one that we know Kareem, I think, for a lot of us.
Yeah.
But I'm happy they went with a more traditional design. Both these teams attacking the basket heavily. Maybe that first shot worrying the side of the Cyclones, causing them to be like, maybe we don't take these shots, but someone's going to need to start putting out some of these points. Now, both of the players on these teams that I expect to be the strongest players are on the side of those kind of playmaking spots. The Durant, the Kobe Bryant, whereas Chicken Tech now working a lot better with his team. Last time we saw them play, he kind of was in a position where he wasn't able to assist his team enough, almost stolen. The ball is still now in the hands of Bosif, and I need to see him continue to step out as this tier 1 to make a difference in the sports game.
Brian with a lot of maneuverability here, able to get it and hang one. So that's going to tie things up yet again. This is a very close match. Like I said, a lot of physicality here between these two teams. You're seeing a lot of jockeying for position as Durant just going to try to force by. Bigger body here, gets the dunk, and once again, it's going to be KLiK up 1.
Global figure. He always likes to put on a show whenever possible, and now we see him jump in here looking for another shot. And now we're back here with Bosif with control and a reach and foul. I like this sometimes. When the game starts to spiral out of control, it's very good to just hit a quick foul. If you get the steal, great, but the foul lets you reset and maybe look for a better play. Please do not take that with Kareem. Kareem was not a three-point shooter, but Kobe was. It doesn't find purchase, and it's back in the hands of the KLiK. Never mind. Bosif said, try again. It is our turn. We get to stay on the attack. And are they going to give him the space again? Maybe not, believing that he's going to miss one more time.
Kareem all the way from the free throw line tries to drive it in. This time not going to work.
But Bosif is finding everything, the cookies, and finally the three-point drops, and he takes control of this game for his team. You mentioned it, that, you know, a little bit maybe outside of Kareem's normal dunking range. He wasn't necessarily the one jumping from the free throw line, excuse me. And now this is something that I had to mention when I talked about Chicken Tech and playing 2K. Not his strong suit. Sports are one of his weaker categories. The moment I see somebody, you know, doing dribble moves with Kareem from the three-point line, it sends up a red flag that you're asking for the ball to be taken. With 3 minutes left, the game is now in control for the Cyclones. They can find their third win coming off of the half, but not if Global Figure finds that shot. He doesn't able to, and immediately Bosif was the first to find the rebound. And now that two-point shot from beyond that line has to come out, has to be found by the side of the KLiK. And here we go. That looks good. Global does manage to tie this game up. But we're in that crunch time. Every point is going to matter. Are you willing to keep going for these three-point shots? And it looks like Bosif said, I'm just not going to miss. And fortunately, ends up being a 1, but keeps his team in control of the game. Now we see the pick and roll, this pick and roll play. We see it as the classic. This goes back to, have you taught your non-sports games teammates the basics of basketball? Do you know a good pick and roll? A lot of times that will keep you in the game. But both teams now are playing a little bit of the clock. Whoever gets that final possession when the game master calls 30 seconds can decide kind of how this game goes. You see Bosif being a little bit more comfortable, but they know I'm not going to run out here and chase Kareem at the three-point line. But with a miss, it goes back, and now the game could be in the favor of the KLiK. So let's see if they find this shot. If they find this ball, they will take control of this game. And I'm looking at Global. He's been doing it all day. He's been going inside. You don't need to take a three, but with that much space, you got to believe he's going to pull it up. It goes off. It's back in control, and I have to believe Bosif pulls. Is that green? It, in fact, is. The Cyclones are in their position. It is now going to be, I have to believe, a pick and roll, some type of a play to give Global just enough space to take a win. If you give the ball back to the side of the Cyclones have 40 seconds to play with here on that shot clock. 40 seconds, and we've been so long since that 2-minute call, so long since that clock was ticking down that I can't believe. And now you see the reach-ins are coming in. They're like, I need the ball. I can't wait any more. I don't have any time left. And now willing to hold on to the ball and not put it in risk at all. Both of these players looking to play and finally moving here. Intensify, kicking it now back over. Bosif with an open shot. That could be the dagger.
Oh,
and
my goodness.
3 points, no time. I need a 2-point shot here if you're going to stay in this game, if you're going to find the miracle. But notice they're both just on Durant. Take the one. Give us the ball back. Give us 40 seconds. Let us take our 4th win of this game.
And there's such a dramatic contrast between how we're seeing the Cyclones and the KLiK play now. KLiK desperate to get in, are unfortunately getting walled out time and time again by the Cyclones, and the Cyclones can play so patiently. Being up now by those points, they're going to continue to just hold this ball back, prevent KLiK from finding any way back into this game.
And a quick fadeaway 3 just to end off the game as the time runs out. The Cyclones knew exactly what they needed to do there. Off of a great performance from their T1, Bosif hitting a couple of key 2-point shots in our game mode, normally 3-pointers, to take control of the game even after they went down early, shows why he's in that Tier 1 spot, shows why people recognize him in sports games. And he and Intensify just played amazing off each other. I love that you pointed out their patient play.
Yeah, Bosif, honestly, on this Kobe, was doing such an amazing job getting points in volume early on and playing defensively. Honestly, it was the Mamba making Kevin Durant look like a garter snake in comparison, right? Global just couldn't do anything, and unfortunately, I think it comes down to the strategy in regards to who they pick. Obviously, got that mirror match on the side of Kareem for one team and the other, but when it comes down to it, Kobe is able to dart in and out, buy space. Meanwhile, the KLiK in general were just playing more reactively, led to a dynamic in which I think the Cyclones deservedly take now 2 in a row, and do I smell the chance at a comeback?
They did it. They've done it before. This league has been the most unpredictable season of the UEL so far, so I have to believe that hope is still on the table. A little bit of a nugget there for players at home. If maybe you don't feel as comfortable playing Kareem technically is very good, but bringing in someone like Shaquille O'Neal, who can just straight up overpower him on that down low block, is something I'd like to see some teams pull in, especially if you're not going to be shooting anyway. why even worry about? I mean, maybe you hit the Shack 3 and surprise all of us. But now we're jumping into Final Stand Ragnarok, the most different game, I think, on the entire wheel this season. It's a PvE game.
Yeah, it's competitive PvE. You're just trying to rack up points one side or the other, right? In what looks like to be a Dynasty Warrior style game, you versus the Horde, trying to take down as many as possible and keep those streaks up.
And we've seen some strats start to pop out, namely Revive strat, where you get points for reviving your teammates. And so you'll see teams creatively finding ways to, we'll say, coming from the league, work tactically int.
Yep.
Tactically int. Go down and then have a teammate there to pick them up, to continue to kind of add more and more points and to build up these kill streaks as quickly as possible. And points just in general.
Yeah, give him the ray gun. Bro, revive me, please. You know, stack up the Moby boots and 5 Zeals. There you go. I love when people game the system in a way. I was being told earlier about how in Wreckfest, people were just jamming a bunch of buses, and that had to get banned out. I heard about you and DBD, man, getting the hatch, forcing people to disconnect. That is exactly what I love to see out of this open environment, this open forum by which people are coming into a game and developing it from the ground up for the meta of the league, which is so radically different from anything else you see in esports.
I always say that the UEL, compared to a lot of places, is a sandbox. And they give you a lot of room to figure out how you want to play in that sandbox. And we see our most creative players really diving into that sandbox and saying, like, okay, but how do I win the game? What are the rules and how do we play it? You know, in other esports, they do their best, but they can sometimes feel a little bit stale because we might see the same thing for a few months. I think we're going to take a look at our tier 1s and tier 2s, though. So let's start with the tier 1s. We're going to take a look at Chicken Tech and Bosif. Chicken Tech had the early lead, and we look there. He still has a lead, and it doesn't look great for Bosif there. But they're finding some wins. That's what the important thing is. They're finding their footing, and maybe this we might see a much closer fighting at the end of the game. How have you felt about these tier 1s? I know you're new to the league and still learning some of these players.
Certainly learning about these players. I've heard a lot about Bosif, about how he is that backbone that the Cyclones are supposed to operate off of. Apologies to Bosif, by the way. My big old head is in the way. There you go. He's looking good on camera at the very least, if not on the stat side of things.
Yes, it's amazing. He's doing his best. You see a lot more energy out of him. Chicken Tech is very much a very stoic guy. He's like, look, I came here to do my job. Currently, you're doing your job. You're doing a great job, right? He's like, whatever. But he's going to have to do more of that job if he's going to stop the progress of the Cyclones. He has to grow, get a little bit better. Now looking at the tier 2s, Psycho and Mr. OG, sometimes we can see which team has a little bit more support. I don't know if it's going to look great on the other side there. Psycho coming in, fewer losses here, has gone in, still also found 2 wins for his team. But just like his tier 1, Mr. OG with 8-2, it seems like he's finding a great game for himself. Once again, when your team is up, though, by 8 points, I think everybody's going to look kind of good. But again, he's gone in for his categories, notably those shooters and those strategy games, and is winning a majority of it. So thumbs up to you, OG. Good job.
Yeah, what a spread there for Mr. OG. On the side of Psycho, once again, I am bogarting out of the screen here. I don't know what pose he's doing. Honestly, I think I should cover it up for his own sake. But, yeah, he's got his own wins here and there, but I think it's also just a matter of, on the play rate and whatnot, so much of the Cyclones has been focusing upon trying to get games for everybody, getting everybody into a learning opportunity so that this adjustment period, maybe this adjustment season, as they'll look upon it in the future, can really bring everybody into the limelight. Got to roll for NCAA right after we jump on into Ragnarok, and these seem to be full clone teams on either side.
Yes, so Ayala is the most popular character. I think she's the most straightforward. In a zombie-style game, in a Dynasty Warriors game, if I told you there was a character with explosive AoE damage that can shoot from range, you'd be like, why wouldn't I pick that character? So we tend to see her on almost every single composition. Passed up and matched up here, Jekyll is playing on the side of Bjorn. This tanky brawler he is. The closest thing I have to just one of those damage-soaked tanks that's able to constantly shield himself, but still put out a ton of damage and buff his team's ability to do damage.
And would you say that Bjorn has an angle onto this revive strategy where, because he is tanky, he can take more punishment, and so for the squishier members of the team who will be the ones that will probably aim to get downed, he could be the person that actually acts as a medic?
Yes, you end up seeing it, and players try to be strategic. So having a tankier player means that, hey, even if we're getting shot by 50, 100 different units, I survive long enough to get you up, and we can kind of chain those revives a little bit easier. And now we're looking at Gwendolyn. Now, she's different in that she doesn't have elemental damage. A lot of players like her because she does what Mr. OG is doing here of making tons and tons of clones. As she kills different characters, it spawns another clone, and she has some that she can spawn in defense of herself as well. So you get the ability, if you can find a good enough group of enemies, to just build this incredible wall of damage over time, incredibly piercing through whatever stands, and it snowballs on itself and time again.
Yeah, Gwendolyn seems like she's kind of the Irish transfer student to the Naruto Ninja Academy, coming out here with the Shadow Clone Jutsu or whatever, but able to build a big wall, was getting up to about 120 on the kill streak, but it looks like the timeout here means that they're going to have to go back and start resetting this momentum.
So 3 different maps exist in this game mode, and what I think a lot of teams haven't done is started to think about the pacing of these different modes. This mode is more of a defend a singular point. We have 2 other modes, a maze, and a objective-based mode that is more travel-intensive of moving to different locations. This mode, I think players need to learn the spawns. Where do these enemies come from? Where can you exploit these different ways to get as many kills as possible? That's why you see no one near the middle tower. No one wants to wait for the wave to come in. I want to get it before any of my opponents are able to get here. Now standing in this mana pool, similar to every other game that has mana, your abilities aren't just free. You can't just spam them forever. So just topping up there before this second round begins. Mr. RG doing a good job and running back in here to the center. It looks like he might want to activate the tower as well to get a little bit of energy and to maybe get a few more kills and some points for his team. Now moving out, maybe getting a read on where some of these kills are. Now you notice here, all of the KLiK are kind of together, but they're in the same area. I see Ambushman running off to the left of our screen. We can't see him on Mr. OG's screen. But it doesn't look like everybody is all grouping up together. Sofo now trying to disrupt the KLiK's play and are just taking down and eliminating as many of these groups. Instead of you seeing those big kill streaks that you saw earlier, notice that you're seeing far more small kill streaks. And now Mr. OG realizing, wait, Ambush has had a entire group of enemies to himself this entire time. I can't let him get started. I know what this character does. I know how quick the snowball comes in. Even Jekyll running in, knocking these characters away, trying to just break up maybe a huge kill streak.
I like this call. I definitely think that interference is going to be a major aspect of this game as people begin to evolve the meta, because we see how valuable it is throughout the course of MOBA games. We saw third partying already come through in the likes of Maelstrom. Here, if you're able to break up those dynamics and limit the kill streaks, or just create a barren patch of the game where there aren't any minions to kill, all of a sudden, that dynamic where you rack up the score via a kill streak all of a sudden gets stifled, and boom, now you're in a position where you're going to have to either move back, try to find a way to regroup, or find a new angle for your team. And this could be the angle by which the KLiK, who were working as this unified whole like you're talking about, can really start pushing you back against the Cyclones, who seem a little bit more greedy in their strategy.
I have to agree with you, and we're talking about all this strategy, but sometimes, as with many other games, the best strategy might just be clicking heads. And the young Pizza Man, a shooter in his own right, you saw there getting up to a 300 kill streak over the course of that round by just saying, I just make sure I'm always hitting and killing something every single time I move. This game, I haven't seen anybody gone down yet. Maybe teams starting to feel like the strategy's been used so much that players are aware of what's happening and looking to maybe snipe some of those revives. Because, hey, if someone goes down, it's a matter of who gets there first. And if I'm waiting in the wings and you're not immediately ready to pick up your teammate, I might be able to snag those points for myself.
It's very funny to think of a situation where the enemy team's coming through to revive, well, the enemy team, and then you're sitting there just praying, hey, no, don't help me in this situation. I need my team to be the one to get the revive. That definitely shows just how much there's still to be plumbed and delved into in this game. Right now, though, like you're saying, just getting good old-fashioned kill streak. Attempt to get stacked by both sides here. I think there was a little bit of steel coming through onto the screen right now of what we're seeing from the Cyclones, but all still piled up onto this Archer character. They are eventually going to get this momentum back in this round 3.
Yeah, they're doing a great job here. He's trying his best. This is a little bit more dangerous for the squishy character. So you asked about Bjorn. He's also played whenever you play on this map and a few of the other maps for some of the tankier enemies. When you get past those basic dregs that are running around that you can easily kill, you then have to worry about these shadow wraiths and special zombies, special enemy types that deal a ton more damage. Now we finally swap over to another character. This is Baba Yaga's on the Yuki, a ninja, and you can already guess she dips in and out of the shadows. She has the ability to drop a debilitating debuff that allows her team to do more damage two bigger units, and then she has this giant AoE as she swings the sickle around. A great a character, if you have the ability to really maximize her ability, as Baba is doing here, he's able to tag and get some damage on everything. So even if you don't pick up every kill, you're building up your kill score. Now, 2 minutes remain in our game, and players have to be getting prepared for this last wave that I have to believe is going to come out here in a few seconds to find their victory. I love, again, seeing these players top up. They're aware of the basic mechanics, which I wish I could say never always happens, but we've seen a few players that are less than familiar, I'd say, with everything going on.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing a few casters that are less than familiar. Me, specifically. Hey. I'm learning this game. Certainly an interesting one to watch here. One thing I will note is that it's a little bit difficult right now for me to calculate who's ahead. But from what you've seen out of the player camp so far, do you have a sense of Cyclones or KLiK who's racking up more kills?
It's almost the opposite, it feels like, of Maelstrom, where I feel, I think you pointed out how the KLiK were playing in Maelstrom. The more organized, the more... what's the word I want to use here? The more intentional team in their movements has been KLiK, and I feel like that is going to benefit them in the terms of points. Yeah, every time we look and I see a good individual Cyclone player playing, I don't see them working together necessarily to do this, and so maybe the parts make up a greater sum, but right now I have to give a little bit of faith into a more strategic play. And as I say this now, Jekyll's off, it feels like, in Narnia, finding one of these players to maybe get a ton of damage onto these bigger units, now working, it looks like, with another player to try to just move through and get some damage. Now, this is one of the different waves. Instead of just enemies, there are these portals, these giant crystals that the players need to run in and kill him. Back on Mr. OG, as he now is just trying to get as many of these kills as possible. Now, Gwendolyn gives a very unique ability at the end of this. Because we play hands up, if you have those ghosts out, those ghosts can sometimes give you that extra little bit of damage after our time is called. And it's just awareness of knowing exactly where you're stranged. And time's up. Everyone stops. And notice, just before the game ended, Mr. OG popping his 2 ability, getting these ghosts that will defend him even in death. That is awareness. Down to the second. Cool. Let me get this up. Get myself as many points as possible. So now we do have to wait for our players to die. But I will tell you, of any game on the wheel, Ragnarok might be the least predictable based on just viewing the game. I have been spending the entire season trying to reverse engineer how the point system works. And to this day, I'm like, well, yeah, revives give you a lot of points. Kill streaks seem to give you a lot of points. But even then, when we see this match summary that's going to click on over, he's going to go to the leaderboard. Usually we go off of names. Mr. OG is just behind Ambush Man on top of the leaderboard. And this interweaving, so Ambush, OG, Killer, Baba, Jekyll, Sofo, him at the bottom going up below that of Pizza Man. I don't know here. I might have to give this to KLiK. Now, some things can end up coming up here, but if we're weaving scores, then it looks like the higher placements and the lower placements matter most. With Ambush at the top and him at the bottom, we'll have to wait for the official call, but I'm feeling that a Cyclones might have found their momentum.
What I will say, though, is him at the very bottom there looked like he was trailing significantly behind everybody else in regards to the score. Not breaking over 3K, so seeing the call-outs here. Heard Psycho's name. Does that mean that Cyclones is coming on top?
There we go. We had the confirmation. Pizza Maker, their owner, she screamed out in joy as well, seeing another win for her team. They're clawing back each and every single one of these games, each and every single moment, to stay in this game and show that they are a team. 500 points were the difference. That is... So from testing, I can tell people a revive is about 1,000.
Yeah,
a singular revive there could have swung the tides of the game.
Also, at the same time, if you're saying a revive is 1,000, given the scores we saw, proportionally speaking, I think that people gotta go for those revive strats, you know? And we didn't see any of those that game. That could have been what cost KLiK yet another one. This is 3 in a row coming out of this half that Cyclones have bit back, and now all of a sudden, they're almost 50% of the way there to fully mount the KLiK knockdown.
And because I know the KLiK are gonna watch this back, we're not just revives, but him, you mentioned that trailing. As long as you can stay within a few points of your opponents, you might just be able to find a win there. But when we saw him, 1,000, 2,000 points down, I have to look and say, if you're able just to get a few more kills, to do a little bit more there, you might be able to help your teammates out. But it looks like we're right in to NCAA, out of the frying pan into the fire. These players aren't going to have an opportunity to wait. Him is going to have to sit back down, be the bottom player in the last game, but is going to have to be ready to play in this game. And it looks like both teams are interested. It looks like we have Ohio State and Alabama here going out and playing. And I have to believe here, I see Psycho on one side, Chicken Tech, and him. Okay, I want to know, it looks like it is Intensify. Intensify went ahead and beat one of the best players on the best team in our league, Cutters, in this game. And he was willing to call him out, saying, hey, I'm just different. I'm on a different level. I play at a different pace. And he's going to have to do it again because him is not going to give you that same easy win.
Well, it looks like from what I'm seeing here that KLiK is going to be the team that is jamming Bama, while OSU is going to be in the hands of the Cyclones. Starting off with offense for KLiK, trying to force through on a running play here. Not going to quite pan out for them the way exactly they wanted. Being on a closer time limit. Hi, by the way, Speedy.
How's it going?
How does that impact the strategy in this game? Do we see a lot more passing just because we aren't getting the full NCAA game?
Well, while you'd love to see it, a lot of these plays are super susceptible to being intercepted by these really strong defenses. So the longer you go down the field and keeping that ball in the air, it gives so much time to these defenders to get in the way of that ball and intercept and take it the other way. So we see a lot of running plays to close the distance of the field, and you have to hope for a really good run up the middle. And we almost see tipped off of the fingers of one of the defenders there. Fortunately, does not get intercepted, but there was a lot of coverage in that area. You could see why it's so dangerous to go long.
Well, that's college football to a degree, right? A lot more volatility than what you would see in the NFL. And speaking of the running game, we're going to see a breakthrough there. A little bit of a jam towards the first-yard line for Alabama, and therefore the KLiK, who are continuing this drive, but at the same time, this ticking clock is always something that's going to be in the back of my mind here. We're almost out of the first quarter already.
Yeah, 8 seconds remaining. This might be the last play in our first quarter. We're not even at the 50-yard line yet. So see, this ball does get hiked in time. Quarterback drops back. He's got an opening, finds a receiver open, but unfortunately puts the ball too far forward, and they are not able to find the first down. So that'll be a turnover at the end of the first quarter off of that fourth down. You can see only 17 passing yards, 7 rushing. Average per play, less than 5, so not even enough to get you 2 first downs.
I think I may have had the team switched here. That could have been the Cyclones, I think, on the offense there, just by looking at the stat board. Yes, and now it looks like that possession arrow is over to Bama for the time being. Timeout going to be called. 0-0 diving into the second quarter like you're talking about here. The acceleration continuing at such a pace that I don't know if we're going to see a completed play here. Let's see.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this drive makes it to the end zone. We see it turned all the way around, so now past the 40-yard line, control goes over to the side of it's the KLiK on Alabama. And this running play up the middle finds a first down. Luckily, a stop before the 20-yard line means that they'll go just to first and 10 and not up by 6.
Well, my Warriors are allayed, so this is the KLiK now in control of the ball. Another pass off. This time, unfortunately, they're just going to be put behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, they tried to go for a really quick transition into a new play, and they were stopped behind the line of scrimmage, 3 yards lost. So very clear that the Cyclones are not just going to let them get away with that, calling really quick plays and not being prepared. It looks like there's a possible passing play coming. They want to look to put this one in the air a little bit, maybe even find the end zone. So the KLiK willing to play risky with their game here. No, it's going to be a running play, and while it does gain a couple of yards, you're on 3rd and 9.
And now that probably is going to force out the passing play that you were talking about. You need to be able to put this one away. You were given a golden opportunity to score here. I think that life is nothing without a little risk. You have to try to put this one away. And we see how throughout the course of this game, things being so accelerated means that it could be the case that you hold the Cyclones to never get a similar chance. Particularly, you get that point in, you get a kickoff going, you stop someone at the 25-yard line. There's so much more of the field to try to forge your way up. And we see how easy it is for strong defenses to completely stop those shoves.
Yeah, and you can also see that in this position, they're close enough to go for a field goal play here. While 3 isn't the only amount of points that you want to get out of this, it's much better than nothing. Going to have to throw this ball away on 3rd down, so now it's 4th and 9. Setting up possibly for a field goal. Looks like we have a few options, and one of which was selected, so we are setting up for a field goal here. Whether it's going to be a fake or not, we're uncertain. Very possible with this being, of course, the video game and not real football on the line. That one goes wide to the right, and it'll be 0 points on the board for the KLiK. This game is going to stay even.
Incredibly narrow margins by which that entire play fell apart and that field goal attempt also fell apart. So now we are going to see that turnover. Now, far side, this is still a long way for OSU and therefore Cyclones to go.
Yes, it is, and they only have 37 seconds to do it because at the end of this drive or the end of this quarter here, the ball goes up and it's almost intercepted. That defender did get in the way, but it was only an incomplete pass. Now we have 33 seconds remaining before the KLiK get control of the ball once again when the half comes. It started in the hands of the Cyclones, which means that at the half, it'll have to start in the hands of the KLiK.
This is relentless, and definitely feels a little bit unfair here coming up on halftime that the KLiK have such a shot coming their way in just 29 seconds. But Speedy, at the same time, got to look back at that entire quarter I called wrong. You know, at the end of the day, that was Cyclones. A full 2 minutes of possession, unable to get anything done, throwing it away into a very easy attempt at a field goal for the KLiK, and they got to count their lucky stars that didn't actually pan out. Now we got a deep pass, and that's an interception.
And he doesn't
KLiK right
step out of
back in
bounds.
it. They're going to go all the way to the end zone, and it's a touchdown to put the KLiK up 6.
KLiK finally get their first points on the board. Not only that, but they are going to regain possession of this ball in less than 20 seconds of game time. Hopefully this time, him can find the field goal, and he does. So finds the uprights, able to put 1 point on the board. It's not the 3 he would have liked from that previous field goal, but it is a play nonetheless. It's points on the board, and it's a lead for the KLiK.
What percentage of onside kicks do you see, given that volatility we've been talking about?
Well, we actually don't see as many as you would think, unfortunately. It would come down to the very end of the game where someone would get dangerous. You usually don't see it happen at the half because it can go any way really quickly. You don't want this game tied up at the half when just a moment ago you had an advantage.
Well, I don't think there's a chance of this being tied up at the half unless we see a miracle play come through. That was a relatively deep run put in by the Cyclones, but it's not going to be enough. Timeout going to be called here.
Yeah, timeout leaves 13 seconds still left on the clock, and there is one timeout remaining for the Cyclones here as well. They're going to be able to take their time to pick their play, and they're going to be able to take their time with the game clock as well. Get themselves a steady position, and hopefully they know which man it is that they're going for here. Looking, has a lot of time to step back and wait, but unfortunately gets sacked way behind the line of scrimmage. Another timeout comes out, but that is going to be 3rd and 14 now. Stepped back much too far. That entire running play that got you those yards is going to amount to nothing now. Another step back. 2 defenders coming toward, and nothing once again. So the Cyclones, only 4 seconds remain for them to try to get something done. They're going to punt the ball. They don't want to risk anything.
This is such a heartbreaking first half for the Cyclones. Just nothing going their way. There's going to be the recovery to signal the end of halftime, or rather the beginning of halftime, which will soon end as nobody has to go get orange slices, this being a video game and all.
Yeah, so we're going to see the kickoff right away, and it's going to be the Cyclones on Ohio State kicking it off to Alabama, which is going to be in the hands of the KLiK. We see it going to the far left side, the right side for the KLiK. Going to get their hands on this one, but it does fall a little bit short, so we'll see if they... No, not able to make it to the 20-yard line, not able to make up that distance. So a really well-placed kick from him, not putting it into the end zone where it could be touched back, but instead leaving it in a really awkward position just before the end zone so that it would have to be run. And not the cleanest run that we've ever seen from Intensify, but, you know, they're at least not in safety danger, I believe. Yeah, they've got enough yards here to not be worrying about a safety as long as there's no sort of sack or turnover here. And now a running play to kick it off up the middle, almost gets the first down, just a few yards short. It'll be 2nd and 3.
And at this point, I really do think that all Bama and therefore KLiK needs to do is slow this game to a crawl. We see that over the course of a whole quarter, you may only get a single possession here. And so therefore, if you put OSU in 4th quarter to a single chance to get this ball back, to just tie the game, there's a very good shot that KLiK can put this one away. Just play safe, get the running game up. And already we saw progress on that front that is now going to lead to a first down grabbed by their side. So they're going to be able to perpetuate and continue this walk up the field.
Yeah, they have a lot of time left on the clock to work with, but they can run it down as much as they'd like because they are in the lead in terms of points. They don't want this game to go by too quickly. That was a pretty quick play, but it ate up a lot of time in this quarter. Now there's 36 seconds on the game clock still, on the play clock. However, there's only 8 seconds remaining left in the game clock. So on this quarter, we're going to see the final play. It's going to be a run toward the middle, and the quarterback just watches as his running back gets taken down. It should be not too much further than 3rd and 10. Still a 7-point lead here for the KLiK. We have 34 rushing yards for the side of Alabama being the KLiK. no passing yards completed. So you can see where the Cyclones still have the same passing and rushing stats that they did after their very first drive. They have not gotten much done in the last few moments of the game, but we have one final quarter to run to. The KLiK are still in control. It's 3rd and 8. They're in position to have to give up a turnover here at some point, but I think they want to fight for this first down, and they're going to use both downs to do it. Now there's a flag for delay of game because they did wait for the game clock. Oh, it looks like they may have drawn out a false start, actually, not a delay of game. So it's 3rd and 13. They actually had a false start there. I believe that was Psycho Flame thinking that when the clock came down to 1, there would be a snap. However, they would have gotten a penalty either way because if he didn't run at the 1, it would have just been a delay of game anyway.
Drops back far. Looking for something either deep or desperate here, and it's going to be both. Almost picked off there. Once again, good positioning by Cyclones, but not enough to actually get the pick.
And notably, KLiK not going to use their 4th down to try to get more distance. They want to play this one far. The punt is good to the 25 and almost able to stop him there. However, he's going to make his way down the right side of the field.
No!
He makes it to the 50. He can't get past the defender at the 42, and they're going to be down at the 43-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Cyclones. They are coming close to scoring position.
This is still prime opportunity for them, and they have enough time by which at this position on the field, they can make something work. A field goal, though, isn't going to cut it, and so I imagine this is where risks have to be taken. It's go big or go home. I think the passing game comes back into it for their side. Going to see what they consider at the very beginning of this one. All the way across the first down line. They saw the opening. They decided, hey, no need to pass. We're just going straight through.
Yeah, just run that quarterback when you find an opening. It was a great offensive line defending their quarterback there. Put him in a breezy situation, the room that he hasn't had a lot of time, and that'll be an incomplete pass. That one made contact with the hands of the receiver, but did not get held on to. So 2nd and 10 at the 30-yard line.
Still plenty of time, and the fact that you're able to do, well, it's not a quarterback sneak, but it's a sneak in the literal sense in that he had nobody blocking him. Has meant that now so far up the field, you can play safer again. Unfortunately, a sack like that could spell disaster. 3rd and 20. Like I said, field goals aren't going to cut it, so it's go big or go home.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see some big passing plays here, which can lead to some serious turnovers. We have to see Intensify being really careful here, and a really nice play-action moment there. However, that ball is also going to be incomplete, so it is 4th and 20 now. A terrible situation to be in, but there's no reason not to go for it when you're coming down on the final minute of the game.
And I think Cyclones desperately need a win here in NCAA. If nothing else than to think, we got an hour left on the clock. We can make something happen. They go deep, but it's picked once again, and the door slams shut on their chances.
It's going to be the KLiK taking control of the game once and for all. There are still 3 timeouts for the Cyclones, so they can force these plays to go through. They can open themselves up to opportunities. I'm just not sure if they're going to have any, especially with a first down coming through like that. All right. 1 minute remaining. We've got the line set up. It's him in the quarterback position right now. Running down that clock, these timeouts not being used by the Cyclones, even as we hit 44 seconds. It is the 4th quarter. This could be the end of the game. They're just not using the timeouts. Do they not think they have a chance? I'm not certain what the idea is behind letting the clock run down so far.
I think they might realize that, yeah, this game is on the dunner side of done. Well done steak, if you might will. The meat and potatoes are already on the plate. They're already at the table. There's no more changing exactly what's going to happen in this outcome. Unless him just decides to make a mistake. You see the spike coming out. He knows that he can just end the game with that this next play and get his team their 13th win.
Yeah, and that'll be it right there as we don't see the timeout come out. 5 seconds remaining. We see one of these players crossing the line of scrimmage very, very far back toward the quarterback. The defense is not supposed to be that far past the offensive line. So that's going to be a penalty that brings it to 2nd and 1, and it does stop the clock just for a moment. However, the game will finally end.
Like that instead of just not do it. And Chicken Tech finds an NCAA win. Actually, one that he manufactured himself. He got that interception. He was the one that managed to bring his team back home for a victory. Now, jumping into CTR, I know one of your favorite games on the wheel.
CTR is a lot of fun to watch. This new high-stakes one-map mode that we're playing in means that you just lock in your absolute best player, no S on the end, just your absolute best player, and somebody who can exist on the map well enough to disrupt the other players. That's all you really need.
Exist is crazy.
Hey, listen, I would be that player, so I could say it, all right? I would be almost useless trying to make myself worth just one thing.
I am that player. I don't have to want to be. CTR is one of those incredibly fun games, but the maps and the mechanical intensity of that game is a little bit different and a little bit more try to get away with. So, yeah, CTR, I think that if the Cyclones want to stay in this game, honestly, you forfeit it. You don't care. You keep moving, and you are okay.
Yeah, it's a 2v2 game, but let's be real here. It's kind of a 1v1, v1, v1. Everybody on the map can make contact with each other with the items, so you can end up hurting your own teammate if you're not careful, and that's why team coordination is super important in this one. It may seem like all you have to do is put your best racer in, but that is not always the case, because if it is a 2v1 and you're being useless in that 4th place position, then you're going to be the reason you cost the team.
Yeah, but I think that's why the Cyclones don't even bother to look at this game more than anything else. This is the KLiK selecting the map. This is Chicken Tech and Global, 2 of their best players, probably going in for this. You do not feel bad about this. In the same way as I think the KLiK should not feel bad if StarCraft rolls, forfeiting StarCraft and being great.
Yeah, what I'm seeing right now is interesting. We're seeing the rosters get locked in, and Cyclones are taking their sweet time. If they're going to forfeit this, you would not want to waste time doing it.
It'd be immediate. It'd be immediate that you would want to get back into the game.
Oh, I've got something for you. Here's an idea. Cyclones might want to let the KLiK run every single clock down on their setup because they have no timeouts remaining. So even though it's going to... Yeah, we do see a forfeit for the Cyclones now. Maybe that game got set up quicker than they liked to see. They're like, now that the game is set up, we're going to forfeit. But I don't see a reason not to give opportunity on some of these games to maybe let them screw themselves out of the win a little bit by getting a loss, getting a forced forfeit by not having a setup in time. So we're going to get a wheel spin here. It'll be the finals coming up next. 5v5 shooter. This one gets hectic. I would love to see some power shift here, but some of the teams have been making it pretty exciting to watch that search and destroy mode that has a funky name.
The big thing is going to be who is able to find a win here. I do think KLiK likes that power shift game mode. We've seen them on Monaco time and time again, so they might go ahead and play it. But on the other side of the field, we have to find out who is going to get their opportunity. I would love to go ahead and take a look at the arena, if at all possible, just to see the energy out there. It's getting pretty loud, and it might be a good time for us to just check in with the players, check in with everybody, see what's happening out there on the floor.
Yeah,
and maybe we'll get to it.
Of course, we have Bo Seif, Baba Yagins are both going to be going in for this one. And then who do you choose when you get your reset? They'll have one player that they get to handpick out of Intensify, Pizza Man, and Psycho. Who do you think they should put in there? I think it would be between that tier 5 and 6, probably.
Psycho will want to go in. Psycho wants to have the impact. But in general, I think that it will come down to whoever and whichever game mode they decide to play.
Yeah, we'll have to see what comes out here. The power shift is very possible. It's very popular as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. One thing that we haven't seen a lot of is cash out, which is the standard game mode in the finals. So, Nyarko, as you join me back here, which game mode in the finals would you like to see the most?
Well, I love Cash Out because I think it is the apotheosis of everything that the finals has going for it, because you get that search and destroy element once people put the box in.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you also have this very hectic scramble as you're running this box across the map, right? Looking for that prize, looking for that cash out. So I hope that that is what we're going to be seeing here. Of course, all the variables may mean that teams are a little bit less likely to jam that mode, but what do you think is going to be happening here?
Well, if I had to put my money on anything, I would say power shift is pretty likely. However, I don't think that's going to be the case all the time. I just think that it's where the money lies. Right now, power shift is the game mode we see the most because it lends itself the most to a team deathmatch style of play. If you think you're going to win the most team fights, then that's the game mode that you want to go with. You want to be controlling the objective. You'll have the most players alive most of the time. However, if you think that you can set up and take a quick win more frequently than you can fight out long battles, I say you go for the search and destroy style of that that decryption mode, where you have to get that chip. Similarly to cash out, you have to get that chip to the cash box, but instead it's a terminal in that mode, so I believe they call it terminal. So we may see it here. We'll know what it's called. All the words are getting jumbled up in my head, but looks like we're getting our players going in here now. So, of course, we have our Bosif, Ambushman, Papa Yagins, and Sofo-sama, but the player that they opt to put in out of their remaining lineup is going to be Pizza Man. He is definitely one of the shooters on their team that stands out as probably a top 3. So it's no surprise they'll be putting him in. I think Intensify is another option for you, but Pizza Man is typically more reliable when it comes to shooters. And you can save Intensify for some different games, especially the sports category. Whereas Pizza Man, you might not want to reserve him for anything when you can put him in on his best category.
A lot of people say that the finals has the capacity for non-shooter players to still be very functional and have a lot of value for a team, either that be going medium, using the heal boost, or going heavy, just breaking down walls. But I do think that if you have somebody who can both play a shooter as well as play the finals as a unique game, that is the best of both worlds. And so therefore, I'm pretty happy to see them selecting one of the shooter players to take to the map here. We haven't really got lock in on the game mode just yet or anything like that. Very excited to see what comes out. I know Kyoto is one of these new maps I haven't got a whole lot of time with, but has led to a lot of very interesting plays already coming through on that front.
Yeah, Kyoto is deceptively vertical. It really does look like a horizontal map when you spawn in. However, when you look over the ledges onto that low ground, you realize just how far you'll have to drop and how much of a commitment it is to try to push certain areas of the map. So now we're going to get a timeout coming through from, I believe, the Cyclones. We'll let you know if this is a technical or a Cyclones timeout, but it was the Cyclones setup and that timer was coming down. So likely a Cyclones timeout here, using up one of those resources.
Most likely the case. I'm glad that they're starting to cash these in. Speaking of cashing out, I think at this point, Cyclones just need to steady themselves, give themselves as much time as needed in order to basically 100% every game from here on out. Slipping up any more is going to be disastrous for them. Frankly, I am shocked that they conceded earlier on in this for CTR. I thought that they needed to play it out because even just this transitional time, things are shifting once again, means that you have more time lost to the clock. Don't have a chance at winning, and Speedy coming out of that, we're at a point where they were close to cresting over the 50% milestone of getting towards the record of the KLiK. Now, once again, that is in the dirt. It's going to take a lot.
Yeah, it is going to take a lot. In fact, the KLiK are only 3 wins away from having this as a guaranteed win, no matter what the possibilities, how crazy it gets. If everybody on the team has to go take a lunch break and forfeits every single game, if they pass that 17 marker, there are only 16 other games on the wheel besides the one they had ended up winning. So it would be impossible for the Cyclones to win. We'll have to see if they can pick up all 3 of those or if the Cyclones are going to be able to push them until the very end.
It would be nice to see the Cyclones be competitive throughout the entirety of this match, at the very least Speedy, because even if they cannot get onto the board with the first win in the season, fact of the matter is that it's still nice to make a statement and continue to have that buzz around you, that you are still defying expectations, even at the 0-5 or maybe 0-6 bracket. Being able to say, hey, a few other games that went our way, we could have been on top, is enough, I think, for people to continue to invest in this team that desperately needs that focus in order to get to where I know they can be, given their storied history.
Yeah, not only after this game would they be the first 0-5 team, but they would also be the first 0-6. So yeah, you're not kidding when you talk about how desperate they are at this point. We're going to look at some of the players that have had a bit of an impact on this game. Not our tier 1s, but our tier 2s, Mr. OG and Psycho. So getting a look at these players here, we've got 9 and 3 here for Mr. OG, and for Psycho, it is 2 and 8. I mean, there are 5 wins on the side of the Cyclones. You'd think a tier 2 player at this point should have a few more than that.
I would definitely agree with that. It's looking rough on all those fronts. I think that, once again, a lot of these statistics don't necessarily show the strengths of the Cyclones or their individual players because it's a very binary win or loss in these cases. And ultimately, we know that's what it comes down to in the fields of battle, but you got to give credit to Psycho for the immense amount of effort he's putting into developing the games he's weak at and putting forward the best chances at winning for the Cyclones and the things that he's strong at. Now, once again, one of the things that I do think he needs to start putting a little bit more work in is the pose he's going for. I don't know what he's doing with the little head bob. If you put a camera in front of you and say, do the coolest thing possible, and that's what you're coming up with, I don't know, man.
All right, it looks like Roller Champions is going to be coming up next. Very similar stylistically to the finals, actually, in the sense that it is a game show format. But the finals here, we're going to be on that Kyoto that you talked about. It's going to be night that we're going to be playing on. So everything going to be really dark, going to be hard to spot out your targets until you see those health bars. Him is going to be playing on the light, and it's going to be Jekyll playing the heavy. Then we'll have 3 mediums for this team, all running turrets as well. It's a terminal game mode, so the healing factor doesn't usually come into play. When you get into a fight, you do not often get out of one.
I'm kind of surprised that for attackers, they're going single heavy here. Of course, the meta is still relatively fluid, even at the top level for this game, but I just feel that heavy has such immense capacity to work to really destabilize the defenses that are going to be put down in response here. But we're going to see what the dynamic is going to be like. Lights coming through, of course, makes me very happy to see. I love the hypermobility that they are granted across the map right now. But one thing to note is also just cohesion of the team. Is the light going to get too far ahead? Is there going to be an overextension, even with the potential stealth bonuses that the light gets? Can that mean that they're playing a man down?
Ooh, and that zip line is not going to look very good. That's Killer there, putting out a zip line on the tree in front of him. So the team not able to take high ground. We talked about how verticality, you can see some of it there. That objective is all the way on top of that tower. And even now, they're moving up very slightly, but still upward on this map. Lots of hills, lots of buildings to move up into, and right now, they're pushing one of them. It's an aggressive fight starting already. You see Killer putting down so much damage with this carbine, shooting through his teammate's shields. They find that final hit, and one of those players from the KLiK turning around and just trying to shoot the heavy, but the entirety of the Cyclones behind him. 2 kills come out surprisingly here. Bosif able to find Chicken Tech, and now it's going to be Killer finding Baba Yaga in the back. He just has to find Bosif, who's underneath him, and now Bosif has 2 more players to take down. You see the Cyclones are chasing him down.
Yeah, this is quite a scramble situation. What a way to open up. You're finding an isolated player, buying space inside of that discrete room with the utilization of, well, a Reinhardt shield, basically. It's such a good way to initiate in this game. But now, as we see the battle lines drawn, both teams are going to lose significant members here.
Oh, I really, really like this play from, it looks like... Oh, that player's going to go down to the fire, and that was... Unfortunately, we don't see... Oh, Jekyll. That was Jekyll on the heavy, going down to the flames that he stepped back into and losing that objective. So the first point is going to go over to the Cyclones. And now we're watching the rookie, Sofo-sama.
Well, the good news is that this is a new lease on life, a new start. Don't have to mess up the zipline this time.
Yes, there is an opportunity for you to show us what you got with these zipline skills. Give it a shot. See what you can do. Sofo-sama going to be placing down some of this utility right on the terminal so that if the KLiK want to engage that terminal on A, they're going to have to push through a lot of a lot of damage with these mines that spew gas. So these goo grenades going down for defensive positioning as well. You can see another one of those mines with the gas. Turrets being set up. I mean, so much of this, even if Somo-sama isn't necessarily a shooter, so much of this comes down to utility and just knowing the game. And he's listening to his teammates so well. They've practiced for this, and he's using his utility beautifully, even if he's not going to be taking the best of gunfights.
The fact that people have immediate direction on how to use those goo grenades is definitely indicative of a team that has scrimmed and knows the angles on this map. So now they're going to advance forward here. Cyclones looking for something, but they are going to find heavy resistance on their side. 2 to 4 right now, 2 to 3 in this death cam. Let's see how the rest of this plays out.
We see Pizza Man going down to Killer there, and now it's a 1 versus 3. The Cyclones only have 1 player remaining. We'll have to see who it is. It is Bosif. It is always Bosif in this game, the last player alive. He's got the MP5 here. He's got the damage on to Killer, who tries to set up yet another failed zipline. I'm not sure what you're doing with those, Killer. Sets a little bit of fire on the basement. He closes off a rotate with that, and now the goo going up just in time to block him out at every single angle. He can't find his way in. He's going to have to force his way through. Now he tries to punch out the wall. He cannot do enough damage on it. There's even a turret spotting him down, taking out half of his health bar. He has to find a way in. Now he's got to go underneath where he set that flame before, blocking off the rotate. Finally gets in under the terminal. Almost able to take down a player, but there is still damage to be done, and there's turrets set up everywhere he goes down. He will lose that round for the team, unfortunately, but he really, really did try.
And I'm really happy that we got to see some of Boseef's POV there, and I hope that we continue to get this because it shows his fluency with the game. His movement is on point, incredibly economical. The problem is he just found himself at a massive man disadvantage, and you needed the firepower to try to bring that round to an end. Things tied up right now means that the Cyclones are not out of this one. I think if they keep a few more people about them, maybe we'll play a little bit more group, they definitely have the capacity to walk away with the victory here.
Yeah, and I like this, grouping up all of these canisters near the objective so that if there's any kind of approach, they're going to be able to shoot these and use them as extra utility. He's got the placements all around this tea house as well that he's using these at. He even knows one of these other walls, it seems like he's trying to set himself up. No, I believe he grabbed this one because he is waiting for some players to approach. He wants to do a little bit of damage, open up an angle that they try to flank from to make sure they can't hide from his bullets.
Yeah, this is very smart, using that gas canister. Lights obviously struggled with burst damage. We actually saw that when he tried to get on point there in round number 2. So starting off with this, getting an early kill means that there's immense potential for him to snowball the game, especially given that he's positioning in a way where he is the point man. He is very far ahead of everybody else, looking for those kills, but there's also a firefight going on elsewhere across the map right now. Indoors right now, we see the flamethrower coming out, and here's the mantle, trying to fire across, down the spiral staircase, and this is going to be a good call by KLiK to try to bring this back.
Him with not much health. He has to find the damage. That player that he just let run right by him, that's Bobby Yoggins, and he was almost able to find another, but for now, Jekyll trying to be the strong man. He's got half a health bar. He's got an RPG. You don't want to mess with him. It is a 1v1. Boseef was able to find Killer, and once again, Boseef on the late rotate. This is the 1v1 we saw in round 1. It was exactly those flames that killed Jekyll the first time. This time, going to be able to survive with a little bit of health. Oh, his exact positioning is known. He's got that RPG out, blows off a rotate angle, and now with those turrets set up, he has to play this one slow, but he does not have much health to work with. Healing up just a little bit, he'll get to a little bit under half, and now he has to predict the angle. Boseef doesn't exactly have a lot of health either.
I don't envy being the heavy in this position, though. Your damage over time could get bursted out here by the likes of Boseef, particularly given the maneuverability that he's demonstrated in the past. So this is going to be a dicey fight of margins, and it will be, in fact, Bo coming out on top in that one.
And it's Boseef with 7 kills. His entire rest of his team only has 4 combined. He has almost double the kills of the rest of his team right now. The issue is he takes these positions in the early rounds on top of buildings and out of sight. Does he need to be playing one of these sites and just commit to being able to help his team in the early round?
It's very difficult because there is that paradox of saying, I'm going to leave my team out to not get as much value as I can get alone by just running wild and getting kills. But while that is all happening, if everybody collapses around you, all of a sudden you find yourself in desperate scramble situations. And frankly, Bo, I don't think that going to 1v1s versus Jekyll is a way to guarantee victory. That could have easily turned on its head in an instant, and the heavy could have come out on top.
Yeah, as we saw in the second round, it's not going to work every time, but the win rate for Boseef in those 1v1 positions in the end is 2-1. So working at least 66% of the time at this point. We see Killer on the roof, and this is the leader for the KLiK right now. He has 6 kills. The rest of his team has 7, so maybe helping him out a little bit more than Boseef's team. But he is still leading this team. He is still going to be an instrumental figure for them, and they've got a attack set up right now on this objective right underneath them. However, Killer is watching the flank, and I really love this position he's holding because it means that he'll know exactly when Boseef and the others start to approach. When those off-angle players come through, Chicken Tech not going to be able to find that kill. However, his team does find one. He finds Boseef already down now. 2 more come through, and his team is even at a 3-3 now. He's got to find these players. He has to find the objective, most importantly. The key is down right next to A, and they are defending it really hard at the moment. He's going to take a flank. He is going to get shot by those turrets a bit. He can't engage because of the gas. Ambushman with this RPG. He's so low, but he is still alive. He's got a little bit of that shield to work with. He's going to help his team even when his life is at... He was at 1 HP, Nyarko. 1. And now he's got himself healed to the best he could.
Yep, Tempio is going to come through still. This is a precarious position to be in. Shield has a lot of life with it as well, but you're getting fired on from all sides. RPG going to come out. You want to use that before you fall, so you at least get a little bit of utility. You're going to be denied that opportunity as the Cyclones are going to rally. Even without Bo at the helm here, they were able to pick up quite a few people.
Yeah, and it looks like right now, Killer's actually able to get the decryption started. So in a 3v1 situation, they have the objective, they have the players. All they have to do is hold position, and man, most of this objective is gooed off. There's going to be a turret going down, and he sees the one opening. he's actually bunkered himself in a little bit. So not going to be able to use a ton of movement in this area until those go down, but we'll see the win come out from him taking out that final player.
2-2. What a showing on a single person. And I think that what this indicates to me is that KLiK, as a collective 5-stack going into this game, just have more experience with the finals as a whole entity here, because Cyclones got to a winning position, couldn't quite bring it home. They didn't have the utility necessary to break down those goo walls. And so, given what we've been seeing, particularly without Bosif staying alive throughout the course of that round, I'm worried that if that repeats again, KLiK are just going to walk away with this.
Yeah, you cannot lose Bosif that early on, not when he's clutched out both of the victories for your team. Now we have Killer taking a high ground position right off the start. Hopefully, if he wants to set up a zip line, it'll be a lot better this time. And he is pinging one of the other roofs, however, I think. No, it will be a zip line. That's where he's going to set himself up. He's going to watch from the outside to see the engagement on both objectives, and he's pinging these players. Decides to go for the shots, and now they know where he is, so they'll be able to rotate out of the way. I almost wonder if it would have been better to let them approach more aggressively and then collapse on them when they had nowhere to run.
Yeah, it's just very difficult to get significant damage off when you're this high, particularly when there's a lag time by which you can restore some of that health coming through towards the actual fight itself. Now, they do have a long-range rifle where they are able to do a lot more damage than people can do in return, but just calling out a position like that could be something the Cyclones try to leverage as now the firefight is starting in earnest.
Yeah, Killer on the rooftop with him. They're like a pair of ninjas in the night just moving around these rooftops through Kyoto, and him is able to find a kill on the ambush man, but not before two of his teammates go down. However, him finds a second to even the score, and now Pizza Man is going to try to find this kill, but he'll get taken down by him. That's 3 now for him. We see Bobby Yagens approaching. He almost looks confused. He's like, where did my team go? Somehow spotted him while he was invisible. So now he has to throw out this grenade. He gets taken down by Killer, who ruins him's perfect round, and Bosif, we've seen it time and time again. It's a story as old as the time of this game. Eliminates his leading opponent in him, and now he just has to find Killer and one other. I believe it is Ambush Man, who is still alive.
You say just Speedy, but that is a tall task, even for someone like Bosif. Once again, game on his back, needs to win this round in order to have any chance of building momentum back for his team. Going to get onto the exploding cans once again, looking to push away and defend this key. Let's see whether or not KLiK is going to be able to find a way to approach. They do have that man advantage, and I would say if you could find Bo, just pull the trigger, go for it here.
I love the off-site setup. They had the turret set up on an angle that couldn't be seen from the top or bottom floor until you're standing right on top of the key itself. As soon as he dropped down, it seemed so inconspicuous, so open for him to take. And then as soon as he dropped down, an absolute rain of bullets onto his head. He didn't survive more than 3 seconds in front of him.
See the rollout yet again from the perspective of the Cyclones here.
Bosif making callouts to his team. Sorry, Bobby Yagens making callouts to his team here. You can see he's got 150 HP playing this medium. Wants to find the position that his team is going to go to, but now he has to play in the back instead of the front. It's not the heavy running with this decryption key. It's Bobby Yagens running with it. They're moving their way straight toward B. It looks like that's the objective they may want to target. I saw one of the players ping it early on. I think it was Bobby Yagens himself. And now it looks like, actually, I'm sorry, 150 HP. He's on the light. It's a double light setup from the likes of Bosif and Bobby Yagens. So they're taking it very slow. I like this.
I definitely like this. I think this patient play is correct here. Buy yourself time, even when it is the fire from above, being able to recover from those positions that KLiK are taking yet again is also going to be incredibly valuable here.
Killer finds Bosif. That is the very first kill of the round, and I think we know what that spells.
No.
But Bobby Yagens is going to try to do the damage for his team. However, that fight, they come out even at only 20 health remaining. He's unable to find the kill onto that player, and now he has to go back and hide. He's not going to be able to fully... he will not be able to fully regen his health. He does get 2/3 of it, unlike the Heavy, which only gets half of their health back. The Heavy, however, of course, recovers to 150. Now Bobby Yagens, I really like the cloaking, but no movement. They can't hear your footsteps. But if they want to drop down, you will be able to collapse on them. Now, he's going to try to move around this firefight. He loses Psycho Flame in the process. Killer with another kill, and it's going to be Chicken Tech finding the 4th. Now it is just Bobby Yagens versus the world.
mounting pressure here, and unfortunately, this is the most stark contrast in terms of team strength that we've seen in the game so far. Bobby Yoggins with only one, trying to bring this back from the brink, and while he trades, it is not enough.
Yeah, finally, 2 rounds in a row found for one of these teams, and it will be the KLiK that are now 1 point away from a win in this matchup. Cyclones have to play perfectly from this point on, and they are on the attack.
And we've already talked about
defense.
how valuable every individual game now is for Cyclones. They drop here, and I think that their odds of winning just over the course of this next hour or so are basically out the window.
And Killer now on the edge of this site. I can tell you there's going to be somebody playing a little bit out there, and it's the player you don't want to run into. He's going to be able to move through this map, which is shaded by the night. They are not playing this one in the daytime, not playing it in the evening. It is dark. It is nighttime. He can hide on these roofs fairly well. You're not going to be able to spot him just by passively looking around. You have to actually be looking from the rooftops, and nobody spotting him so far tells me that they haven't learned their lesson.
That being said, I don't know how you enact a game plan against this so quickly, particularly when you're just playing for intelligence here. KLiK have been so good about that, rallying like basically hunters out here in the night, just looking for the Cyclones and usually collapsing on and getting multiple kills at one point in time. That's why so oftentimes it's going down to a single player left for the Cyclones to try to bring it back, because they are losing 2-3 members during a firefight.
Yeah, I love to see Killer moving across these barriers here. Chicken Tech finds a kill. Bosif goes down first again. And now Killer is spotted by one of those sonar grenades. He's trying to put shots down from afar. Finally lands one to help out one of his teammates. Can his teammate find the kill? Yes, he will. And Intensify goes down. Now just an absolute firefight, and there's only one player remaining for the Cyclones in total. That got completely out of hand way too quickly, and they grab the win off of what seemed like just a single quick team fight.
You think about how fast some of these games are. Finals is a little bit more deliberate, even in an accelerated game mode like this, and that means that we are now moving towards the 30-minute mark left in this matchup, and frankly, there's just no way, I think, for the Cyclones to bring this back at this point. As KLiK move up yet another game, from here on out, it is victory laps, it is statement makers, it is things to put in the highlight reel.
Yeah, KLiK are going to go up to a 15 now, which puts them only 2 away from that magic number 17 we talk about. So, Roller Champions 3v3 coming up next. You have a lot of your roster remaining for the Cyclones. This is a good chance to, even if you're not certain about the win, get a good practice run in, because the KLiK, we can tell they're one of those really well-rounded teams. No matter what you play them in, you're going to get a good practice session out of it.
What I will say for the Cyclone side is also use this as a moment to train up. Obviously, the same stakes are not on the table right now. In fact, it's just a matter of surviving throughout the rest of the regular season. The fact of the matter is that any games against opponents as good as the KLiK are games that you can learn from and develop with. So, given that that is the case here, I hope that they don't waste the setup time or waste this move into this next game. Roller Champs here. You're going to have to walk me through this just a little bit. This is, in fact, Roller Derby.
Yes, it is Roller Derby on a much more aggressive and I mean, if it were real life, we would have some serious concerns about what kind of padding these people are wearing. However, since it's a video game, you're able to go 100 miles an hour and slam your body into somebody. There's some really cool plays that we've seen in this game. When you get to the edges of the oval shape, of course, there's not a real edge in an oval, but the furthest point, the what would they call it? Of the ellipsis of the oval or something of the sort. When you get to the tips of the oval, everybody knows what I'm talking about. A lot of these players like to go all the way up to the top of the wall. They'll throw the ball so that they can use their momentum plays. Then they will get themselves up to the top of the wall, regain possession of it, and come down as quickly as they can to get through multiple checkpoints at a time down one side of the field.
Yeah, what's the term for this? A peloton, a velodrome, something of that nature?
Something geometrical, and that I am not a professional at.
Yeah, but regardless, you know, I did some inline speed skating back in the day, and we had a few roller derby people come through because, well, you know, both pretty rare sports to have at the end of the day back in middle school. And like I say, I was traumatized by the physicality they brought to the table. Also legal under speed skating rules for the most part, but, you know, it's the difference between NASCAR versus F1. Very little contact versus a very much a game that's built upon bumping, pushing, and looking for openings based upon destabilizing your opponent. And so, given that that kind of philosophy of aggression combined with the sporting game is something we've already seen throughout the course of our broadcast today in the form of Wreckfest, I think people are already well in prime for this kind of gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the one thing that is really important in this one is that there's a scoring mechanic as well. It's not just about making your laps, but making your laps opens the chance for you to finally get points on the board, and that is when the ring at the top of the map on one of the sides will open up for your team. You will be able to throw that ball through and get yourself a point on the board, or if you're willing to take an extra lap and go through all of those checkpoints, once again, you can open that hoop for multiple points to be scored all at the same time. It'll get you really far ahead. However, you don't want to go for that if it's a close game. You only want to go for that in a situation where you know that the other team hasn't gotten a grasp on your style yet.
Yeah, it's really the kind of difference between playing for desperation or just playing in order to cement a lead. And I think that push and pull is something that both of these teams in their individually advantaged games have done very well. It's just a matter of Cyclones needing to get an advantage in a few more games to start out with, Speedy. So we'll see whether or not, even with the inevitability of KLiK's victory kind of hanging over them, that they can bring that kind of philosophy here to Roller Champs. Setup clock winding down. I think both teams are about ready to go.
Yeah, it should be close. It is a KLiK setup, and they don't have any timeouts remaining. So if they weren't able to get this one set up in time, it would be a forfeit for them, and they'd just be giving it away. However, I think we're hearing ready calls from the floor, which means that we should be heading into Roller Champs very shortly.
You know, that is an angle back into this one, I guess. Multiple forfeits in a row coming through. If KLiK just all of a sudden have a breakdown of communication person to person here, Cyclones could get a few free points off that, but it's going to have to take a real row between the players here, I think, for that to ever come to pass. And so far, one of the things to note about the KLiK is just how well they play as a team throughout many of the games. I think the finals was a great testament to that. They were just so coordinated in ensuring that they were finding the right angles of attack. You have people working as scouts. You have a core backline able to fire upon any individual slipping away from the rest of the team on the side of the Cyclones. It was great to see, and I'm sure that's also going to be a dynamic here in Roller Champs. Divide and conquer, move through that pack, you know? Well, the basketball side of things is a little bit different than what I know out of roller derby. I do know that pack racing is a very important aspect of this as well.
Yes, absolutely. We see Global going up the wall now, bringing himself back down. That's the momentum that we talk about. That's how you pick up your speed, and he is flinging himself up these walls right now. One of his teammates does have the ball. It looks like it's going to be Jekyll that has control of it right now. So Global using those air kicks to get himself a little bit further forward as well. You stay in the air just a little bit longer, almost stalling yourself. So they're trying to make contact here with Intensify. Finally does get the ball, and it's Global now who has to find a teammate. He is surrounded by defenders, and that one is intercepted by Psycho in the air. I'm sorry, that'll either be Bosi for Ambush Man on Psycho's account.
Big sweeps from either side. You can see just how lap agnostic people are right now, just wanting to find possession of that ball and find momentum in this game. A lot of height being gained by the orange side here, just trying to find a new angle by which to begin to rack up those points.
Yeah, and it was a poor passing angle, unfortunately, for the KLiK there. Global was really high up in the air, but when he asked for the pass, it was a very strange angle from below. So as he came down further, it passed him up, and now the Cyclones are the one in control, and they've finished their first laps. They have the opportunity to score, and it'll be a clean goal from Intensify right up the middle.
Slamming it. Great stuff to see out of Cyclones to get up to a 1-0 lead in this game. And because of the lap mechanic opening up scoring opportunities, and given how long it took just in the beginning of this round to get that first lap done, there's a lot of chances here for Cyclones to box out KLiK.
Yeah. They're going to start on these opposite ends. You see them going separate ways, waiting for this ball to spawn in, and it's going to go toward Intensify. He misses it, picks up speed, and finally gets a hand on it. Now it's going to be his team in control. First, he's able to avoid these defenders, has to find a direction to get through one of these checkpoints. He finds the first one, not going to pass to his teammate. He's going to be coming up on Jekyll first. He decides to turn it around, and instead of going through the checkpoint that way, he's going to turn around and grab the checkpoint going reverse. So now, I believe, going the actual way that the course intends, that would be that third checkpoint. He's unable to get the pass before it gets taken away.
Interrupting here is very crucial, and so therefore now with KLiK having the ball in their position, they too are going to try to gun for a checkpoint, but another interruption going to come through for Cyclones, who are going to recover the ball and try to reverse their fortune once again. And as we move towards that 4-minute mark, once again, I got to talk about these denies. They're so important because of the amount of time it takes to recover here, and that means that the window of opportunity for KLiK to make something happen is closing. And right now, Cyclones are continuing to employ really good maneuverability strategies, working as a pack to defend this ball that will give them another scoring opportunity.
Yeah, and that scoring opportunity opens up and goes clean into the center once again, this time from Bosif. So Intensify and Bosif both with 1 point each. It cannot be a single lap to tie this one up for the KLiK. They're going to have to make it either a 2-lap, which will get them 3 points, or they're going to have to score twice on 2 different plays.
You know, the aesthetics of this game makes me think that this takes place in the same universe as the finals. You can either watch people shoot each other in like a digitized world, or you can watch people absolutely destroy their knees in a massive half pipe.
Hockey check each other with much less pads than hockey provides. Now it's going to be Bosif that we keep this perspective on. He's trying to find a hit on one of those players, but Killer gets by him. Now his teammate finding the check and does get control of the ball, so a denial there. Bosif wants the pass, does not get the ball just yet. Ambushman, the only player on that team who doesn't have a goal yet. Killer, however, finding his way up the wall. He does get it taken away. Able to find a check for himself. His teammate's able to pick up the ball, so they do deny any progress made by the Cyclones, but the Cyclones are going to come back immediately with possession and keep running through these checkpoints. It's just back and forth now.
Back and forth for sure. Once again, ball possession going to be had by the Clickers. They're trying to crest along the far side. Good pass off. Going to make it across the checkpoint here. Looking to once again reverse momentum. Going the correct direction on the lap map. Going to be able to do so now. And they have a solidly built up against Cyclones. It's going to be hard to build up the speed necessary to interrupt this. But sweeping from the far side. What a denial. And once again, it's going to be a matter of just gunning for the ball. That KLiK have been denied so often.
Yeah, we can see Intensify here does have control of the ball. It's been opened, and the goal is in once more as we make our way to the halfway point on the timer. We find ourselves just over halfway to a finish for the Cyclones. They have 3 out of the 5 points they need for a win.
I love the fact that they're keeping this competitive spirit up throughout the course of this as well. Not resting for an instant, not mental booming here, even though KLiK are up so much throughout the course of this 4-hour session. They are here bringing the firepower throughout the course of Roller Champions, and because of that being the case, this is giving KLiK a run for their money and could set them up for big things in the future. One thing to note is just how difficult it actually is to be on the defense here to try to strip the ball. It's like playing Rocket League against a sentient ball that doesn't want to be hit.
Truthfully. And we saw a lot of great plays from Intensify there. An open air pass to Bosif. It was not a lock-on pass. He threw that one through the air, and Bosif picked it up well. You can see that the Cyclones have a lot of practice in this game, a lot of synergy between these players in particular. Unfortunately for them, it is going to be control going the way of the KLiK. Now, we'll see if the KLiK can get their first points on the board, but they still have to make it through a few checkpoints. They find that when there's a pass available to them. Going to make the pass just as the check comes through. They're able to find one final checkpoint. The opening should be coming soon. They just have to get through one more. Pass comes through once more. A final checkpoint. No, it's going to get denied as he shoots for the goal. The Cyclones get control again, and it's not only the offense and the scoring that they can be successful on, but blocking goals from coming through as well. So now Bosif with control of the ball, just playing a little bit of the time. They have just over a minute remaining.
And one thing to note is that even if you are taking some gamble-oriented long passes, the time it takes for the ball to travel in the air and the time in the scramble situation necessary to right the course and then try to go for a checkpoint means that there's just not much left for the KLiK, with 60 seconds remaining in order to try to make a comeback.
Yeah, only 60 seconds, however, that's where it's going to begin. Jekyll finding a goal for his team, puts them only 2 down, and with a minute remaining, I know how dangerous it is, but I almost wonder if it would have been a better option to make another round of the map so that you can tie up the game.
Especially when behind. It seems like that is definitely a strategy you have to go for when you're under the gun clockwise too. Because we are going to start off with the ball yet again in neutral ground, scramble situation between these two teams. If KLiK can get this here, they actually can continue to make progress towards that goal you're talking about. Perhaps this time they're going to go for that extra lap. Good movement to juke out the majority of the Cyclones. Now going to get right back on the correct direction again. Unfortunately, drops the ball here. Scooped up there by Intensify. Great stuff. Cyclones back in control of this one.
Half a minute remaining. Intensify loses control again. It's going to go the way of the KLiK. They have just a few more seconds to take these laps they need. However, one score is not going to do it for them. That means that they have to not only get control of this ball, but make 2 more laps. They have to move very quickly. I need to see these passes coming out. They are going through, but it's going to miss its intended target. Maybe picked up by Bosif. Bosif misses it, so back in control is Killer, and they do have one more opportunity as long as they have hands on the ball. They need to get these passes cleanly across the checkpoint. He's got his team out in front of him. The checks are not coming through on the player with the ball right now. It's Jekyll, the player who has scored for them before. now in a position to be passing to his teammates. Another pass may come through. It does. The check is on the wrong player, so they're going to make another round. They're coming close to having enough checkpoints for a three-point shot and being able to tie this one up. Jekyll is moving. He has one more player to get through. He has to get through this last checkpoint. He's trying to find a good position. A great dodge, but it gets him down on the ground. A three-point is open. The goal is through, and it is a win for the KLiK in the final moment of the game.
Oh, comeback mechanics, the agony of the Cyclones in this one, as that extra time that was granted gave the opportunity for KLiK to rack up the points. They managed to get out ahead, and that shows how valuable it is to work as a team. And KLiK, while I don't think they had the greatest communication throughout the beginning of that, began to lock it in, saying, hey, work as a screen for me. Two people in front of the ball carrier. Nobody come from behind as long as we maintain that speed. Deep passes abounded, and what a showing at the end. Unfortunate stuff. I was casting that like it was a Cyclones inevitability, but unfortunately, it looks like they will be given no heed on any front.
No, absolutely not. The KLiK showing that they are not satisfied with just winning. They want to win every single game possible, and I love how they showed up in that game of Roller Champions. And now I believe we're going to have some information from the floor from AV.
Hey, I'm just going to let you guys know from what I saw on the floor, when the Cyclones thought that they had won it, somebody put their controller down on the opposite side and had to scramble to get their controller, allowing the KLiK to get that win.
Well,
you got what she did. I don't know how much you follow the FGC, but you never stand up for the end of the game, man. What are you standing up for? What a disaster there. And I was just talking about how Cyclones are trying to keep that strong mental about them. That is the opposite. Assuming that you have the win in a situation where you're down so much, not giving respect to a team that trounced you this hard in a round is really indicative of some issues there that need to be worked out through the rest of the season, in my opinion.
Yeah, and when you say the rest of the season, this is a moment to remember that they are 0-5, about to go 0-6. This was that final play where Jekyll was knocked down and then able to get the ball away for a moment. However, when they got themselves back around, he found himself in control of the ball again. This was the moment where he decided to play it slow. He didn't want to engage too much. Takes a heavy dodge, knows he would end up on the ground, gets the pass to his teammate in position, and in for 3, puts them up to 4 points over the Cyclones.
And even though it isn't a traditional racing game, right there at the end, it shows the value that having speed and having coordination has. Because while you're on the ground, everybody's catching up to you. That gives you time to huck a pass while everybody is still trying to get to your position, which means that's even further that the Cyclones had to try to follow, and that wasn't giving them enough space in order to actually go for another takedown. Therefore, KLiK walk away with another one. 16-5 is an absolutely back-breaking score, one I haven't seen in my time trying to educate myself about the UEL.
Yeah, 6-5 isn't something that, I mean, even the Reapers couldn't hold the Cyclones to 5. So that should tell you about how much of a counter this KLiK team is to the Cyclones. And maybe it tells us what kind of counter the Cyclones can be to the Reapers, truthfully. We'll have to see as the season goes on. But we're headed into a 5v5 short fortnight. This game can be long or it can be short. We have 15 minutes remaining on the clock. And depending on how these players are able to execute, it could end fairly quickly. But both sides have talented Fortnite players. 2 players in particular from each team I want to look at. That is unfortunate. On the side of the Cyclones, no, I'm sorry, these lineups are in. These are for this game of Fortnite, so this is not unfortunate. Side of the Cyclones, we're going to see Bosif, Psycho, Bobby Yoggins, Pizza Man, and Sofosama. So, Bosif and Pizza Man, I think we're going to focus on the most here on the side of the Cyclones. Whereas for the KLiK, it's going to be nobody because we just got ourselves a forfeit, I believe, from the side of the KLiK. So that point is going to go to the Cyclones. Look, they got another one on the board.
I am a little bit interested about that decision-making. It is, as you said, a game with a lot of potential to go long. And given that Cyclones don't have many scoring opportunities left, if you run a lot of time off the clock, KLiK could have actually looked better there by just taking that game and trying to grind it to a halt. But we are going to get that spin coming through once again. What in the world did it just land on?
It was F1.
Oh.
So we're going to see a 1v1 game. Now, it was actually right between 2 1v1 games, and those 2 games were F1 and Blaze Blue. So either way, we were going to have ourselves a showdown. And what we got was F1. We're going to have this 1v1 racer There are some maps that take a while to finish. However, I don't think this one is going to take us down to the bottom of our 15-minute timer.
Good. That means we get another chance to actually roll Blaze Blue, which I've been praying to see this entire broadcast here, Speedy. But I'm happy that we are getting over to F1 as well. It is going to provide a very nice contrast versus a lot of the other races we've seen so far, which are, say, cartoony in nature in between stuff like Wreckfest. And I guess we're putting the roller derby game in there as well.
Yeah, that one being like a sports racer falls in the sports category, but speed is the name of the game. F1, it is up there with Forza as one of those realistic racers. And Forza, interestingly enough, does have F1 cars as well. So if you understand the mechanics of the car, you'll understand how you don't really have the ability to drift. You have to slow down very heavily before you come around a turn. However, the top speeds are so incredibly high that you can risk having a moment of slowing yourself down.
100%. It's going to be a matter of getting a feel of these cars that are so twitchy, so high variance in terms of your ability to actually take turns. If you are good, you're able to lock that variance, that squirreliness in. If you are not, you are going to be beholden to that throughout the entire course of this race. And you're going to have to either play incredibly riskily, or on the other side, you play too tentatively. You just never get up to the top speed that the people who are masters of this game can get to. And so one question that I did have for you, actually, Speedy, regarding especially these more realistic racing games, is how are they being controlled? Are a lot of players just using mouse and keyboard and therefore giving up some of the analog side of the game in regards to how much you can lightly turn one way or the other? Are they playing on a controller? What's the deal?
They are playing most of these racing games on a controller. These realistic racers even get played on controller often, despite the fact that we play them on the PC. A lot of players do opt to play with the controller. We even had a player last season who brought in a wheel to use for all of the racing games. I believe he came in last place every single time. So the flex was not worthwhile. However, it was nice to see. That player actually made his season debut just last night in his game on the bots. That is Paku, of course. So KLiK and Cyclones 16-6. I think a lot of people expected this to be a KLiK game. I don't know if they expected the Cyclones to be down this much after how well they showed up against the Reapers. So one player might be able to leave here with a good name if they can pull out this F1 1v1. It'll be extremely memorable here on the side of the Cyclones. I think Bosif has already proven that he's a tier 1 for a reason. I don't know that it's his responsibility to improve everything they've been losing out on. I think there are players down the line that really need to pick it up and need to be questioning, why am I in this tier? I need to be performing a little bit better if my team is going to analyze me as one of the top players on my team.
Just gut punch him right in the ego. Try to build upon that in order to build towards a victory. You're right on that front, Speedy. Yeah. I will say that I think a lot of the narratives regarding the Cyclones are cemented here tonight. One, the fact that they're struggling to take over a whole match, of course, but the other narrative being about just how much of the strengths are centralized, apparently, upon Bosif. We saw him time and time again be the apple of everyone's eyes, being the person that we were having to put on the spectate cam in order to show the ways by which Cyclones could have a potential chance at winning, say, things like the finals. And now, if he is the one that is going to be brought towards other games that maybe aren't as much in his wheelhouse, and he's still the person who's the top performer there, you really got to look at the rest of the roster to see how exactly stack up and how they're being organized.
Yeah, it may have been a gut punch when I said it, but when it comes from you, it sounds a whole lot nicer. Despite saying the exact same thing, I think they prefer to hear it from your mouth. Unfortunately, I am here as well, and I got to let them know that they have to start looking internally. It is every single player's responsibility on that team to start improving on the games they don't specialize in, because right now, even the games they do specialize in, they have dropped today. Yep. A lot of the players on that team, you have to start pushing yourself to be an end gamer if you can't be a category player.
Exactly. If you are only winning 6 games overall, you can't just say that's your wheelhouse. That is not big enough of a wheelhouse to compete in something as diverse as UEL, particularly as it's not only just games that you see on the wheel, but it is the potential for other games to be played season after season. We are getting into this one now, though. 2 very different perspectives on the cars here. I'm kind of liking the third person a lot more when I'm playing stuff like Forza. Yeah. I think it gives you a wider field of view here, but someone clearly likes the immersion.
Yeah, I think that'll be Chicken Tech on the top. I believe he's the one who plays in first person the most. So Chicken Tech right now in first in this race. However, Psycho in third. He's only 2 positions behind, surprisingly enough, taking a lot of these grass routes as well, getting his tires off course just a little bit. Chicken Tech is going to take a heavy lead here. We know that he is a really good F1 racer. Psycho, no slouch himself. Chicken Tech even knows when he can take some of these turns a little bit quicker because they are not full 90 to 180 turns. He's got a really good lead on this race so far, but this is going to be a tight turn. Let's see how he takes it. Takes it well. I really like to see that. We have to see how Psycho takes it. He makes a little bit of contact with the wall. That right fin is now damaged, and control of the car is going to become more difficult.
And already I feel that Psycho is either giving me echoes of the old eNASCAR strats where you're trying to heat up your tires by getting onto the grass, or he's just struggling to get away with the responsiveness that this car brings to the table. And so as that begins to decay, we can really begin to see that game plan fall apart here. As you're talking about, Chicken Tech still in a very dominant position in this race, if anything, just pulling away further.
Yeah, he really is so far ahead now. He sets insane times on these laps, and we talked about this one maybe not taking us all the way to time. With Chicken Tech in the lead, it absolutely won't. He'll be able to finish this one insanely quickly. Not worried about the players catching up to him. He knows that they have to slow down just as much as he did. So with the lead that he has right now on this Sergio Perez here, he is going to finish the lap first. Psycho still in third, still on his tail. He's not making it an easy match. We see a lot of players fall behind and get overtaken by so many of these other cars. And as I say that, it's going to begin happening. He's now in fourth place. He cannot let the line behind him begin to pass him up. It's coming close to happening.
Unfortunately, the angle that he's taking these turns at is just not doing much to allow him to box out other racers. People are able to dive out or dive in versus him in a lot of these contexts, and because that's the case, he's beginning to slip. We see another one right on his tail as well, so unless he can keep a lock on this position, this game is going to be well and truly over from here. We're really going to have to see a massive reversal of fortune, perhaps a total mistake leading to a crash or something similar for Chicken Tech to be knocked off this pedestal, because with so much open ground in front of him, he doesn't have to contend with the passing game that Psycho does.
Yeah, one of the huge things that I'm noticing here right now, oh, Chicken Tech just checking the statistics of his car. He sees the heat of his axles, of his wheels. He's just showing off now. He's saying, I don't even need to take a look at my full display. I'm just going to look at my individual pieces one at a time.
You see, a real F1 fan would be using Celsius instead of Fahrenheit temps.
It's true. They absolutely would, especially a name like Sergio Perez. And so you would think. But no, it's going to be Fahrenheit. He's going to stick that American all the way through. And 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit is kind of an insane number for those of us who follow that way.
Well, right now, Chicken Tech continues to just dominate here. Not much to say because he is replicating the same lines every single lap. There's no variance in his game plan. He knows when to begin the turns. He knows when to accelerate and decelerate. Meanwhile, it feels like Psycho is still having to feel that out just a little bit. It was that wobbliness that we saw earlier on that caused him to slip back on multiple positions. Now all the way back and forth. Going to have to try to stabilize from here. But at this point, it's mostly just playing for ego rather than playing for an actual victory against the KLiK.
Yeah, and we're looking at a lap 3 right now. You can see Chicken Tech almost has pushed that second-place player all the way out of his screen. In fact, no longer on his map, so he has no idea where that second-place player is. He's too far behind. Something I'm noticing about Chicken Tech in comparison to Psycho is when Chicken Tech makes a turn, he stops exactly where he needs to. He has such tight turns that he has to do micro adjustments to get himself on the straightaway. Psycho takes staggered turns where it is macro adjustments he's making. We'll see on the turn, like right here. Maybe that's a bad example as he wrecks himself out, taking an angle on the wall, maybe knowing he doesn't have a win in this race. He needs to call this one off before the end of the game. So we will get into that one final game of Need for Speed to close our day out. The KLiK go up to 17. Even if the entirety of the KLiK were to get on a flight and go home right now, it would be impossible for the Cyclones to win.
Very tragic stuff from the Cyclones, and what a way to punctuate it right there at the end. That was the thing a lot of F1 fans want to have happen to Max Verstappen right now. Just completely blow it at the end of a race. But given that it is the case that KLiK have showed dominance in yet another facet of the UEL wheel, it also demonstrates why they've had such strong storylines running them towards being a top contender in the league. And while they haven't been able to achieve it overall, today is a great start to them trying to get back on track and move up towards that very top tier of either division.
Yeah, I do think that the KLiK have to cement themselves in a game better than just beating the 0-5 Cyclones.
That's fair. But it's dominant.
It is a dominant win, which puts them up there in similar standing with the Reapers in terms of their results against the Cyclones. Now, whether they are up there in terms of a head-to-head with the Reapers, I think we all know that's not quite the level they're at yet, but they'll have to see them in playoffs if they want to make it to the grand finals. So the KLiK making a name for themselves now and improving as they reach their halfway point in the season is exactly what they need. This is a good step for them to be like, we are refreshed. We come up into the second half of our season off of a dominant win against the Cyclones, reminding everyone we are a top 3 team. There is no competition. Nobody's catching us.
Definitely the case. And I think right now one of the themes that I've seen radiate throughout the course of today is making the most of the tools that you have or the situation that you're in. For KLiK, this was an inevitable win. Their way to make the most of the situation is to get an utterly crushing victory over Cyclones, and I think that they've achieved that. For the Cyclone side, making the best of what they have is focusing on the carry players, but also ensuring that everybody gets a slice of the pie to get towards a win condition. And you talked about that earlier. It's been a little bit more difficult for them to even access those shining bright spots that could at least make me happy to say, well, there was still a shot for the Cyclones to make a name for themselves this season. Now, that almost seems like it's completely out of the wheelhouse.
Yeah, they got quite shut down here more than they were probably expecting. We keep talking about that Reapers game, but that's because there are not many teams that can go up against the Reapers and come out of it in a 16-8. They are such a dominant team, and especially a team that is at the bottom of their conference standings. To take 8 games, 33% of the games that were played in that match were taken by the Cyclones. That's a lot more than the Reapers are comfortable with. It's a lot more than they wanted, and I'm sure the team is looking introspectively. They are analyzing themselves, and they want to make sure that they're going to be on top and not just skimming by.
At the same time, though, Reapers truly are the final bosses of the UEL right now. What is that? 3-time champions in a row right now, Speedy. And given that's the case, I'm sure that they are well incapable of doing the self-introspections and really bringing themselves to the top-level performance. And we keep going back to the KLiK here. Do they have the potential to do the same thing? Or is this their ceiling, just stomping some of the lower seeds? Is there a chance at them actually to make a name for themselves in playoffs? That's still yet to be answered, but they could always, once again, start the story off as well as possible on the right foot by crushing the Cyclones one last time in Need for Speed.
Yeah, there has always been the bots in this league that are the gatekeepers. They decide who is going to be going to the grand finals. It is them standing in the way, and it's because whoever beats them will go to the grand finals, not because they will be there themselves. I don't think the KLiK want to turn into that team. They don't want to be the team that is the gatekeeper, that decides whether or not you'll be in playoffs based on if you'll beat them. They want to be the team to beat, to go all the way, to win the final show at the end of the season. However, they have some improving to do still. This clearly shows that they are back in a primed position. They've found themselves in a 6-man roster, choosing not to roster their 7th player, not by force, and it's working for them. If this can prove to continue to be beneficial for them, I think they might be onto something that can get them back into a really high standing in the league.
This is something I've noticed. Their ability to play with 6 players, the way that has led to the kinds of players that they seed into the various games has been quite interesting. Do you think this is also maybe something we start seeing other teams doing? Cutting back on the 7th spot, looking to just roster 6 players and maybe trying to make the most out of those guys as a central hub by which you could pour more resources into each individual guy.
It seems to me like finding a 7th player to round out your team is almost impossible, because every single time we see a team roster only 6 players for a match, they have a much higher percent chance of winning than losing. It is very, very often that we see those 6-man teams finding the win. They're cutting down and only using their best pieces. Speaking of pieces, it's Checkmate Showdown that really matters, because that's the 7v7 game. We didn't see it here today, but that is the only reason you would feel forced to roster 7 players, and I don't know that one game is enough to actually make you feel like you have to do it.
And I love the fact that the UBL has a format where that is the case. You talk to anybody in the world of esports and you say, sometimes you just concede an entire game. They would think, what in the world are you talking about? But the fact that we've seen multiple concessions today, that a team risks auto-losing a game in every single case because they want to only roster 6, shows just how much the UEL sets itself apart from other leagues, and therefore I think provides a really unique implement by which we can explore more of the esports landscape.
Yeah, there is so much to explore. We have 5 different categories, 33 games, and if you want to be able to cover all those games cleanly, you want to get yourself a SurfThing PC. It is one of the sponsors here at the UEL, the only endgamer approved equipment. So go to surfthing.com if you want to grab yourself one of those PCs and get yourself to be a gamer like the pros. We're going to head into another technical timeout here. We're working ourselves out on Need for Speed. Going to be the last game of the day, so we have plenty of time to work on it.
Yeah, Need for Speed, of course, has many different games in its arsenal. It's been around for a very long time as a franchise. But one thing to note about them is that, unlike other games that kind of use the same engine or have the same feel, the variety of games under the Need for Speed banner means that each one handles a little bit different from one another. So, can you walk us through what exactly this particular Need for Speed looks like and how it plays?
Yeah, so this Need for Speed, as we take a look at our Tier 1s here for a moment, we'll talk about the Need for Speed that Chicken Tech is going to be playing in. Has an opportunity to keep that unbroken racing win streak right now. The Need for Speed we're going to be heading into, I think he's going to be pretty happy to do so. Yeah, you can see it's 0-3 on the other side for Bo Seif on those racers. Now we're going to head into the Tier 2s for a moment and take a look at them. See how that racer category is going as well, because Bo Seif at 3-9 versus Chicken Tech's 11-3 was hurting me. However, 3-9 for the Tier 2 as well. Psycho here taking, being part of half of the wins that his teams were able to get. However, none of the fighters. If you would ask him what he plays the best, I think fighters would be his answer. He's 0-4 today in those fighters, whereas we see Mr. OG going 10-3. He did drop 2 strategy games in a sports game. Maybe a hole in this roster, a category that teams are going to start picking up on.
And we were talking a little bit about our showdown, our chess game here. Is this perhaps one of the losses that we see on the strategy side coming through for KLiK and the rest of the roster here? Or is this that they've just been playing other games and maybe are a little bit more rocky than we expected?
Yeah, I think that they've been focusing on other games and improving in different categories, because having an undefeated record in fighters, shooters, and racers means that that is 60% of the categories that you're playing completely undefeated. And then strategy, you go even in that category. So it's not even like you're focusing on 3 categories, winning, and then losing the other 2. If you can go even in another one of those, you're a huge benefit for your team. I think the KLiK, each individual player has the categories they're going to have majority winning record in, and it's more spread than the Cyclones, who have specialist players in 1, maybe 2 categories, as opposed to the KLiK's players who have 3.
Well, looks like we have, in fact, queued into Need for Speed here, getting our cars locked in. I believe that this is a chase game at the end of the day.
Yes, so what this is going to be is a cops and robbers style of game. There are going to be 4 players trying to escape the cops and 4 cops trying to chase them down. Now, there's only one player that really matters at the end of the day, and that is the most wanted. That player on the racer side, if they are crashed, whether or not their team is still around, if they are busted by being pinned to a wall or by being crashed out completely and being DNF'd, the entire team will be eliminated at once and they will lose. So that player is going to be very important. And I think, depending on who we focus on here, it looks like it's going to be Mr. OG that we're locked in on. So I think this may be our most wanted for the KLiK.
It is interesting to think that it is the most wanted who's not immediately being turned upon by the rest of the criminals. You would think, hey, the most wanted gets thrown to the cops. We may be able to get out alive, but no, instead they're going to throw everything at trying to prevent the side of the Cyclones from taking down their most wanted. Let's see if they're going to be able to pull that off.
Yeah, it's a loyal team they got together here, no man left behind kind of strategy. And so we're going to see a lot of abilities being used as well. Things like EMPs, spike strips to spin out other cars and get them on a reset. And then there's turbo as well. You could see there. That's really important for the most wanted. When they get in a situation where they're on a straightaway, on the bottom left of your screen, you can see just above those abilities is the mini-map. That red and blue flashing circle does not just mean you're being chased down. If you can get out of the range of that circle, there will be a countdown timer that begins. And if you spend long enough outside of it, you will be escaped and you will no longer be chased down, so your team will win. That is the win condition for the racers. And now we hear one of the KLiK calling out that they're going to be spike stripping. So they're trying to spin out one of these players. And based on Intensify's reaction, I think it may have been him that just got spun out. Mr. OG is super comfortable up here.
Oh, yeah, this is very similar to the performance that we saw out of the KLiK just there in F1. Wide open spaces, have not run into any obstacles that could prevent them from continuing to just forge ahead with the ideal lines. And by being unimpeded in this way, they have a very good shot at just taking this all the way to the end and getting that escape status.
Yeah, I can see that Mr. OG is a little bit happy with that trigger finger. He wants to hit that turbo at some point, but he needs to find the right straightaway. Too many turns here. Finding a little bit of contact with the wall is going to slow him down. You can see those red and blue lights in his rear view. Now, right there, he had to find that hole in the roadblock. There will always be one gap just big enough for your car to fit through. Every single time he's going to have to find that. Now, I really, just for a moment, I want to admire this game's architecture. I really love the way this bridge is structured on top of the dam. A nice little view that we have here as we head toward the mountain. But we can see that OG is closing back a little bit towards the cops. That spin out may change things, though. It all depends on how close they're going to get. I believe that cop was the first up. That was Bobby Yoggins. I think he was the closest. So now it looks like his circle, at the very least, Mr. OG has made his way out of. One of those racers, they're fairly damaged, coming toward half health. So taking that shortcut means that the racers are going to get a little bit of distance away from Bobby Yoggins now. He is the second furthest up cop, so it's all coming down to Ambush Man to keep this one alive.
Yeah, I mean, he's driving a Nissan 350Z. What chance does he think he has up against a Mustang up there in the front, right? Very unfortunate stuff just rolling into that car, although I imagine in-game the stats are a little bit closer than it would be in real life. Regardless, cops still trying to find a way to chase down OG, but at this point, with how far ahead we've seen this man pull, it is going to be incredibly difficult for any of these racers to bring it back.
Yeah, Ambushman seems like he's in a position not to win this game for the team, but to keep the game state alive. Taking the shortcut, he knows that he's not going to lose Mr. OG by taking this shortcut. And in fact, he closes in on the distance. There are two racers between him and that most wanted, which means one of these racers is in a tricky position where they're probably bumping a lot of those police officers back there. They may be DNF'd before anybody else if they have to make a lot of contact and eventually they get crashed out. A nice weave between the gap by all of these racers and Ambushman alike. Ambushman going to be coming up on his first racer here who tries to make contact but pulls away, fakes him out a little. That beautiful spike strip from the player protecting Mr. OG. If they can do that again, Mr. OG might be able to pull away fully. We're switching back over to his perspective, and for a moment it looked like he slowed down. He may have turned himself around.
Well, you see, it's that kind of action that will make you the most wanted. I don't know how a spike strip is going to keep you away from the law in the long run. You know, FBI chases you down, and now you got assaulting a police officer on top of all your other charges. But as you're talking about here, we got quite the interesting situation. Now, what was the front? It looks like right now, OG is about to push for an escape. Only 20 seconds left on that clock.
Yeah, because of that way he took the 180 turn, he is going to go back into that circle for just a moment, but he does escape it again because they haven't made the turn yet. Now he hits the turbo.
No.
You hear that supersonic coming through. 25 seconds is all he needs outside of that circle, and now only 20 remaining. He uses the turbo. He's got such distance on the cops now. All he has to do is drive clean, not make contact with the wall like he did before. If he could play this for 10 more seconds, and as I say it, he makes contact with the fence. Going to slow him down a little bit, but I believe these last 5 seconds remaining, he's going to be able to stay out of the circle. Staying above 100 miles per hour should do it, and that'll be an escape. So we will almost finish off this game with an escape by Mr. OG, grabbing an 18th win for the KLiK. We still have a minute and a half left in the match. We might get another game.
Ooh. Praying for the Blaze Blue roll on this one. Right here at the very end, we get through one round and the game will be over. But regardless, what a showing once again coming through from the KLiK. And like I said, no stakes right now, but still a good demonstration for what we could see out of them in the future. One thing to note in that comparison versus the Cyclones is even when we were seeing the cops on our screen, in a lot of cases, they were taking some dicey lines coming into a lot of these turns. They were making contact with walls. They were making contact with other people. Mr. OG, of course, wasn't really afforded the same kind of drastic measures by which they were getting spike stripped and whatnot, but what challenges came their way, they were able to rise to the occasion with just a few slight impacts.
Yeah, and just to show you how much these players love playing these games as well, the Cyclones, despite being far down and out in this one, they use their final timeout here to make sure they get to play the final game.
Heck yeah.
Right now, they are down by triple the score of the KLiK. A third of the score of the KLiK. The KLiK are up by triple the score of the Cyclones. So the Cyclones want to change that. They want to say, let's at least get our 7th. Lucky number 7. Maybe it means something good for our next matchup. Maybe it means we're going to have a great week of practice. Ejected Rivals is a 2v2 racer that has a lot of interesting mechanics to it. And we'll see if any of these players are able to take advantage of it on the side of Cyclones to catch the KLiK off guard.
I feel like you're missing a vowel at the very front of this name for the game. Ejected Rivals would make a lot more sense, but tell me, what exactly is Ejected Rivals or Rejected Rivals or Dejected Rivals?
So, Ejected Rivals is a somewhat of a party racer. It is all of these players are going to begin in a car in any game mode that they have. However, if it is a racing mode that we go into, there are going to be at points where they're paragliding of sorts with only their bodies trying to make their way through the map. There's going to be opportunities for them to launch themselves out of the car as well to make distance. So it's a really interesting party racer with some of the standard racing mechanics like what we saw in Need for Speed. However, there are party game modes as well some game modes similar to Wreckfest where you're supposed to do the most damage possible to gain points. Other modes where you're supposed to be driving your car to the end of a lane, and then there's a wall where you launch your player out of the car and try to hit as many things as you can, and then just do it all over again to keep gaining points.
Sounds like an awesome time. You know, I was a little bit sad we weren't going to see CTR. That was my favorite party racing game as a kid, played that on the PS1. So now we're going to get an alternative version of that one.
Yes.
A little bit of a behind-the-scenes look right there, but now we are diving, in fact, into Ejected Rival. Oh, and back to us.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm more exciting than this game, truthfully, but we appreciate the attention. I guess we're just having such a good time out here. Now we're going to start on the perspective of Jekyll, and he earned the joke nickname Jekyll for a reason, because Ejected Rivals. Maybe we should start calling this Jekyll Rivals, actually.
Oh, yeah.
That might be a good idea, because he was able to take a pretty solid win in this game in the beat-em-up crash-up derby at one point. But this is going to be a pretty standard race, and now Jekyll finds himself in first place. You have to get through all of these checkpoints. A big crash coming through, and he doesn't take the worst of it, so he's able to stay in second place while that player falls back to third.
I was going to say, I don't think that was Jekyll's fault whatsoever. What do you do if someone sacrifices their whole darn race to slow you down for an instant? This is quite the recovery, and we keep talking about how KLiK just forges ahead and then is met with less challenges by being in this situation. Well, it's happening again as we are seeing that launch into the paraglide.
Yeah, finally getting into that paraglide mode, able to find himself flying in the air for just a moment, and as he gets to this point, he will be able to hit E, get back in the car, and now he can take off once again. Of course, you have to hit all of those checkpoints along the way, or it will reset you. Even when you're in the air, there will be checkpoints that you have to hit yourself through, not only when you're in the car. You can see the stars on the minimap on the left side are the checkpoints that they have to get through. Some are much easier than others, but for Jekyll, it seems like none of them are really that hard.
Not a challenge whatsoever. You know, you got your time to talk about the art direction there in Need for Speed. Let me editorialize really quick about this game. I was hoping for some really funny way that you get back into a car after ejecting. The cybernetic materialization around you, I think that's weak sauce, man. You should have had like someone fly in with a paraglider like inside of a car that you like hop in. Disappointed overall in Ejected Rivals right now.
Notes to the director for the next edition of the game. However, Jekyll finding his way through some of these last checkpoints. He is on his second lap now, so going to restart. This time not going to be interfered with at this point. We don't see any cars flying toward his face. So just able to hold the lead, and it's really Jekyll versus the course right now. It's up to him to not get pushed out of the way by anything. Now, this game mode isn't a combination of points in any way. It is the first player to finish. Each team has 2 players on the field right now, so you get 2 opportunities to have a first-place finisher. A really nice ejection there from Jekyll at the perfect point. Finds himself barely needing to use the paraglider. He has 3 bounces that he's able to use in the air. He had no fuel left, but just in time to get back in his car. Now he's going to be able to boost himself towards these final checkpoints. He can't even see anybody in his rear.
I would also like during that moment for the camera to pan down so you can see the crashed wreckage of all the cars taking that jump in the past. But alas, we'll be denied that opportunity. And we'll also be denied the opportunity to take a look at even Mr. OG or anyone on the Cyclones, because frankly, Jekyll is in such control of this game that even someone who proved that they're a top performer in racing games in the form of Mr. OG doesn't really need to be featured to show a KLiK victory.
Woo, and drifts himself over the finish line for that victory. Crashes through all the tires and rubble, and that was just as our game timer went off as well, so that means that will be the end of the game. There are no more timeouts anyway, so they wouldn't have had the game set up in time. That will be an 18, I believe 19 after that one, a 2-6 victory for the KLiK. And reminder, Cyclones chose that beatdown.
Well, you know what they say. I don't think a tornado is set down in Virginia in several years at this point. It's not going to happen today. KLiK walking away, moving up to the 3-2 bracket, and I hope that they can keep it on that positive side in order to keep that legacy that they have intact. Cyclones moving to 0-6 at this point. It really is just adding salt to a wound. I think that outside of what was a shaky performance today, their performance in past matches still have not been as bad as you would expect. And therefore, they have the potential to, I think, get a dub before the season is out. And from there, use that as a rallying cry by which they can really come into their own in future seasons.
Yeah, they had been picking up momentum for a little while there, but I think it got kicked down a little bit by the KLiK. They were stopped in their place just a bit. So they have to pick it back up in the future. They have to remember that this is not a team that should be taken lightly. Sometimes they beat down other teams. It happens. We have some post-game interviews coming up with both of our teams right after this, so stick around for those, and then we will close this show out.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Fury right now hunting down that kill from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
Again, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
I am joined here now by Bo Seif and Pizza Man from the Cyclones. A 19-6 game. I know that this is not how many points you wanted to put on the board, especially after your performance against the Reapers looked even better. So tell me, what was the difference maker in this match? Why were you able to come closer to the Reapers and the KLiK were able to shut you out so well?
I really think it's just I don't know. We got in our own heads, started having problems, and we just didn't fix it. Should have at half just reset and completely forgot, but clearly we were thinking about it. But we need to tighten up some things before we go into our next game.
I feel like a lot of games were pretty close. Like there weren't many of them that were just like complete steamroll. But I think we just messed up on a couple of things in some of the games.
Well, there was a little bit of a divide, but you are correct. There were a lot of games there that could have been a lot closer. So when it comes to practice time, is this one of those games that you guys are going to be watching even past this week to make sure that you're picking up on the ball that you drop throughout the game?
100%.
Yeah.
This is the game that we just needed to show out, and we didn't. And so we really just need to go back into practice, figure out what needs to be fixed, fix it, and get it done.
All right. Well, looking inward on you guys here, we do know you for particular categories. Of course, Bo Seif, you've showed up big in the shooters, and you're also a big sports game player as well. Pizza Man, we've seen you perform in a lot of these shooters. It was the first thing you really made your name on. But in the positions you're in right now, it seems your team has to diversify somewhere. So what are you guys going to push toward improving first and foremost?
I think we're going to start with sports and go from there. I know we can keep up with some of these teams, but there are things that we need to lock down. I know we can do really well in strategy, lock down the sports, and then probably racers. I feel like shooters come last at this point because obviously we're 0-6. We just need to fix some minor things.
All right. Well, you guys and Pizza Man, what about you? Anything in particular that you think you need to be looking at?
Maybe some of the fighters.
Yeah.
All right. Any in particular?
Probably like Tekken, Street Fighter, Die by the Blade.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then we will be watching. Now, for the last question, you guys have had a little bit of roster kerfuffling the last couple of games that you've had. It's a little bit of in and out, and we know that when you're switching up the roster constantly, you don't always know what you're going to be going in with. So I want to know today, one of your rookies, Sofo-sama, played his very first game. You also had Pizza Man back as he was not in last time. So what feels different about the team, and is it hard to find what you need to work on when you're not always having the same people in the lineup?
I'd say there's still games that 100% we need to practice no matter what, even if there's different people in lineup. Needed to see how Sofo is doing, and he did his part. He did exactly what we wanted him to do. The rest of the team we just didn't come through, and that's our fault. Good player. I think definitely can be one of the best rookies in this class with the rate he's going, and I feel like we're only getting better. Obviously today was kind of a hiccup, but I think we'll come back stronger than before, especially with our bye week coming up.
All right. Well, it sounds like you guys will have a lot of time to practice, so we're excited to see you the next time. A lot of good work from Sofo and you two individually today as well. We're excited to see your next couple of matches. You still have 4 remaining in the season, so we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
he loses this now, I don't even know.
You
All right,
lost
calm
to
down,
him.
TLG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Fury right now hunting down that kill from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
Again, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to UEL. I'm here with Chicken Tech and Global of the KLiK, emerging victorious here and getting up to 3-2 in the bracket. How are you guys feeling coming off of that series?
I'll go. We'll feel pretty good, man. We feel pretty good, you know. I feel like out of the first time this season, like this is a game like we actually felt like really good in. Like we felt confident. You know, it's good that we got a win like this as we should have expected. That's what we expected us. Obviously, some games we did lose, which is unfortunate. We got to go back and lap that. But, you know, overall, we feel good. This is a good win for us. I honestly think this is a good win for us.
Yep. I mean, I definitely agree. I think the biggest thing today that showed out was, like, just chemistry. And, like, honestly, there was only, like, one time I really had to step in and be like, yo, like, guys, what the heck are you doing? And, like, that was really it. But, so, like, I mean, that's huge strides comparative to like the start of the season. So I think now we're like that team bond is finally there.
Well, I want to talk Chicken Tech a little bit about that one time you did get into the ears of your players. I know they're in Roller Champions that you guys were beginning to lag behind just a little bit there. You were down 0-2, and then I heard you got onto comms, said, what are you guys doing? How do you guys get back into this? What motivated you to do that, and what made you think so deep into the series that you want to preserve that can-win attitude?
So, like, personally, if I would have went in the game, like, that game wouldn't have even, they would probably wouldn't have even got a point. But, like, I need them to build their synergy and not to be able to, like, have to rely on me in that game. So, like, honestly, like, the absolute number one thing is just telling them, like, hey, this is what you're doing wrong. Like, stop doing this. I need you to do this. And it was like 2 or 3 different things that I told them, and as soon as I did, it was like instant turnaround of like just gameplay and ball control, everything.
Yo, this music's bumping in my ear.
Yeah, it's going crazy.
Yo, this music bumping.
Yeah, it was quite the showing, honestly. What a crazy comeback. I was casting it like it was over for you guys, but getting another win onto that board obviously helped to, I think, really cement your guys' legacy and reputation in this league. Now you guys are moving up to the 3-2 bracket. I know there's been rumblings that you guys should have won some of those games that came before, but you're looking very good on paper now, moving deeper on into the season. And so my question for you, Chicken Tech, is what does the outlook look like for the KLiK as a whole? And particularly, can you guys beat the Reapers?
I do think we can beat the Reapers. Is it going to be easy? No, because they've just been together forever, right? Like at this point, they've just got so much synergy. I think they've only got like 2 different additions. I think the loss of Hollywood, like, has hurt them. And I definitely think it's like affecting their game. Just like you can just see like little things when they're playing, and I think it's just because he was their in-game lead, and I think just really we can abuse that. Like next time going forward, we just have to just tighten up, and because there was like, even though that it was a big gap in the score, like all of the games was like really close, and it's just like we just gotta just lock in. That's literally it when we're playing against them.
Sure, we gotta lock in for real.
In Global, I kind of want to talk about locking in per each individual game. You kind of talked about your pool. You kind of talked about how you felt throughout the course of this matchup versus the Cyclones and how overall you were vibing, feeling comfy. You guys are coming on in here all smiles and hugs. So my question to you is really, how do you guys leverage that confidence and then bring that into this more serious atmosphere where you do have to lock in, perhaps against a more competitive team? How are you approaching that?
So, well, especially what I always tell the teams, like when we always have a talk, I say always play like we're down. I say we always play like we're down. like the score is not close. Like the score is close.
Like
and
1
play
to
like
10.
we're down. Yeah, like
1 to
play
10,
play
we're
like
down.
we're down. Never be laid back. Like even like after we had like let's say a huge lead after half, we never stepped off the pedal. We never stepped off, kept it going. Because if we get too laid back, they could have made a comeback, and so we didn't want that to happen. So we always just have that mindset of to just never just let go of that pedal. Always push forward, no matter what.
Yeah,
Always
best example, honestly, was like when Need for Speed rolled. There was a bunch of chatter going on, and then when it was time for the game, it was like, all right, hey guys, quiet.
Whole
play
bunch
the
of
game.
yap.
Like focus.
Whole bunch of
And,
yap.
like even though the game was done.
Well, that idea of continuing to lean on that gas pedal and push forward is something that has obviously brought you guys victory today, and I congratulate you on that. And we hope to see that continue on for the legacy of the KLiK going on into the future here in the UEL. But speaking of moving into the future, make sure that you guys tune in tomorrow as UEL will be returning with another matchup at 2 p.m. EST. Make sure to drop a follow on all our socials and join the Discord. We'll see you guys soon.
If he loses this now, I don't even know.
You
All right,
lost
calm
to
down,
him.
TLG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Oh!
Right now, hunting down that kill from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
Ken, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
All right, well, that is going to be all for our game here today between the KLiK and the Cyclones. Thank you all for spending your Saturday with us, and thank you, Narco, for joining us here on the desk for the very first time. What did you think of your first game?
I think that was a privilege and a pleasure being here, especially alongside you, Speedy, learning the ropes for so many different games and getting oriented in this really incredible, colorful landscape that is the UEL. We got so many more stories ahead of us to be forged and to be learned about. And so with that in mind, I hope to see you guys back very soon. I believe I am on for tomorrow to get another side of the coin.
Yeah, it'll be beautiful to see. You will see tomorrow the X-Gods and the Wolves going head-to-head. That's going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern, which is sometimes called Atlantic by some people who aren't me. And we will see you guys again tomorrow. Please spend the rest of your weekend with us. We cannot wait to see you here at the UEL where gamers go pro.